The Imperium of Man held undisputed dominion of the stars for a brief yet glorious era. Reclaiming the fragments of its glory from the clutches of old night, the Emperor's dream to unite the species as the true inheritors of the stars, though planned for millennia and close to fruition, nevertheless collapsed under the weight of lies, betrayal, and hubris. For today, we shall elucidate the battles of the Civil War enacted by the embittered son of mankind's mightiest ruler. The war which doomed humanity to a grim, dark future. The Horus Heresy.
What is a god? A being of immense power? The focus of ritual and worship? Something, some entity, greater than human and the master of a species? Surely by these definitions, the Emperor is a god.
The Imperium of Man's ambition to conquer the stars would stand as the single most accomplished attempt at unifying the stars, crusading for centuries until humanity could be brought into the fold of the Emperor's grand ideal. Despite his vision of a prosperous future, his designs were ultimately imperiled from within. For today, we shall elucidate the disastrous collapse of the Emperor's mission to rid mankind of their reliance on the warp for space travel and enticement to the thrall of chaos once and for all. The campaign of gold and ruin, the war within the Webway. With the dawn of the galaxy, conflict proved to be rife even among the virgin stars, the first species to roam the galaxy, greedily vying for power before humanity had even emerged from the primordial soup of creation. Interstellar phenomena known as the C'tan consumed life with careless abandon, whilst the first caretakers of life spread their influence among promising young species, beings known only as the Old Ones, gifting the Eldari species numerous bounties to persuade these haughty Xenos to do their bidding. Among the greatest of boons imparted to the Eldar to combat the ancient Necrons was the Webway, a hyperdimensional complex network of faster-than-light arteries spanning the length and breadth of the stars. These strange capillaries of glowing tunnels weave a vast tapestry between the boundaries of real space and the warp. Protected from the hungering masses of demonic malcontents outside its boundaries, the Craftworld Eldari and their degenerate cousins, the Drukhari, navigate this maze-like construct in order to travel the galaxy at near instantaneous speeds. Its endless corridors lasting tens of millennia, unblemished from the destructive tendencies of chaos. Despite such an invaluable asset to their species, the Eldar regardless misused the Webway to pursue their own fickle and capricious vices. Though the Eldar had stood unopposed for millions of years, as their empire expanded with incredible speed, their lack of moral character had led them down the path of hedonistic abandon. The degeneracy of the Eldar leading to the birth of the fell chaos god, Slaanesh, as their empire fell to ruin within mere moments of its spawning, sought a means to stave off the ravenous hunger of that which they had wrought. Sating the appetite of she who firsts, known by the Eldari tongue as Sai Lan Fresh, by sacrificing their own kin to its embrace, the Dark Eldar known as the Drukhari established their terrible bastion, the Dark City, within the Webway. Civil war erupted within the relative safety of its confines. The Eldar, not content with tearing a rend in the fabric of reality, turned on one another. The battles waged during the era of the first millennium, changing the Webway's character to a more dangerous means of travel. Regardless of the infestation of Xenos degenerates within the Eldari Webway, nonetheless, it was much safer than plunging through the tides of the warp. A worthy prize for the master of mankind to claim.
The histories of old night tell us to fear men of stone and men of iron. They should have warned us too of the most terrible monsters of all, the Emperor's men of gold.
discovering a portal leading to the webway buried deep beneath the deserts of Terra's continent of Asia during the 30th millennium, the Master of Mankind began to learn of the intricate network with which the Eldar had squandered their birthright as the sovereigns of the stars. Perceiving the incalculable value of such a network should it be used for humanity's means, the Emperor began to devise a means to harness its power and lead his species into a new, golden era. Using technologies gleaned from his investigation of the webway to construct the Golden Throne to serve as a means of infiltrating its network, with the unification of Terra achieved and pact made with the Adepts of Mars, the Emperor wasted no time in enacting his grand plan. Ordering tens of thousands of Mechanicum tech priests to modify the Golden Throne as he embarked upon the stars to reunify the disparate fragments of humanity, with the Great Crusade drawing to a close, word reached the Emperor that his secret webway project was now ready to begin. Though the ruinous powers had been enigmatic in their dealings thus far, and the deeds of his Primarch sons had achieved compliance far across the stars, the Emperor knew that it would all be for naught should humanity not wean itself from the power of the warp. Should this project be successful, the Imperium could finally unshackle itself from reliance on the astropathic choirs and Gellerfield technologies necessary to travel the stars. The Imperium of Man connected by safe and instantaneous travel, the final piece to cement their rulership of the galaxy forevermore. Though the tunnel networks utilized an innate warp-repellent material to protect itself from chaos, the Emperor's conduit required his own intervention to protect its entrance to the network, which would require constant maintenance when sat upon the Golden Throne. Only one being aside from the Emperor was capable of replicating his efforts, and as a cruel twist of fate, this very soul would prove to be the means with which the malevolent gods of chaos would sunder the project. The Primarch of the Thousand Suns, Magnus the Red. Corrupting the War Master of the Imperium, Primarch Horus Lupercal, to their cause, their chosen champion alone could not hope to defeat the loyalists of the Imperium without a means to distract the Emperor and his golden host. Manipulating the Crimson King with a warning of Horus's impending betrayal, Magnus the Red enacted a ritual to project his psychic essence from the world of Prospero to the throne world.
The legacies of our great crusade are false promises and broken treaties. We claim to bring civilization and enlightenment to our wayward brothers among the stars, but instead we brought only suffering. We have become the very tyrants which we once sought to topple.
Breaching the protective wards made by the Emperor to protect his Imperial Webway project, the Sorcerer King had single-handedly thwarted all hope for humanity's ascension as the undisputed rulers of the galaxy. His folly damning future generations of untold trillions to brave the tides of the warp. Having torn a rend in the defenses of the Terran Webway portal, hordes of demonic entities spilled through the tear. Their assault stemmed through the sacrifice of the Sisters of Silence and members of the Legio Custodes. Preventing the thralls of chaos from stepping foot on the throne world, the Emperor now mustered all available resources at his disposal to close the breach. His duty to remain upon the Golden Throne to seal the tear of paramount importance. Imprisoned within his ostentatious throne room, the Emperor alone had the power to maintain the breach, his golden host hurling themselves into the besieged webway among millions of conscripted souls to combat the endless swarms of fell entities. Burdened by the mental exertion required to close the breach as demons whittled away his resolve, only Malkador the Sigillite would be permitted to meet with the Emperor to secure means to reinforce the webway defensive. Establishing blockades within the tunnels supported by Mechanicum laborers who toiled to repair the damage, despite the full might of the 10,000, aided by the Null Maidens, being committed to the campaign, even the most brilliant warriors of the Imperium could not hope to stave off the entire realm of chaos by themselves. Sealing rifts and portals as demons of the Pantheon beset Mechanicum positions, the blockade efforts initially pushed forward, yet with every gain made, vulnerabilities in Imperial defenses required aid. On numerous occasions, the forces of chaos fought their way to the threshold of the Golden Throne, requiring a last line of the Emperor's finest warriors to remain vigilant in fending off attempts to tear the Master of Mankind from the Golden Throne. Chaos Space Marines bearing the markings of the Sons of Horus, World Eaters, Emperor's Children, and Word-Bearers began to be more prevalently sighted among the rabble of demons, with even Titans of the Legio Auda joining the fray. Bloodthirsters of Khorne beset key strategic positions as the Blood God reveled in the slaughter. 5 years of grueling attritional warfare, unheralded by the wider conflict of the Horus Heresy, outside the bounds of this secret war. Focusing their efforts within the bounds of the abandoned Eldar city of Kalastar, known by Imperial forces as the Impossible City, unthinkable losses were incurred by the Custodian Guard. The Custodian Prefect, Diocletian Koros, alongside the Blood Angel Exarch Dominion Zephon, worked in tandem to recruit any and all capable warriors to their cause, resorting to drafting prisoners of the Night House Viridian who had defected from their alliance to the Emperor's children, as well as untold detritus from the Underhives of Terra. Ra Endymion stood alone as the only tribune of his ranks, his 2 slain contemporaries leaving him as the single most senior commander of the war. Savants of the Mechanicum, such as Arcan Land and Archimandrite Magos Domina Hieronyma, supplied the defenders with forbidden and technologically potent armaments. Yet despite the rousing efforts of so many scions of the Imperium, they would soon be pushed to breaking point with the emergence of a being so terrible that its influence still terrorizes the galaxy to this day. The creature's crude, vicious sentience rebelled at being considered prey. It shifted and changed and drifted, starving itself in the heat of war in a bid to go unnoticed. It ghosted away from the running battles, avoiding those where it sensed the tides of its kindred crashing against the leeching resistance of the soulless. In hiding, it took forms beyond the sphere of mortal sight. It became a disease, then a breath, a death rattle, wet and clicking in a man's throat, a promise, a whisper, a fear, a regret, a thought. It trickled itself into several minds, dividing its consciousness with amoebic mitosis. Seeking, seeking, seeking. Many minds were inviolate. They would take too long to overwhelm. These it left alone. Stars would die before it mastered one of the golden. Upon the turning point of battle, a new terrible foe required the intervention of the Emperor himself. Born of the first murder committed by humanity, a being of unspeakable madness and power had watched intently as the unimaginable butchery of the Webway War had unfolded. Drak'Nien, the end of empires, exuded a sense of dread that none could deny as unease spread through the ranks of the Imperials. A creature so powerful that even the Golden Host could not stop its rampage. Sacrificing thousands of psychically gifted souls to power the Golden Throne in his absence for a single day, the Emperor reluctantly charged into the fray as his forces ordered a full retreat from the Webway. Driving a path through the hordes of demons, aided by the summoned essence of slain fallen Imperial forces, including a revenant of his own son, Ferrus Manus, the flame-engulfed phantoms of his fallen dream covered the retreat of those that still lived. Facing the Shard of Madness in single combat, the Custodian Guard watched in horror as the demonic entity in the form of an ancient warchief wounded the long-suffering Emperor. The toll of years maintaining the wards of the Imperial Webway had severely weakened his physical form, the Master of Mankind knowing in his heart that such a confrontation could not be won with conventional means. As custodians rushed to his side, the Emperor demanded they stand clear, as he bound the shape-shifting entity into the form of a terrible sword of bone, metal, and screaming faces. Hurling the blade which drank deep of his blood at his most trusted champion, Ra Endymion, its edge sank into the chest of the custodian as the Emperor uttered a single word: "Run." Bound to its golden jailer, Drak'Nien suffered its denied slaughter as Ra Endymion, with every ounce of strength, ran far from the closing portal of the Imperial Webway, his last act to put as much distance between the fell sword and real space until his inevitable death. Despite the sacrifice of the Sisters of Silence, 9,000 custodians, innumerable Imperial guardsmen, Skitarii soldiers, labor serfs, 1,000 souls upon the Golden Throne, knights, and the Legio Ignatum and Ordo Sinister, the Imperial Webway project lay in ruins. Returning to the Golden Throne to seal the tear of the Webway once again, the Emperor's vigil upon his gilded prison would last for the remainder of the Horus Heresy. So long as the Emperor lived, the demons of the Warp could not hope to invade the Imperial Palace from within, his remaining custodian guards reinforcing the throne room as they braced for the inevitable final assault of the traitors. A vigil the Emperor would maintain for 10,000 years as his form slowly diminished and his Imperium deteriorated around him.
There, Ra. It draws near.
The Emperor moved on, cutting, carving. He led his guardians into the very hordes of a mythological hell, and like the paladins of yore, they followed their king. Rare emotion spiced the Emperor's silent words.
I sense purity of being, such a pure, unadulterated malice.
Ra weaved back from a swinging axe blade, returning a spear thrust that punched through the creature's scaled throat. He dared a glance left to Diocletian, seeing his kinsman hauling his own spear from the innards of a pot-bellied, horned grotesque, impaling a prize of rotted entrails. Flies droned around the decayed tangle, swarming at the loss of their hive. Even immortals could tire. Ra's breath soared between his closed teeth. Inside his helmet, sweat drew lines of wet fire down his face. His retinal display kept auto-dimming to compensate for the fire and light bursting into being with each fall of the Emperor's blade.
I only see the Horde, sire.
He didn't like the rapt fascination in his lord's tone.
Reveal thyself.
The Emperor raised his blade, bringing it down in a crescent of fire. A tide of flame bellowed forth in an incinerating arc, bathing the ranks of the Neverborn before him. Mortis ash blasted back in the windless air, coating the closest custodians in the dust of dead demons. A shadow, a shape in the ash. A man. Just a man. Long of hair, dark of skin, tribally bearded, wearing jewelry of shaped bone and bearing a spear of napped flint, vine-lashed to fire-hardened wood. A man wearing wounds almost as grievous as those he had inflicted upon so many others. Hundreds of spear slashes and sword cuts marked his flesh. The freshest and bloodiest showed on his chest, the legacy of Jaya's last blow. One man leading the ranks of howling madness behind him.
The echo of the first murder.
The Emperor's words broke into Ra's skull with crushing gentleness. Was its sick, slick reply. Predators always revealed themselves in the seconds before they struck. Wolves howled as they chased. Sharks cut the ocean surface with their fins as they hunted. Here the ashen silhouette moved through the Neverborn's ranks, lesser creatures parting before its too human tread. Whatever the creature's true form, it wasn't this muscled Stone Epoch war chief. It merely aped the form of the first humans. For the first, terrifying time, Ra saw doubt flicker within his master's eyes. The sight flooded him with the unfamiliar taint of dread.
Sire,
Ra whispered.
we should...
But the Emperor was gone. Monarch and demon ran at one another, sliding in and out of existence, outpacing their lessers on both sides of the battle. And the two entities, one the salvation of a species, and the other its damnation, met blade to blade. Blood burst into the ashy mist. The Emperor arched, the warlord's body taut with the utter unfamiliarity of agony. 5 talons, each one the length and width of a spear, dripped red as they stood proud of the Emperor's back. Ra had heard tell that every man, woman, and child saw a different face, a different skin tone, a different temperament when they looked upon the Emperor. The 10,000 had no experience with such an effect. They considered it doggerel from the strains of unready minds when confronted by a true immortal. To Ra's eyes, the Emperor was a man like any other. The custodians saw only their master. In that moment, as the claws ran red with his king's blood, Ra saw what the rest of the species saw. The boy who would be king. An old man, cloaked and hooded, life running from his cracked lips. A knight in his prime, maned with dark hair, crowned with a wreath of laurels. A barbarian warlord, barbarous and strong, grinning through teeth turned red, with his leaking blood. Images, identities, men who once were, men he might once have been, men who had never drawn breath. The Emperor's boots left the misty ground. He barely even struggled as he was lifted, impaled by the 5 spearing talons. His sword fell from his gloved hands to disappear in the shrouding fog.
To the Emperor!
Ra screamed, the order loud enough that his retinal display blurred for a half-second.
To the Emperor's side!
He ran, killing faster than he'd ever killed, energized by an adrenaline cocktail of loyalty, hatred, and the alien touch of something nameless that tasted foul on the tongue. Not fear, no, never that. Surely, never that. I am the end of empires. The fort was Ra's own. It belonged to the silhouette in the ashes, the Emperor's killer, speaking by twisting the thoughts of the humans in its presence. A wrenching violation, with crude, cruel fingers, pulling at the insides of Ra's skull, forcing his force to form the demon's words.
Kill it!
Ra shouted, half an oath, half an order. The man-shape turned in the settling ash, still holding the Emperor above the ground. The warlord clutched at the impaling arm. His telepathic voice was raw.
Stay back, all of you, stay back.
I am your death, the creature promised the Emperor.
Perhaps one day, but not this day.
Gold light flared bright enough to blind unshielded eyes. The Emperor manifested at Ra's side, down on one knee, one hand clutched to his chest, hair hanging down to veil his features. Blood, human blood, no matter what the legends said, ran in runnels from the Emperor's sundered armor.
Ra!
The sending was thick with pain defiance, and then, Ra, he said aloud, raising his eyes to meet his loyal custodian's horrified gaze. A blade ran through the Emperor's body, an ornate sword, as much sorcerer's bone as metal, a weapon with writhing, shrieking faces, soul carved upon the steel. The faces shrieked as they drank the Emperor's divine life. It thrashed as the Emperor clutched it in his hands. It was alive, starving, its form rippling and growing, indistinct. With a cry, the Emperor pulled the weapon free, unsheathing it from his own body. He hurled it from his grip, casting it aside with a surge of armor-boosted strength and devastating telekinetic force. Ra blinked once with the impact, feeling it as a thunder crack against his chest. He swallowed, finding himself unable to breathe. Blood streamed from his mouth, denying the passage of air. It was a blade through his body. It was a demon embracing him. It was a disease in his blood, eating at his bones. It was there and it wasn't there. Everything and nothing. The custodian fell to his knees, hands curling around the impaling blade. The thwarted rage of the demon sent nerve pain lightning bolting through his fingers.
Why?
Ra asked his king. The Emperor stood tall once more, looking down, eyes cold. In that moment, Ra knew. The Emperor's words, spoken what felt like an eternity ago, flashed through his blackening mind, infusing his thoughts with red revelation. To illuminate you, the Emperor had said, as they looked upon the wonders and sins of the galaxy's past. You will fight harder once you understand what you are fighting for. And now he knew. Ra Endymion, the one living soul, shown the entirety of his master's dreams and ambitions. An enlightenment not gleaned for the purpose of waging war, but for this. To know the truth when all others believed in shadows and fragments, and to suffer that truth until it tore him apart. Ra rose on shaking limbs, leaning on his spear for support. The sword was gone now. The demon was within him, caged by his flesh, bound by his agony-drenched will. He felt its tendrils circling his bones, wrenching at them, thrashing in its need to reach the master of mankind. The creature tunneling through his blood would never stop, never die. It couldn't be destroyed, only imprisoned. The custodian didn't meet his sire's eyes. He didn't demand an explanation or apology. Ra was born to serve, raised to obey, and chosen for the greatest illumination, preceding the darkest duty. Inside him raged a beast even the Emperor couldn't kill, the demon destined to end the Empire. Every step he took away from the Emperor, separating this demon from his master, would mean another day that the Imperium stood unbroken. The Emperor still bled, still clutched his wounded chest with one gloved hand. Blood flecked his lips.
When all that remains is ash and dust,
He said, strained.
be ready.
The sword rose and once more it fell. Fire tidal waved from its killing edge, immolating all in its path, clearing the way. The Neverborn, dragging themselves over the ashen remains of their kindred, tasted the same destruction. The Emperor spoke to Ra one final time, a single command heard by no other.
Run.
Ra Endymion, Draknien's golden jailer, the son of a water thief, obeyed the last command he would ever be given. He ran. Prospero burned. The wolves of Fenris fell it, and it blazed brightly, and died into the darkness. Though strong in many arts of war and lawfare, the Brotherhood of Tizca could not withstand the murder make. Bloody was the fighting, savage and unholy. Only one result was ever likely. No one survives the coming of the wolves, not even the Crimson King and his 1,000 sons. We know the conclusion. We know how it ends. We know that Magnus fled, broken, with the last surviving scraps of his once noble force, and, in fleeing, proved beyond any doubt the extent of his necromantic talents. Only the darkest magics allowed him to escape the field of war alive. There is one part of the account you do not know. However, it is my part, and I will tell it once, here and now. No conflict in the history of humanity would ever eclipse the bloodshed wrought from the civil war of the War Master of Chaos. Brother fought brother, and billions of souls across hundreds of worlds cried out for salvation as the guns of the traitor legions carved a swathe through the once proud bastions of the Imperium. Yet such a violent conflict required a catalyst to spark the flame of heresies to come, for no act of rebellion can take flight without the shadow of vindication shrouding its deeds. For today, we shall elucidate the first battle of the Horus Heresy, which sparked the chain of events leading to the ruination of an empire. The cull of the Crimson King's fiefdom, the burning of Prospero.
Such arrogant certainty. How pleasing that is to me. All the very worst sins are accomplished with such certainty. Gluttony, wrath, lust, pride. No force in existence can compete with mortals in the grip of certainty.
Of all the Primarchs of the Imperium, none bore more natural talent and potential in the arts of harnessing the Immaterium than Magnus the Red. Raised upon the world of Prospero, his new homeworld embraced psychic mutations openly and fostered a civilization keen to unravel the mysteries of the warp. Adopted by the scholars of the planet and maturing to become the ruler of its people, the Crimson King of Prospero, when reunited with the Emperor, displayed immense mastery of the arcane arts of his people. Revealing the secrets of the Immaterium to his gene-son, the Master of Mankind forewarned Magnus never to delve into the depths of the occult lore within its tides, to prevent his corruption by its malevolent influence. Installed as the leader of his genetic descendants, the 15th Legion, the Crimson King fostered their proclivity to emulate his own psychic mastery, and regardless of his father's warnings, studied the fell sorceries within the depths of the Warp. The Thousand Sons were a cut above their peers in their mastery of psychic potential, yet as they continued to explore their capabilities, a curse befell their Legion. Dubbed the Flesh Change, horrific mutations ran rampant within their ranks, with no obvious signs for its cause or exacerbation. Seeking answers from within the tides of the great ocean, Magnus petitioned aid from the denizens which claimed the Immaterium as their domain. Sacrificing his eye in exchange for a means to cure his gene sons, the Cyclops of Prospero returned to his Legion to find their affliction cured by his bargain with the beings of the Warp. Unknowingly agreeing to a pact with the Changer of Ways, Tzeentch, the naive actions of the Crimson King would in time only worsen the plight of his Legion. Disregarding the Emperor's warnings, Magnus's insatiable hunger for knowledge drove him to plunge deeper into the great ocean, his immense power and mastery of the arcane arts blinding him to its myriad dangers. Teaching his gene sons the fell arcanum gleaned from the Warp. As the Great Crusade wore on, rumors of forbidden sorceries conducted within the Legiones Astartes began to spread. Primarchs such as Leman Russ, Mortarion, and Corvus Corax balked at the methods used by the Crimson King and began to foster discontent with his actions, often refusing to fight alongside his Legion during their campaigns. Meanwhile, stalwart kinsmen such as the Primarchs Sanguinius and Jagatai Khan grew close to their brother and shared his belief that the Psykers of the Legions were a boon to their campaigns, waged across the stars. Foreseeing reprisal by his brothers, who displayed contempt for such witchcraft, the Great Angel, Warhawk, and Crimson King outlined the Space Marines Librarius in order to codify and outline the safe use of such supernatural powers. Magnus saw no danger in the use of the Immaterium, whilst Jagatai suggested restraint, and between the two, Sanguinius stood as a middle ground, between them drafting the outlines and laws which would train and develop the Librarian Order of the Astartes. Submitting their organizational outlines to the Emperor for approval, the Master of Mankind sanctioned the Librarian Order within the Legiones Astartes to better control the psychically gifted members of the Angels of Death. Proving themselves to be exceptional warriors, the Librarians of the Astartes became widespread within the legions, with only a few exceptions, such as the Death Guard, refusing to recruit them into their ranks. For despite the best efforts of the founders of the Librarius, the threat of Psykers would soon once again be brought into question.
"Magnus, enough!"
barked Lorgar.
"This is not the time for such debate. 2 of my dearest brothers are at each other's throats, and it grieves me to know how this shall disappoint our father. Is this what he created us for? Is this why he scoured the heavens looking for us? So we could descend into petty bickering like mortals? We have greater destinies before us, and must be above such lesser concerns. We are our father's avatars of conquest, fiery comets of righteousness set loose to illuminate the cosmos with his glory. We are his emissaries, sent out into the galaxy to bear word of his coming. We must be bright, shining examples of all that is good and pure in the Imperium."
Lorgar's words reached out to all who heard them, the fundamental truth they contained, like a soothing balm. Ahriman was ashamed they had allowed things to spin so violently out of control, seeing the true horror of this situation, brother against brother. Could there be anything worse? As the Great Crusade waged, the Thousand Sons, now imbued with arcane knowledge, brought countless worlds into compliance. Though among the smallest legions of the Astartes, each and every warrior within their ranks bore psychic potential in excess of their peers, with even the most ungifted of their number comparable to the most capable of their cousin legions. Able to bring otherworldly might to bear with only a fraction of their number, the enemies of the Imperium more often than not would surrender at the sight of such ceramite-clad warriors casting volleys of flame, lightning, and other elemental abilities. Capable of controlling the minds of the weak-willed and guarding their lines from conventional arms with telekinetic barriers, there was little hope for a mere mortal to slay but a single one of these strange warriors. Yet upon the world of Aguru, the fate of the Thousand Sons would forever be changed. Waging the Aguru campaign alongside the Space Wolves Legion in joint compliance, though much of the world submit due to the diplomatic efforts of the 15th, a more nefarious threat proved more difficult to pacify. Beings known to the populace as Elohim infested the subterranean passages of the peaks of the large mountain range of the planet, requiring force of arms to destroy. Alongside a detachment of the Rout, commanded by Umlodi Skarsenson of the 5th Great Company, the Thousand Sons fought warp beings of Slanesh, regarded by the Aguru as Daestai, the Astartes discovering strange dead stones surrounding the mountain peak, which dulled the senses of psychically gifted individuals. Investigating the tomb of the Daesai, Magnus the Red discovered a strange network of conceptual conduits spanning billions of pathways connected to countless worlds. Shown visions of his homeworld burned to ashes by a demon of the warp, Magnus sealed the link of Aguru and awoke strange titan-like guardians within the mountain peak. Combating the millennia slumbered guardians of the mountain and possessed chieftain of the Aguru tribes, the 6th and 5th Legions slew the demons of the warp, ignorant of their true nature. With Aguru brought into the compliance of the 15th Legion, they would subsequently join forces with the full might of the 6th and 17th Legion within the Arc Reach cluster, in order to bring the human populace known as the Evanians, led by their so-called Phoenix Court, into the fold of the Imperium. For 6 months, the Free Legions pacified the Arc Reach cluster, until their efforts culminated on the world of Heliosa. Slaughtering the Evanians, tensions began to build between the Thousand Sons and Space Wolves, the Crimson King disgusted by the genocidal actions of the Rout within the Battle of Phoenix Crag. Seeking to protect the civilians' repository of information within their great library, Primarch Leman Russ declared that such fell texts must be put to the torch. Charging the Thousand Sons, defending the library, the ensuing brawl saw to the death of several Fenrisian wolves by use of the 15th Legion's psychic powers. Hastar of the Pavoni cult succumbed to the flesh change during the melee and sowed panic throughout the assembled ranks of the Thousand Sons. Executed by the Wolf King, Hastar's transformation brought to light the flaw within the 15th Legion and realization to the Crimson King that his pact with the beings of the Great Ocean no longer held true. Disgusted at the mutation wrought by the fallen Astartes, Leman Russ resolved to kill the Thousand Sons where they stood, yet would relent with the timely intervention of the Wordbearers Legion's Primarch, Lorgar Aurelian. Swearing an oath to settle their score at a later day, the Wolf King ordered his men to fall back from the planet and distance themselves from their tainted cousins. For the wrath of the Great Wolf had already seen to the extinction of a legion, redacted from Imperial history, and should Magnus not act carefully, his own men would be added to his bloody tally.
Hear now the words of my ruling. I am not blind to the needs of the Imperium, but nor am I blind to the realities of the hearts of men. I hear men speak of knowledge and power, as though they are abstract concepts to be employed as simply as a sword or gun. They are not. Power is a living force, and the danger with power is obsession. A man who attains a measure of power will find it comes to dominate his life, until all he can think of is the acquisition of more. Nearly all men can stand adversity, but few can stand the ultimate test of character, that of wielding power without succumbing to its dark temptations. Peering into the darkness to gain knowledge of the warp is fraught with peril, for it is an inconstant place of shifting reality, capricious lies, and untruths. The seeker after truth must have a care he is not deceived, for false knowledge is far more dangerous than ignorance. All men wish to possess knowledge, but few are willing to pay the price. Always men will seek to take the shortcut, the quick route to power. and it is a man's own mind, not his enemy or foe, that will lure him to evil ways. True knowledge is gained only after the acquisition of wisdom. Without wisdom, a powerful person does not become more powerful, he becomes reckless. His power will turn on him, and eventually destroy all he has built. I have walked paths no man can know, and faced the unnameable creatures of the warp. I understand all too well the secrets and dangers that lurk in its hidden darkness. Such things are not for lesser minds to know, no matter how powerful or knowledgeable they believe themselves to be. The secrets I have shared serve as warnings, not enticements to explore further. Only death and damnation await those who pry too deeply into secrets not meant for mortals. I see now I have allowed my sons to delve too profoundly into matters I should have never permitted them to know even existed. Let it be known that no one shall suffer censure, for this conclave is to serve unity, not discord. But no more shall the threat of sorcery be allowed to taint the warriors of the Astartes. Henceforth, it is my will that no legion will maintain a librarius department. All its warriors and instructors must be returned to their battle companies, and never again employ any psychic powers. Woe betide he who ignores my warning, or breaks faith with me. He shall be my enemy, and I will visit such destruction upon him and all his followers that, until the end of all things, he shall rue the day he turned from my light.
Psychic powers had proven crucial to progressing the Great Crusade with haste, yet the harnessing of the Immaterium was not without risk. Tyrants aplenty had wielded such power to mold the galaxy in their image, and even the incidence of psychic mutations within the 15th proved to be dangerous to ignore. Though the installation of the Librarius within the legions, thanks to the efforts of the Crimson King, Great Angel and Warhawk, had made strides in harnessing such abilities effectively, many still derided the witch breed of the Astartes. Convening a council upon the frontier world of Nicaea, the Master of Mankind petitioned champions and detractors of their use from within the Legiones Astartes to plead their case. Magnus, as the most powerful psyker in the Imperium, with exception given to the Master of Mankind, championed his cause, proposing that such a potent energy could never be eschewed for the betterment of humanity. Citing the use of navigators and astropaths to be crucial to the prosperity of the Imperium, the Crimson King saw no reason why the Astartes must be constrained by their use of the warp. Warriors such as the Chief Stormseer of the White Scars, Targutai Yasugai, proclaimed that such powers were a boon to the Great Crusade, the wise Dragoran regardless advising restraint when utilizing such unnatural powers. Opposing the motion to retain the Librarius stood the Primarch Mortarion, his youth tormented by the necromancer overlords of Barbarus, fueling his hatred for all use of sorcery. Alongside him stood the rune priest Ophir Weirdmake, whose camaraderie with the Thousand Sons chief librarian, Arzek Araman, had been a ruse to fully observe his legion's use of the Immaterium. Believing his own abilities to be drawn not from the warp, but the raw essence of his homeworld of Fenris, Ophir derided all librarians outside the bounds of the Vilca Fenrica as untrustworthy and dangerous sorcerers. Though the librarians had proven effective in supplementing the force of arms wielded by the Legiones Astartes, the evidence brought to bear of the Thousand Sons' mutations and employment of occult practices outside the strictures of the Librarius could not be ignored. Disbanding the Librarius in order to prevent their corruption by the as of now largely unknown denizens of the Warp, the Master of Mankind could not allow their fell influence to twist his subjects against his grand vision. The Emperor's trust placed in Magnus never to disobey his tenets to study the forbidden arts of the Immaterium had been broken, and now the cost to his legion would be dear. Characterized solely for their expertise as librarians, the Thousand Sons, now stripped of their Librarius, had lost not only power, but their very identity as warriors. Navigators and astropaths would remain closely scrutinized, yet all legionaries of the Astartes bearing psychic potential must eschew their psychic hoods and find new purpose as line soldiers within their ranks. Establishing the order of chaplains within the legions to monitor for breaches of the decree and oversee the purity of their men, little would any realize the importance of this new creed to the future of the Space Marines. Ordering Magnus to return to his homeworld and reorganize his legion, the Emperor imparted a severe warning to the Crimson King.
If you treat with the warp, Magnus, I shall visit destruction upon you, and your legion's name will be struck from the Imperial records for all time. The war is over, Diocletian. Win or lose, Horus has damned us all. Mankind will share in his ignorance until the last man or woman draws the species' last breath. The warp will forever be a cancer in the heart of all humans. The Imperium may last 100 years, or 1,000, or 10,000, but it will fall, Diocletian. It will fall. The shining path is lost to us. Now we rage against the dying of the light.
As the Crimson King reflected upon the decree of Nicaea, bitterness and anger stirred within his soul. What was a master of the arcane without arcana, nor a scholar without tomes, nor a philosopher without thought? The Thousand Sons were rudderless in an endless sea, their cessation of studying the Immaterium halting their insatiable drive to empower humanity through understanding of the warp and its mysteries. On pain of death, they must resist the urge to scry into the skeins of fate. Yet unbeknownst to the Thousand Sons, a chance to save the Imperium from disaster would prove all too tempting to resist. In secret, the Crimson King continued to study the Immaterium, for in his mind he was above all rulings for lesser men. He was a Primarch, a son of the Master of Mankind himself, and not to comply with such commandments, even should they be imparted by his own father. Persuading his most trusted advisors within the Legion to join in his collusion, the Crimson King called all his desperate forces to regroup upon Prospero. Though small fragments of the Legion, such as Captain Menace Calliston's Fourth Fellowship, were too far to reach their homeworld, the majority of the 15th Legion garrisoned their homeworld and were in position for the first great gambit of the Ruinous Powers. Horus Lupercal, War Master of the Imperium and Primarch of the Sons of Horus, had begun his fall to chaos on the feral world of Darwin. Within the Temple of the Serpent Lodge, First Chaplain Erebus of the Wordbearers enacted his fallen legion's plot to infect the mind of the Lupercal to facilitate their own schemes. Imbued with the influence of the Ruinous Powers, the first War Master of Chaos ascended and began to put in motion his plans to overthrow the Imperium and crown himself as the ruler of humanity. Within his meditations, Magnus foresaw the pact made between the Lupercal and Pantheon of Chaos, his attempts to sway his brother from damnation failing. Foreseeing the fall of the Imperium and deaths of his brothers, the visions imparted to the Crimson King had been removed of his own actions and inferred that only he could prevent disaster. Gathering his cabal of sorcerers, the Crimson King attempted to warn the Emperor upon terror by projecting his psychic presence within the Imperial Palace's throne room. The astropathic choirs were too unreliable to risk his message being lost or corrupted, and so Magnus the Red propelled his essence across the galaxy until being blocked from the palace's interior. Observing a vast warding hex shield enclosing the Imperial Palace, a strange presence of the warp offered the Cyclops of Prospero a means to breach the barrier in order to aid him in warning the Emperor. Naively accepting the poison chalice of the Ruinous Powers, Magnus tore a rend through the warp barrier and lanced his message into the mind of the Emperor. Filling the Master of Mankind's psyche with visions of the impending betrayal, the actions of Magnus the Red irreparably damaged the Emperor's secret webway project and flooded demons of the warp into the Imperial webway. Humanity's one chance to replace warp travel by utilizing the Eldar's navigation system was ruined as demonic entities spewed forth into the heart of the Imperial Palace, requiring every able-bodied custodian to charge into the breach and stem the tide of chaos. Magnus had damned humanity forevermore, his actions irreparably turning the tide of the impending war and removing the Emperor and his Golden Host from combating the traitor forces. The Crimson King had broken his vow to the Emperor never to dabble within the Immaterium, and now would suffer the consequences of his actions.
I was on Prospero, brothers. I was there when we burned their heresy from the galaxy. I saw Leman Russ lay waste to their cherished places. I saw traitors weep from corrupted eyes as we turned their pyramids of glass into barren wasteland.
Furious with his wayward son's actions, the Master of Mankind ordered his most loyal son to bring the 15th to justice. Believing his warning of the War Master's betrayal to be a ruse concocted by the ruinous powers, the Emperor called upon the Wolf King of Fenris to bring Magnus to Terra to be judged for his crimes. Dispatching a portion of the Custodian Guard and Sisters of Silence to meet with the 6th Legion, an astropathic message would be transmitted to Leman Russ. Intercepting the orders from the Emperor, Horus Lupercal, now under the thrall of the ruinous powers, manipulated his father's commands before their traversal to the fleet of the Vilka Fenrica. Receiving orders to exterminate the Thousand Sons, the Wolf King's grudge required little stoking to flare, and so it was that the rout prosecuted their invasion with no restraint. Attempting to contact Magnus with an offer to surrender, with no response from the Primarch of the 15th, a peaceful response was beyond all hope. Assembling at the world of Fardia, the rout gathered reinforcements from the Legio Custodes, Legio Mortis, and black ships of the Silent Sisterhood. The obscene might of such martial warriors combined, unheard of since the most desperate conflicts waged of the Great Crusade. The Custodians and Space Wolves would purge the wicked with support of the Pariahs, for this battle would be the first recorded instance of Astartes killing those of their own creed. The Thousand Sons, though caught off guard, were still angels of death, and would have every advantage typical of a force defending its own homeworld. As the wolves advanced, the Crimson King began to understand the folly of his actions. His manipulations by the Changer of Ways evidently damning not only himself and his legion, but humanity entire to decay and destruction. Inconsolable and seeking repentance, the Crimson King used his psychic might to obscure the impending fleet, headed for Prospero, willing to sacrifice his men, his citizens, and fiefdom should they act as a worthy sacrifice to prevent further catastrophe. Ordering his fleet to disperse far from Prospero, the Crimson King awaited the judgment of the rout and refused to submit to the enticements of the Chaos entity, Tzeentch. Confronted by the captain of the Fifth Fellowship, Balek Ufizar, the master of the Athenaean cult demanded answers as to why his Primarch had refused to warn his people of the imminent invasion. Destroying Ufizar and his men with a blast of his psychic might, many loyal sons of the 15th would suffer a similar fate this day. Those who saw signs of the imminent threat were wiped of their memories as they stumbled aimlessly through the defense arrays and streets of Tizca, their minds sterilized by the Crimson King from afar. Boarding escaping vessels in orbit, none escaped the wrath of the rout as blockades surrounded Prospero, slaying any hoping to escape the Emperor's judgment. Rune Priest interrogated civilians fleeing the planet, imparting intel learned to their commanders prior to their purge. Harafnakel, flagship of Leman Russ and the Space Wolves Armada, bombarded the planet from orbit. Its choir of guns echoed by the remainder of the fleet as their payload saturated the planet and tore down its grandiose cities. The Raptora cult on the surface erected a kind shield to protect their capital, Tizca, from the devastation raining from the heavens as the wider planet turned to ash. As the rout descended from the heavens, it would not take long before their blades and bolters laid waste to the beautiful vistas of the City of Light. Taking up arms as they desperately fought to defend themselves, the Thousand Sons were butchered like cattle as warriors clad in grey and gold tore through their ranks. Already hampered in their ability to use warp powers, the Thousand Sons, when pitted against the Silent Sisterhood, stood little chance of survival, their very physiques drained by the mere presence of the warriors of Luna. The planet's defenses stood silent, no gun batteries nor air support, taking aim at the unopposed drop pods and landing craft, unleashing the wrathful killers of Fenris. The Wolf King stood at the side of the Emperor's spear, the blades of Mjolnir and the Apollonian spear, sundering countless Prosperans. Grey Stormbirds dropped salvos of missiles through the streets before deploying landing skids in the wake of their destruction. The Wolf King led the charge to the city's port, securing all means of escape as the Spire Guard of Prospero desperately fought to slow their advance, commanded by the Corvidae cult. The southwest quadrant of the city of Tisca, fortified by the Prospero Assault Pioneers and Palatine Guard defending the Nephrati district under the command of Caton Aphea, were assigned to positions which against any other foe could be described as a textbook example of military brilliance. In the span of less than 2 minutes, the Wolf King's forces overran their position, for the fury of the rout could never be stalled by mortal men. No man nor beast could best the Wolf King. No tribe could stand against his armies. Within Russ's kingdom, a truce existed between man and wolf. His court was attended by the fiercest of warlords and the most beautiful of maidens. The Spire Guard had all but been routed, and all that stood between the Space Wolves and the destruction of Tisca were the Thousand Sons. Forming a perimeter around the 6 pyramids of Tisca, the Thousand Sons made their defiant last stand. Having incurred severe losses within mere minutes of the invasion, the approximate remaining 1,500 Astartes of the Thousand Sons played to the weaknesses of their foes. Knowing their skills with blades to be inferior to their opponents, who outnumbered them 3-1, contingents of the 15 began to set up sniping positions in order to pick off their enemies from afar. When not in range of the pariahs of the Sisterhood, savants of the Legion drew power from the warp to support their frontline kinsmen with kinetic shields and forbidden black sorceries. Becoming that which they had denied for so long in that moment, the renegade warlocks of the 15th attempted to change the battle in their favor. Inviting further reinforcement of the Silent Sisterhood to support the forward assault, the magics of the Thousand Sons dissipated no sooner than they had been unleashed. Choking on their incantations and witnessing their bodies mutate into claws and twisted appendages, the actions of the 15th Legion caused their gene curse to run rampant. Unleashing Space Wolves, overcome with their gene flaw of the Canis Helix, the transformed Wolfen hunted those that fled, their savage claws and teeth tearing through Ceramite with ease. Retreating to the Pyramid of Photep, those Thousand Sons not tainted by the flesh change defended the lair of the Crimson King as he wallowed in self-pity. The Wolf King howled in triumph as his men surrounded the last bastion of Prospero. Soon the battle would be over, with the death of the Primarch of the 15th. Upon hearing the feral cries of the Wolfen, the Crimson King could no longer stand idle. Striding down the steps of his throne room and clad in golden artificer armor, the King of Prospero fought beside his Gene Sons. Ablaze with psychic energy, Magnus the Red cast warp lightning into the hordes of enemies besieging the Pyramid of Photep, its thunderous arcs detonating the armored vehicles of the rout and disintegrating Astartes. Many who looked into his seeing eye died instantly, the depths of Stygian power within too much to bear. As Magnus slowed the passage of time with his manipulations of the laws of nature, he commanded First Captain Ahriman to lead his surviving men to the safety of the pyramid. Activating the Jade Scarab pendant bequeathed by Magnus's equerry, Ammon, Ahriman realized that every Astartes of the Thousand Sons bore a similar crystal hewn from the reflecting caves of Prospero, and could be used to harness their combined psychic essence. bequeathed the tome of collected knowledge of the Thousand Sons, the Book of Magnus. The surviving senior officers Ammon, Sobek, Hathor Mart, and Azek Ahriman understood that the Crimson King intended to lay down his life in order for his people to escape. In the shadow of the Pyramid of Photep, a clash of kings began, the fate of Prospero hanging in the balance as the sons of the Emperor dueled. Mjolnir, the sword of Baal Knight, struck the blade of An-Ninurta. Every psychic magic cast by the Crimson King shrugged off by the constitution of the barbarian king of Fenris. Cracking Russ's breastplate with a strike of his fist, the fragments of ceramite stabbed into the heart of the great wolf. Lehman shattered Magnus's arm as reprisal, with Magnus forming a blade of psychic energy in his free hand and plunging its edge into the Wolf King's vulnerable chest wound. The wolves of Russ, Gedi, and Freki leapt upon the Crimson King, their jaws clamping upon his legs, the Cyclops breaking the Black Wolf's skull with a strike of his fist and hurling the White Wolf with a telekinetic blast. Striking Magnus's eye with his blade, as the Crimson King reeled, Lehman barreled into him and raised his body high into the air. Breaking Magnus's spine across his knee, the crack of his bone sent shudders through the assembled Astartes within the Pyramid of Photep. Triumphant over his brother, the Wolf King howled and raised Mjolnir high to enact the killing blow. Whispering words of power and pledging his service to the Changer of Ways, Magnus escaped the final judgment of the Baal Knight's edge, his body dissipating as the God of Change claimed him for his own. Azek Ahriman clutched the jade scarab on his chest, the sacrificed power of Magnus the Red transporting the remaining Thousand Sons in their City of Light into the depths of the Eye of Terror. Rematerializing upon the demon world of Sortiarius, the 15th Legion established their new base of operations, the Planet of the Sorcerers, and escaped their fate alike to the extinction of the 2nd and 11th Legions. For despite all their proclamations of innocence, the Thousand Sons had submit their souls to the ruinous powers, and would not find vindication as they tread the path ahead.
History will say that they unleashed wolves of Russ on us, but history will be wrong. They unleashed something far worse. The casualties incurred upon the world of Prospero were staggering. Over 9,000 Thousand Sons had perished. The censure host of the Emperor had lost 49,000 warriors in total, including 23,000 space wolves and over 30 million Prosperine citizens. Custodians and Sisters of Silence had been slain, and though reprisal had been enacted by the Imperium for the sins of the 15th Legion, the Crimson King and his men had submit themselves to a new threat beginning to spread its malign influence. Magnus had ascended as the first demon prince and champion of the Changer of Ways, for his schemes and descent into madness had only just begun. Azek Ahriman would in time attempt to salvage the remainder of his legion from their accursed flesh change, yet in seeking to salve a wound inflicted by the warp by using its own essence, continue to condemn his kinsmen to further suffering. Imperial records hereafter would tally the death toll of civilians as 0, for such was the shame of this needless act of bloodshed that even the Wolf King of Fenris felt shame for the genocide of Prospero. Horus's rebellion had begun in earnest, for without the action of his own legion, the Emperor's executioners had been bloodied and bruised, their cause found false due to his own manipulations. Scattered loyalist Thousand Sons, such as the 2,000 Ninth Fellowship Astartes under the command of Centaur Raim, were purged by the Ultramarines. Elements of the 7th Fellowship were abandoned following the assault of Mactor 7 by the Imperial Fists, whilst orphan sons of the 6th Fellowship found sanctuary within the Forge World of Zau Akkad. The duplicity of the War Master of Chaos remained unknown to the wider Imperium, and as the Space Wolves licked their wounds, several more atrocities began to spring into motion across the stars. The Thousand Sons were the greatest psychers within the Legiones Astartes, and the Vilca Fenrica its greatest headsman, and both had been diminished before the outbreak of heresy.
Those that remained of the 15th Legion inevitably sided with the traitor rebellion, their bitterness and hunger for vengeance only satiable with the death of the Emperor and his Imperium. Whilst the rout was not by any means defeated, their forces had been harried and pride wounded, for even the Wolf King began to doubt his resolve and duty to the throne. Their armaments and munitions severely depleted, with the birth of the Ruinstorm in subsequent years, the rout would be cut off from supply lines, diminishing their effectiveness in the civil war to come. Yet the Vilka Fenrika were by no means declawed, and as the flames of heresy continued to spread, they would seek any and all opportunities to absolve themselves of the shame of their actions.
Do you remember what you said to me, brother? Do you remember what you said to me as we fought before the Pyramid of Photep? Do you remember the words you used? I do. As I recall, your face was tortured. Imagine that. The Master of the Wolves, his ferocity twisted into grief. And yet you still carried out your duty. You always did what was asked of you. So loyal, so tenacious. Truly, you were the attack dog of the Emperor. You took no pleasure in what you did. I knew that then, and know it now. But all things change. My brother.
The coin with which we buy our golden future is death, that of our foes brought low in battle, and of our own people sacrificed on the altar of progress. Each death is a stone lain upon my soul, a wound borne with pride by my legion, that our burden usher in the golden age that the Emperor has foreseen.
The war of the Horus Heresy tarnished the dream of the Master of Mankind beyond measure. Billions perished as the once valiant angels of the Emperor tore the galaxy asunder, their blades tasting the blood of brothers and innocents alike. Yet one battle among all would pave the way for the torment of the most noble legion to their path of savagery. For today, we shall elucidate the trials of the sons of the great angel, whose insatiable thirst for blood and love for their liege proved to be their downfall. The War of Angels and Demons, the Cygnus Campaign. The mask I wear is the face of my legion, the honor of my Primarch, and the last oath of the fallen. By my pledge, it shall not be tarnished by the sin of mercy, for the angels' foes deserve none. With the dawn of the 31st millennium, humanity stood proudly as the mighty conquerors of the galaxy. The Great Crusade of the Emperor had by blade and bolter carved a swathe across the stars, purging the Xenos oppressors of mankind's disparate holdfasts before unifying the emancipated populaces into the fold of his Imperium. Horus Lupercal, most cherished son of the Master of Mankind, had accepted the responsibility of commanding the Great Crusade in his father's stead, the crushing weight of his burden causing this demigod to question his appointment. Though several sons of the Emperor had been considered to assume the mantle of War Master, the Lupercal of Cophonia was regardless the obvious choice. The Lion of Caliban lacked the measured diplomacy of a politician. The Lord of Ultramar already commanded his own empire of the 500 worlds within the Imperium. The Praetorian of Terra had little charisma to govern effectively, and the Gorgon of Medusa cared not for the compassion required to be beloved by the subjects of the Imperium. Yet in private, Horus saw one among his brethren as the ideal candidate for the title he now bore, his most beloved sibling, Sanguinius. Adored in equal measure by the subjects of humanity as the Lupercal, the great angel symbolized the glory of the Imperium and nobility of the Emperor's prosperous future. The only Primarch to be respected by every one of his kin, Even those who lived in the shadow of his magnificent stature could not bring themselves to resent his nature. Prior to his promotion to the rank of War Master, Horus had fought beside his brother on innumerable occasions, their campaigns won and close bond, the envy of even the most accomplished of their brothers. Yet such prosperity proved short-lived, for with the conquest of the world of Darwin, the War Master of the Imperium fell to the clutches of a long-dormant foe. Throughout the Great Crusade, the Pantheon of Chaos manipulated the skeins of fate, imparting fell knowledge and rituals to those who sought out their patronage in secret. Horus Lupercal fell to the blade known as the Anaphame, wielded by the corrupted planetary governor of Darwin, Eugen Temba. His revival imbued with the powers of chaos, harkening a new era of darkness and slaughter. Though should the ascendant War Master of Chaos hope to achieve his ambitions to become the new ruler of humanity, one foe above all must be kept from the front lines of battle: his dearest brother, Sanguinius. The roots of the Imperium are nourished by the blood of the angels. It is by our sacrifice that its people are made strong, and by our courage, its reign made eternal. Orchestrating a web of deceit with aid from the Wordbearer's first chaplain, Erebus, Horus Lupercal displaced the most deadly legions of the Astartes to the far corners of the void. Knowing in his heart that the great angel could never turn his back on the master of mankind, Horus nonetheless could not bring himself to face his brother in battle. Already aware of the flaw of Sanguinius's bloodline, by virtue of their decades prior campaign fought as allies upon the world of Melchior, the War Master sought to turn the Blood Angels' Legion to the traitor cause by manipulating their genetic curse to his advantage. The bloodlust of the Ninth Legion already emerging with increasing frequency among their ranks. With the intervention of the ruinous powers, the entirety of the Legion might be turned to fight in the name of the blood god, Khorne. Ordering Sanguinius to venture to the Cygnus Cluster within the Ultima Segmentum of the galactic Eastern Fringe, the Great Angel and Imperium at large knew not of the corruption of the War Master. Tasked with combating the Xenos species known as the Nephilim across the 7 worlds and 15 moons of the Cygnus sector, Horus informed Sanguinius that a means to cure his legion of its genetic sickness could be secured from their enemies. Having no reason to doubt his stalwart brother, the Great Angel embarked with the might of his entire legion, the promise of their emancipation from their all-encompassing rage, too great to ignore. The trap had been laid for the Ninth Legion to snare, the myriad Chaos cultists integrated within the many hive cities and manufactorums of the Cygnus sector, biding their time until the arrival of the Crimson Seraphs. The capital of Cygnus Prime, strong with the influence of Chaos, with word of Horus's imminent purge of the world of Istvan free, the cultists began to overthrow the loyal populace of the Cygnus cluster. Summoning demonic creatures to bolster their insurrection, the Cygnus sector fell to the thrall of the Immaterium, as the enslaved populace constructed fell palaces in praise of their new benefactors. By the year of 005.M31, witch cabals and demonic entities roamed the entirety of the star system, a realm of chaos in its own right, ruled by the greater demon of Slaanesh, Kairos the Perverse. Billions of souls have been slain and sacrificed, leaving only scraps of their presence as the forces of chaos once more slinked into the darkness. Soon, the Blood Angels would arrive within system, and the great gambit of the War Master to turn them to his cause would begin.
The innovation of the demon is the truest power one can wield. I relish the day I will ascend to become more than a man, to become a beast of the cosmos.
With the arrival of the Ninth Legion to the Cygnus cluster, few signs of life remained. Discovering a dozen derelict wreckages drifting beyond the fringes of the Cygnus cluster, the Blood Angels boarded the vessels in orbit of the world of Forest's gravitic shadow in order to find answers. Many were not capable of utilizing warp travel, the civilian haulers and planetary defense monitors showing signs of retreating from some unknown threat. Securing the abandoned frigate vessel, Numitor, to be docked within the Blood Angels Gloriana-class flagship, the Red Tier. Every labor serf of the Voidcraft would be forbidden to enter the docking bay, which housed this Voidcraft. Summoning the apothecaries of the Legion, including the junior Medicae, Meros, the Blood Angels observed the retrieved bodies of the deceased crewmen of the Numitor. Taking no chance for possible biohazard contamination, the Astartes donned full suits of power armor as they examined the 4 coffins within the bowels of the Voidcraft. Finding the contents of the coffins to contain corpses whose veins contained thick, oily vitae, signs of decay, shriveled flesh, and no bones within their form. Misshapen bags of flesh and skin alone, none among the medical corps of the Legion could ascertain any cause for such a strange malady, for no signs of the removal of the bones of the corpses could be found. Ordered by First Captain Raldoron to never share their findings with the crew of the Red Tier, nor their Astartes brethren, the findings of the investigators of the remaining abandoned Voidcraft bore no further insight. Unsettled by his men's findings, Sanguinius ordered a task force of his men to deploy upon the surface of Cygnus 6 to find signs of the inhabitants of the hive city of Holst. Accompanied by a detachment of free word-bearer Astartes seconded to their ranks, Apothecary Meros, Librarian Makani Kano, and other Blood Angels under the command of Sergeant Cassiel descended to the Hive World aboard a Stormbird gunship. Their pilot, overcome with visions of nightmarish proportions, drew his weapon against his servitor aides and co-pilots, forcing Meros to enact a crash landing of their vessel. Exploring the uninhabited Hive City with no means to communicate with the Legion in orbit, during their investigation of the outer wards of Holst Prime, gunfire sounded. Brother Zagan took point, disappearing through a sinkhole within a habitat building, leaving only a discharged Umbra Ferox pattern bolter where he once stood. As their investigation progressed, Captain Uan Harox and his wordbearers slipped away unnoticed, their disappearance catching the Blood Angels off guard as enemy contacts opened fire. Evading the ambush and relocating the wordbearers, Meros found one of their slain, the same consistency of oily black blood found prior, coating his slate-grey ceramite. Realizing the blood to be the wordbearer's own, Meros' ministrations would be interrupted by Captain Harox, the Blood Angels concluding that they must return to the Legion to relay their strange findings. Attempting to escape Holst Prime, the Astartes were beset by heretical metallic constructs, their position surrounded and seemingly fated to be overrun. Yet with the timely intervention of the captain of the 5th Company, Nasir Amit, the Blood Angels rescued a handful of civilian survivors before departing Cygnus 6. Listening to the reports of his men, Sanguinius brooked no chance for this fell planet to continue to spread its corrupting influence, ordering exterminatus of its surface using cyclonic torpedoes. The planet releasing a tortured scream as it perished. Not even the void of space could diminish the blood-curdling death knell of this twisted bastion of evil.
Our sin was to reach too far, too quickly. We played at being gods, and in our fumbling awoke an older, darker power.
Receiving the final communication of the dispatched Blood Angel Voidcraft, Helios, to be lost with all hands by unknown circumstance, Sanguinius ordered the fleet to pass into the heart of the Cygnus cluster on full battle alert. Some malign influence had been assaulting the minds of their mortal crewmen since their arrival within system, the Blood Angels resisting its malevolent influence due to their enhanced physique and mental fortitude. Yet should the mortals of the fleet fall, their ability to maintain its function would be imperiled, for hundreds of reports of self-destruction and infighting depleted their effectiveness of their duties. Recovering survivors from the crashed frigate Stark Dagger upon the agri-world of Cygnus 5, the mortals expressed their intent to flee from the core worlds of the system in order to escape the slaughter to Captain Nakia of the 24th Company. Informing Captain Nakia of the horrors which had beset them, the Blood Angels attempted to extract the survivors from the planet, losing several of their number during the skirmish. Debriefing Sanguinius and his senior officers on his return to the Red Tier, Nakia described the demonic entities which he had fought, noting how each that had been slain melted into toxic residue, unable to be retrieved for study. Every boneless corpse on the surface of Cygnus 5 matched those first found aboard the Numitor, the survivors of the Agri-World confirming their own accounts to Captain Nakia's description of the demons which beset the system. Wary of such tall tales, many Blood Angels surmised such fanciful accounts must be embellishments of chemically distorted views of more mundane foes. Yet those who cited the so-called towering Bloodthirster of Cygnus and Second Strange General of the Damned insisted that their observations bore clarity. Citing the collapse of the Cygnusite government to be caused by a man named Bruja, this impostor of the Imperium's ruling class had performed strange magics and summoned beings from the warp in order to overthrow the mortal populace. Laying siege to the world of Cygnus 3, known by the populace as Cygnus Prime, despite records describing 2 moons to orbit its surface, the planet bore no planetoids. Their disappearance unaccounted for and seemingly impossible, the lack of orbital shipyards, barracks, and defense systems had allowed for the Cygnusite defense forces to be torn apart, the debris of their wreckages shrouding the orbit of Cygnus Prime. Coated in a jagged shell of shattered hulls, radiation clouds, and plasma fire, no void craft smaller than a warship could hope to escape nor penetrate this barbed shoal. Tens of thousands of corpses littered the void, bloated and icy in the vacuum of space, as the Blood Angels fleet began their approach to the surface of the planet. Twisted dolmens, discs, and spirals, constructed with the flesh and blood of millions, littering their path. The grotesque spectacle stoking anger within the hearts of the great angel and his sons. The boneless sacks of oily blood and tissue, the only trace of those that had mutilated this once prosperous world. Signs of an 8-pointed star burned upon the surface, which could be observed. Everywhere a monument to some occult belief of terrible power. Yet as the 9th Legion beheld the carnage left in the wake of the servants of chaos, the time for the ruinous powers had come to strike.
In blood we find truth. In the blood we shed in battle is the truth of our conviction, and in turn, the blood of our foe is the truth of our destiny. Our truth is written in blood.
Suddenly, and without warning, fell energies coursed through the minds of the psychically sensitive mortal crewmen of the Blood Angels fleet. Navigators and astropaths convulsed and died, the screams of those that survived music to the ears of the ruinous pantheon. A psychic scream boomed from Cygnus Prime, assaulting the senses of those who bore witness to its terrible sound, penetrating the adamantium hulls of the fleet and overwhelming the mortal crewmen with a collective cry of despair. Some died of shock, others heart attacks, and more still turned their knives and lasguns against themselves. The clarion call of chaos marking all irrevocably, even should they endure its tormenting influence. The forces of chaos no longer hid within the shadows. This was a call to arms and a challenge to cross swords with the Sons of the Angel. Servitor stumbled into the chamber of the Great Angel, vomiting blood and collapsing into a contorted pile of brass and flesh. Demanding the entity which had manipulated their forms to reveal itself, the servitor's flesh assembled into a 4-armed goat-headed creature, Kairos the Perverse. Declaring itself as the ruler of the Cygnus cluster, the Master of Pleasure challenged Sanguinius to combat his forces on the surface of Cygnus Prime, before abandoning his possessed puppets to clatter lifeless to the ground. Librarians of the Legion erected psychic barriers to stave off the deadly psychic scream, as the senior officers of the 9th plan their assault to the surface of the planet. Mutated Voidcraft emerged from the shroud of wreckage in orbit of Cygnus Prime, firing upon the Blood Angels' fleet as signs of otherworldly energies lit up the sensors of the flotilla. The Red Tier opened fire, hailing the seconded Wordbearers' vessels to join its own warships to face the foe. At the moment of most direst need, the Wordbearers retreated from battle as a chaos-corrupted warship collided with Sanguinius' flagship. Cygnus-Eye mutants and warp-spawned horrors breached the hull of the ship, their hasty invasion repelled by the Blood Angels as they cast their forms into the void of space by decompressing their entry point. Thralls of the Ruinous Powers confronted Admiral Athene Ducade upon the command deck of the flagship. Their attempt to wrestle control of the Red Tier ended by her las pistols as the Admiral gunned down every member of her possessed bridge crew. Realizing that she herself had been driven mad by the corrupting influence of chaos, Ducade set a course for the surface of Cygnus Prime, and as her last act, destroyed her command console and fired one last las round into her heart. Nothing could stop the Red Tier from colliding with the surface of Cygnus Prime as it plunged through orbit, Sanguinius ordering his men to rally within the heavily fortified core of the Voidcraft as they hurtled to the surface. Slamming into the dead wastes of Cygnus Prime, the Red Tier survived its catastrophic collision, the Tech Marines and surviving labor serfs wasting no time in repairing vital functions and transforming the fallen starship into a fortress. The full might of the Blood Angels aboard were ready to seek retribution against their duplicitous foes.
Though we may feel as if we die alone, remember that we carry within our veins the blood of our father and of the Emperor. With them in our hearts, we are never alone in the galaxy, nor can we die in vain.
As the forces of the Ruinous Powers amassed within the ash wastes of Cygnus Prime, the Great Angel led his Crimson Army of 120,000 strong to war. Swearing an oath to slay Kyrus the Perverse and all who swore fealty to it, Sanguinius and his sons unleashed their devastating might against the cultists of chaos. Besieging the palace constructed with the pilfered bones of the murdered Cygnus-Eye populace, the Cathedral of the Mark, the Blood Angels tore through the ranks of heretics and demons with unbridled fury. Thousands fell within minutes as the 9th Legion's blades liberated their blood from their flesh. The battlefield known forevermore as the Plains of the Damned, as the soil drank the vitae of the sundered pawns of chaos. For while the might of the Blood Angels could not be bested by mortals, nor these lesser demons of the Ruinous Powers, their advance stalled with the intervention of the Bloodthirster of Cygnus Prime, Ka'Bandha. Revealing Horus's treachery to the Great Angel, the greater demon of Khorne preyed on the rage of Sanguinius as the two dueled. Tearing a wound through the Bloodthirster's chest with the blade in carmine, Ka'Bandha roared with agony as he struck the legs of the Great Angel with his whip, striking Sanguinius to the ground with the flat of his axe, momentarily stunning him. Capitalizing on the moment of the Great Angel's vulnerability, the General of Cygnus carved swathes through the Blood Angel's ranks, his gargantuan axe blows killing 500 Astartes in mere moments. The collective death of so many sons of the Angel, combined with the presence of chaos, sent waves of psychic backlash against Sanguinius, the trauma causing the Primarch to slip into unconsciousness. Witnessing the fall of their gene-sire, the Blood Angels let go of their restraint of their gene curse, the Red First, allowing its call for bloodshed and mayhem to consume their sanity. The first step to corrupt the 9th Legion had been achieved, for unless the forces of chaos were routed from Cygnus Prime, their bloodlust would not relent, their disciplined battle lines collapsing as they transformed into rabid monsters. Yet one quality had been overlooked by the greater demon of Khorne, which would supersede their wanton thirst for blood: their love for their liege lord. The killing frenzy bolstered their combat effectiveness against the general of Cygnus Prime's armies, never turning on their own forces due to their unbreakable shared bond as descendants of the Great Angel. Instinct drove the disorganized masses of Astartes that had surrendered to their cravings, striking key outposts as bloodletters and demonettes attempted to stave off their advance. Yet among the ranks of the Ninth Legion, a select few stoic warriors refused to give in to their bloodlust, most notably their first captain Ralderon, Apothecary Meros, Archaean Eli Janus of the 202nd Company, and Aster Crone of the 94th Company. Whilst Janus and his men bought time through a valiant last stand, and the veteran of the Revenant Legion of their past struck key positions across the front lines, Ralderon ordered his own strike force to infiltrate the Cathedral of the Mark. As Meros fought alongside his battle brothers within the Basilica, librarian Makani Kano gathered the kinsmen of his creed as they attempted to combine their psychic might to awaken Sanguinius as Ralderon's men defended their position. Sacrificing their lives to awaken their Gene-sire, Makani Kano alone survived his ordeal as his Primarch bid his son to rest as he took to the field once more. Confronting Kabanda and Kyrus within the heart of the Cathedral of the Mark, the Great Angel banished the Champion of Khorne and discovered the means which had harnessed the genetic flaw of his bloodline.
Woe betide any who make compacts with the foulest forces of the warp. For the chance of a moment's triumph, they sell their souls hereafter unto an eternity of torment.
Upon the planet designated 14020, colloquially known by the wider Imperium as Murder, Captain Tagus of the Blood Angels 111th Company had been lost as missing in action. Captured by the first chaplain of the Wordbearers Legion, Erebus, the half-dead body of the venerated captain would fuel a psychic device constructed to harness the innate rage of the Ninth Legion, the Ragefire. Acting as a conduit of all-consuming rage, the fell sorceries used to construct such a device had enhanced the instability of the floor to all within its proximity. Hoping that the Blood Angels would abandon their innate nobility, learn through example from their glorious Gene-sire, the call to tread the scarlet path of the Blood God, Khorne, had, regardless of Erebus' schemes, failed. Bested in combat and at the mercy of the Great Angel, Kyrus, as a last act of desperation, offered Sanguinius a means to cure his afflicted sons. Should the Great Angel submit himself to the Ragefire in the place of Captain Tagus, his sacrifice would absolve the Red First from his genetic line. His adoration for his sons beyond measure and compassion boundless, Sanguinius contemplated the demon's offer until finally accepting its terms. Yet before the Great Angel could sacrifice himself to the device, Junior Medicae Meros hurled himself into its crystalline lattice. Acting on the prior warning from the Sergeant of the Far Future, Rathan, during his blood sleep following an injury inflicted by the Dark Eldar of Nartaba Octus. Forewarned by Rathan that Sanguinius must face the War Master in battle and never pledge himself to the cause of chaos, Meros tore his progenoid glands from his chest and hurled them to his Gene-sire. Their destiny to one day be implanted into his long-distant battle brother. Acting a moment too late to save his son from his fate, Sanguinius caught the last enduring remnant of his heroic son and witnessed Meros' body become consumed by the vortex within the Ragefire. Possessed by a chosen demon of the Blood God, the Red Angel stood in place of its host, refusing to surrender what remained of the Junior Medicae, as the Great Angel proclaimed that through Meros' valor, the cause of the demon's masters had proven false. Vowing to never allow his sacrifice to be in vain, Sanguinius swore to one day free him from the Red Angel's embrace. Once you burned our churches, our places of power, and called us fools. Now the wheel had turned. You have unleashed that which we sought to appease, and you bring me up from the darkness of your prison in search of weapons. I will not aid you.
for I know the foe you face, and the hell they will bring to you brings me only joy."
As the Red Angel retreated into the warp, sanity returned to the Astartes of the Blood Angels. Casting Kyrus the Perverse into the roiling tides of the Immaterium with his blade, the great angel watched as his sons purged the remaining heretics whose presence sullied the soil of this ravaged world. Ordering his men to remove all trace of their involvement within the Cygnus system, before finally laying to rest the bones of the billions of slain mortals with the destruction of the Cathedral of the Mark. Gathering every fallen Astartes, shattered blade, unsalvageable vehicle, and fragment of broken ceramite, Sanguinius etched within the Book of Hours that never again would the sons of Sanguinius ever tread within this defiled sector of space. No gravestones nor monuments would be raised, the earth of these blighted worlds unfit to harbour the bodies nor glories of any who fought upon their surfaces. The Blood Angels would return their 100 slain to Baal, their bodies to be interred within the slopes of Mount Seraph, as each broken voidcraft would be repaired and rearmed within numerous Imperial star docks to fight once again. Declaring the Cygnus cluster as Morte Perpetua, or Forever Dead, automated beacons and warning buoys lined its perimeter, demanding that all ships turn back from ever entering its domain. Destined to remain lifeless and empty until its suns exhausted their last traces of heat, with none to witness their passing, this stain upon the Ninth Legion's otherwise glorious war records had jaded many within their ranks. The character of the great angel and his men turning ever more morose with time, the wounds inflicted upon the Blood Angels during Cygnus Prime could never be healed. Civil war had begun to ravage the Imperium, and the Ninth Legion were far from its most crucial war zones. Their betrayal by the man who their liege adored more than any living soul, a truly bitter truth to swallow. Over 10,000 Blood Angels had perished, and the majority of its mortal crew lay dead. Yet for all the losses incurred by the Ninth Legion, Cygnus Prime marked the first victory of the Loyalist offensive, a loss which the War Master would not accept lightly. The traitors had failed to turn the Ninth Legion to their cause, and Task Force Yegefton, consisting of Sons of Horus, Night Lords, and World Eaters Astartes, could not prevent their escape from the Cygnus cluster. By attempting to hide the genetic curse from the Imperium and his own men, the Great Angel's laxity had invited disaster. Those he held as the truest of allies had exploited his weakness for their own malign ambitions, and now his legion must wrestle with the widespread knowledge of their savage nature. For only time would tell how deep their flaw would fester within the bloodline of Sanguinius, and little would its kinsmen know that soon their curses would be twofold. You have met them, yes? This Emperor's deadly new toys? His mutilated half-men and his soulless women, his gilded homunculi and blinded warp speakers. Do you think them human then? Are they any less monstrous for a shape familiar to the eye? I think not. All this devilry of genecraft and forbidden alchemy, do you think it's somehow clean simply because it is worked by your self-effacing godhead in denial? Because your glamour-cloaked tyrant said it is so? And what ancient, broken vault or bloody laboratory prison did he, most monstrous of all, spring from? Or do you yet believe his whispered lies of immortality and pregenesis? You would condemn me for my sins of reason and invention, but it is my eyes which see clearly you wish to blind. I damn you all to the future hell, which you already run to embrace like a lover.
This act of heresy shatters all ties of kinship. Those I was proud to call brother, I now fight to bloody death. No quarter will be asked, and none sought. These are the vilest foes we must fight. There shall be no peace, no rest, no succor, until the face of Horus stares down from the traitor's gibbet, and all his heretic followers are vanquished.
The civil war of the Horus heresy spanned many years of bloody battle. Desecrations to the Imperium's glory, the band of traitors under the thrall of the fallen War Master, Horus Lupercal, slew untold billions in their pursuit for fell power and dominion of the stars. Yet even the flames of heresy require a spark to ignite, and no battle exemplified the omen of things to come, alike to those waged within the Istvan system. For today, we shall elucidate the events as they unfolded and the battle lines fought between loyalist and traitor sons. This is the tale of the Istvan Free Atrocity. Ignorance and fear create the gods, enthusiasm and deceit adorn them, and human weakness worships them. It's been the same throughout history. When men destroy their old gods, they find new ones to take their place. What makes you think this is any different? During the era of the Great Crusade, many worlds had been conquered in order to unite humanity under the fold of a singular empire. The Imperium of Man, the grand vision of the Emperor of Mankind for the destiny of the human race, had through centuries of toil burgeoned across the void. Gathering its long isolated fiefdoms of old into its embrace, the Master of Mankind alongside his martial sons of war, the Primarchs, unleashed the might of the Legiones Astartes to bring to heel any who defied the will of the Monarch of Terra. 18 sons of the Emperor had been crafted, each gifted power beyond measure through both genetic craft and supernatural infusions to mold warriors capable of leading the Angels of Death into battle. Yet among all these demigods of war, one above all had proven to be the most cherished of the Emperor's progeny. Horus Lupercal, the first Primarch by Imperial records to be returned to the Emperor following their scattering as infants, had spent decades at the side of his father and would be mentored to one day assume the responsibility of leading his armies. Appointed as the Imperial War Master and first among equals of the Primarchs during the Ulanor triumph against the Orc Xenos, the charismatic son of Cophonia instilled loyalty, pride, and vehemence in the hearts of his siblings, vast legions of the Space Marines, and insurmountable populaces of the Imperium's common folk. None would dare besmirch the name of the Emperor's most favored scion, for every campaign waged by Horus had ended with swift compliance. Yet one system within the vast expanse of the Emperor's domain would be remembered by the Imperium as the single most heinous mark of shame in its long history. Istvan, a sector of space within the Segmentum Obscurus of the galactic north of Holy Terra, had been conquered by the Raven Guard Legion's 27th Expeditionary Fleet during 994.M30 of the Great Crusade. Re-educated to adopt the teachings of the Imperial Truth, the Istvanians under the governance of Imperial Baron and former soldier Vardus Pral adopted the Coral City, known by its inhabitants as Kairi Vanak, as their new capital and began to gather tithes and resources. Dismantling the religious institutions of the planet, despite the Imperium's best efforts to root out the corrupting influence of chaos and its masquerading identities, Vardus Pral would become susceptible to the manipulations of the being known as She Who Thirsts, Slaanesh. Insurrection ignited among the populace as warp storms enclosed around the Istvan system, its proximity to the sector of space containing the Eye of Terror further worsening trade routes and communications. For 6 Terran Standard years of rebellion waged, until a Death Guard Legion patrol ship received a transmission declaring Istvan to be embroiled in civil war. Vardus Pral had reigned as a mutated Psyker, fully surrendered to the powers of the warp, his Coral City a monument to heresy as the blood of zealots and secularists alike spilled through its streets. Unwilling to allow such an affront to the Imperium to go unchecked, the Emperor dispatched his War Master to once more bring compliance to this debauched world. Vowing to make an example of the world, Horus Lupercal brought the might of his legion, the Sons of Horus, to Istvan, ignorant of the schemes and manipulations being weaved by the Pantheon of Chaos. The Primarch's biology was as far beyond that of a normal Astartes warrior as his own was from a mortal man, and Varden knew that he was out of his depth. Only the Emperor himself has the knowledge to delve into the body of a Primarch with confidence, and the enormity of what was occurring was not lost on him. A green light winked into life on the Narfesium machine, and he lifted the data slate from its port in its silver steel surface. Numbers and text scrolled across its glossy surface, and though much of it made no sense to him, he felt his spirits fall as to what he could comprehend sank in. Upon the world of Darwin, the War Master's downfall had begun. The Word-bearers and their duplicitous Primarch, Lorgar Aurelian, had plotted to corrupt the War Master to aid in their betrayal of the Imperium, following the burning of their perfect city, Monarchia. Wounded by a chaos-corrupted blade, wielded by the mutated planetary governor of Darwin, Eugen Temba, the fetid infection of the plague god Nurgle had brought the Lupercal low, and induced him into a comatose state. His most loyal son of his legion, Ezekiel Abaddon, had allowed himself to be manipulated by the hand of fate, Erebus, and surrendered his Primarch's soul for a chance at his salvation. Returning to the material realm as a pawn of chaos, the War Master, now commanded to enact reprisal upon Istvan Free, saw an opportunity to enact his plot to usurp the Emperor. Rallying the Emperor's children, World Eaters, and Death Guard legions, those seemingly loyal to the Imperium and concealing his transformation to his peers, the War Master commanded the Dark Angels, Blood Angels, and Ultramarines to embark upon campaigns far from the war zone to unfold. As flames erupted upon the planet of Prospero between the Space Wolves and Thousand Suns legions due to the War Master's own manipulation, the tragedy unfolding would provide a perfect distraction to enact his betrayal. The mortal populace of Istvan could not hope to defeat an army comprised of the Emperor's angels, yet the Sons of Horus Legion would not go unscathed during their act of reconquest. Aided initially by the Emperor's Children 1st Company commanded by Lord Commander Eidolon, and the Death Guard 7th Company, led by its battle captain, Nathaniel Garrow, the Sons of Horus Legion fought the rebellious population upon the system's outermost planet, Istvan Extremis. The mortal soldiers led by the Slaaneshi Psyker, known as the War Singer, during battle with the demonic entity, Nathaniel Garrow would incur a debilitating wound. His torso crushed and right leg severed during the fray, Lord Commander Eidolon and Garrow's stalwart sword brother, Saul Tarvitz, would manage to defeat the creature. Given medical aid by the 3rd Legion's chief apothecary, Fabius Bile, Nathaniel Garrow would live, and with the War Singer's death, the defenders of Istvan Extremis swiftly fell into disarray. Yet the methods used by Eidolon in their own right had drawn suspicion from Captain Saul Tarvitz. The shriek from his vocal cords, treated by Fabius Bile's strange surgeries, allowing him to paralyze the beast before delivering the killing blow. The first campaign to reclaim the Istvan system successful, Horus Lupercal convened with the Primarchs Angron, Mortarion, and Lord Commander Eidolon to organize their assault strategies until Primarch Fulgrim's arrival to the system. Taking the opportunity to whisper poisonous words during the war host, Horus Lupercal ordered the assembled commanders to identify loyalist elements within their legions. Closing on Istvan Free and unleashing their combined strength of overwhelming firepower, the Istvanians could not hope to defend against the fury of 4 Space Marine legions, believed to be approximately 200,000 Astartes in scale. The war host of the Lupercal, further bolstered by Primarchs of the legions entering the fray, there was no doubt that compliance would be assured. Further bolstered by elements of the Mortis, Audax, and Vulpa Titan legios, support auxiliary Imperial Army reinforcements would seem almost superfluous to be pitted against a lowly militia of a few billion mortal souls. Deploying the contingents of their legions, known to be stalwartly loyal to the Emperor, these noble Astartes would be the disposable pawns fit for any and all fatalities to come. Said to approximate a third of each legion's amassed strength, the loyalist Astartes descended upon Istvan free, primarily using drop pod assaults and limited gunship, armored vehicle, or teleporter support. The first wave of Astartes, plunging directly into the city and ignoring an assault of its grand walls, such bloody combat would claim several needless loyalist lives, yet such warriors were already forfeit in the eyes of the Lupercal, preventing any means for their escape when the War Master's trap had been snared. In the ensuing hours of combat, their valor would be engulfed by the flames of betrayal.
Strike fast! Cut them down! Soak the ground with their blood! Grind them to nothing, as they did their oaths!
The choral city of Istvan free, as both a symbol of the Imperium's dominion of the planet and seat of power for the rebellious planetary governor, Vardus Praal, was the primary objective of the invasion force. The capital of Istvan free would be divided into 3 strategic sectors in order to root out the location of Vardus and his command center. To the northwest lay the city's palace, the most likely seat of power of the governor, which would be besieged by elements of the Emperor's children and World Eaters. The Siren Hold, a religious institution to the southwest, was characterized by labyrinthine tunnels and hovels fit to hide elements of ambush attacks, which the Sons of Horus would surround in order to meticulously cull any and all resistance. Finally, the extensive trench lines to the east outside of the city's walls would prove difficult for even the most expert Astartes to cleanse. Yet the masters of attritional warfare, the Death Guard, proved to be the obvious choice in laying waste to the entrenched forces. All other elements within the heart of the city would work alongside one another to claim secondary objectives and outposts, though strangely, not be led by any warriors of the revered First Companies, nor their primarchs. Many questioned why their ranks seemed to divert from established combat doctrines and seemingly undersupplied and without their most storied champions among their number. Little did they know that the footprints of their ceramite boots marked the soil which would soon become their grave. World Eaters ripped apart the defenders of the city transport networks as the Death Guard continued to push closer to the city walls with the grueling efficiency most characteristic of the Sons of the Pale King. The Siren Hold Psyker Witches fell to the blades of the Sons of Horus as the city's starport and infrastructure prevented any from escaping their blades and bolters. A larger target than the palace, the Sirens' Hold tomb spires were drenched in blood as numerous war singers fell to the blades of the 16th Legion, though at great cost in lives. Captain Garviel Loken pushed his men on, not allowing these psychic mutants to best the valiant sons of the War Master's own legion, with the Sons of Horus destroying their effigy of the Death Tomb Shrine. Whilst the World Eaters tore the palace's defenders to ribbons, the Emperor's children warriors unleashed their martial skill within the plazas of the palace, with Captain Lucius spearheading the assault of the inner chamber and dueling Vardus Praal. Clad in strange Baroque armor and wielding peculiar psychosonic weaponry, Vardus Praal regardless proved no match for the arrogant swordmaster of the 3rd Legion. The rebellion's resistance crumbled, for with no leader, the destruction of their fell shrine and their many fortifications crumbling at the hands of the 100,000 remaining Astartes, there was no hope of survival. The treacherous Slaanesh-corrupted rebels had all but been annihilated, yet at the moment of the Astartes' triumph, death descended upon their number.
"You see now,"
said Horus to the assembled mortals.
"This is war. This is cruelty and death. This is what we do for you, and yet you turn your face."
The men and women were weeping, holding each other in the wake of this betrayal.
"You have come to my ship to chronicle the Great Crusade,"
Horus bellowed.
"And there is much to be said for what you have achieved, but things change, and times move on. The Great Crusade is over. The ideals it once stood for are dead, and all we have fought for has been a lie until now. Now I will bring the Crusade back to its rightful path and rescue the galaxy from its abandonment at the hands of the Emperor.
In orbit of the planet, within the frigate Eisenstein, Battle Captain Nathaniel Garrow watched the battle unfold as he recovered from his augmetic surgery to replace its severed leg. Meanwhile, aboard the Emperor's Children Voidcraft, Andronicus, his valiant sword brother Saul Tarvitz uncovered an ill omen. Both ships were being outfitted with Life Eater virus warheads, yet the battle had seemingly been close to already being won. Only one reason existed to utilize such devastating and often condemned weapons, whilst their men still labored upon the surface. The War Master sought to loose these payloads upon his own men. Escaping the Andronicus aboard a Thunderhawk gunship, Tarvitz would warn Garrow of the impending betrayal. The battle captain's own Huskar, Caleb Aaron, also uncovered such weapons being ready to fire upon the surface, and a brief moment would present itself to turn the tide of the war. Receiving the warning from Saul Tarvitz via Vox transmission, Nathaniel Garrow knew in his heart that the War Master and his own Genesire had betrayed them. Firing upon the pursuing vessel seeking to destroy Saul's Thunderhawk, Garrow and his men loyal to the Emperor began their own mission to return to Holy Terror. Warned of the potential for survivors to escape the Istvan system, the War Master enacted his fleet to fire their fell arsenal. Before the bombs could fall, Saul Tarvitz managed to land upon the soil of Istvan and warned the surviving Astartes to quickly find shelter. Saving many lives due to his heroic actions, despite Tarvitz and Garrow's warning, they would be too late to prevent catastrophe. As Tarvitz and his allies sealed themselves within bunkers designed to survive such fallout, the virus bomb soaked Istvan free with a deadly miasma. Despite being sealed within their ceramite suits capable of enduring the void of space, the Astartes outside the bunkers succumbed to the obscene toxins. Their skin sloughed from their bones as the chemical fumes consumed their flesh from a molecular level. Screams of angels filled the air of Istvan free, whilst the survivors of the bunkers helplessly listened to their agonized wailing. Within hours, the planet was scoured of life. Untold noble and venerable paragons of the Legiones Astartes had perished, and hope seemed all but lost. Yet as the atrocity of betrayal unfolded, a glimmer of hope remained. Nathaniel Garrow had escaped the Istvan system, and though pursued by the traitors of the Death Guard Legion, allowed for the brief chance that the battle captain would warn the Emperor to combat the impending heresy. Hoping to quell any further resistance that may have survived the Life Eater virus, the guns of the Vengeful Spirit fired one final bombardment upon Istvan, as the toxin began to consume itself, bereft of further biomass to sustain itself. Igniting the fumes of poison, flames engulfed Istvan free, as the torch of heresy shone brightly. With the first chaplain of the Word Bearers and advisor to the War Master, Erebus, commenting, "Let this fire spread across planets and consume stars. Let all become the pyre from which the new age will be born." We are the sons of Horus no longer. That name has no meaning to us now. We are the Lunar Wolves, soldiers of the Emperor, and for him we will fight, and if needs be, we will gladly die. Reeling from such sudden and calamitous perfidy, the loyalists of Istvan waited for the flames engulfing the planet to cease. Their Gene fathers had purposely hurled them into the thickest of fighting, and at their moment of glory, smothered them with weapons so vile that even the Emperor was loath to use them, but for the most desperate of campaigns. Allegiance to their Primarch had been torn from them, and now they stood upon a dead world among the corpses of their brethren.
not even their countenance remaining under the cracked remnants of their ceramite warplate. This betrayal was unforgivable. For what kind of father would cull his sons with such merciless cruelty and cowardly abandon? No, they were still loyal sons of the Emperor, above all, and not even their gene-sires could sway their allegiance to the master of mankind. Rallying the survivors, Saul Tarvitz, Garviel Loken, and his brother-in-arms Tarek Torgadon resolved to make their last stand within the rubble of the Coral City. Despite murdering billions, the War Master had failed in culling the most stubborn of his sons, who now fought under the banner of their former Legion title, the Lunar Wolves. No matter their prior allegiance, whether Hounds of War, Raiders of the Dusk, or Talons of the Phoenix, each man still standing in the name of the Emperor would not surrender to death so long as a chance to bloody the War Master remained. Elements within the fleet, such as the Torpedo Monitor, Ducroix, Sunstone, and servants of the Omnissiah of the Ordo Reductor, Galeas Xerxes 977, fired upon traitor war vessels and claimed several escort craft before each were destroyed. Enraged at the reports of as many as 70,000 Loyalist Astartes remaining stationed on the planet and fortifying the Coral City, the War Master's treachery had been faultless in planning, yet wanting in effectiveness. Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters, could not allow such a slight to continue, and without consent of the Lupercal, descended upon Istvan Free to slaughter the survivors personally. Enacting the second drop pod assault of the planet, 50 companies of the World Eaters descended upon the Coral City's western precinct. Hunting the remaining loyalists of his legion, the Red Angel's rampage would be remembered by historians of the Imperium as a truly vicious saga. And the sky burned, and the stars fell from the inferno, and with them came the angels, and they were armored and arrayed for slaughter, and their rage howled across the ashes of the realm they had destroyed. And with them was one greater than all the rest, they his dead children, and he was their maker. And those that remained amongst the ashes looked to the sky, and knew that death was come upon them. Tearing through his sons wielding his vicious chain axes, Gorefather and Gorechild, the roars of the Lord of Red Sands sent chills down the spines of his adversaries before they were ripped from their bodies. Brother Captain Erlen commanded his contingent of 2,000 12th Legion Loyalists and faced his gene-sire in combat. Overcome with feral madness and bloodlust, the Loyalist World Eaters willingly charged into the blades and teeth of their former kin, seeking to inflict as many casualties as possible before perishing. There were no tactics, no stratagems, only hate and fury as the butcher's nails bit into both assembled ranks of the World Eaters' lines. Hundreds died in an instant, and blood and viscera coated axes, swords, gauntlets and teeth as limbs were pulled from their sockets and brain matter smeared the warplate of the butchers of Nuceria. Every death preceded by a curse of derision, the savage stalemate unleashed by the World Eaters would forebode future battles between Astartes, which would be characterized by primal rage and unsophisticated brutality. 7,000 Astartes died during the fray, yet by sheer attrition, the traitors' ranks could not be overcome. For none could hope to match the killing frenzy of the Red Angel, with Angron remarking on the conclusion of his massacre, "It is well done." Ordering his men to surround the Coral City's palace, their hunt for survivors continued.
There is no failing I cannot turn to a component in my victories. Angron has decided to turn Istvan Free into a ground assault. I can consider this a failure and limit its impact by bombarding Angron and his World Eaters into dust along with the rest of the planet. Or I can forge a triumph from it that will send echoes far into the future.
Incensed at Angron's blatant and foolhardy disregard for his command, the War Master orchestrated a means to cull the remaining loyalists quickly.
Unable to conduct another orbital bombardment due to Angron's planetfall, Horus would not invite dissent among his rebellion for causing harm to the Primarch of the 12th. Using the opportunity to exemplify his strategic brilliance in commanding men outside the ranks of his own legion, the War Master knew the strengths and weaknesses of each of his allies, and in turn utilized them to deadly effect. Ordering Lord Commander Eidolon to deploy his men close to the Precentaur's palace, they would be given an opportunity to redeem themselves for allowing Captain Saul Tarvitz's escape to the surface. Conducting reconnaissance sweeps of the palace, the Sons of Horus and Death Guard gunships monitored the Coral City for weak points and deployed seeker squads to pick off any isolated bands of survivors. Finding that the defenses commanded by Saul Tarvitz were exceptionally well organized, Eidolon's men failed in breaching the walls of the palace, nor achieving any objectives. Forced to retreat, the Lord Commander's folly had regardless tested the capabilities of the Loyalist defenders for Horus to observe. Allowing for a Sons of Horus Storm Eagle to return to the strike cruiser, Minotaur, the War Master would be further slighted to find its pilot to be Loyalist declaring, "Avenge the blood of terror," before firing upon a full company of Astartes. Attrition was taking root, and the War Master could not allow for his campaign to stall, for with time, Nathaniel Garrow would reach Holy Terror, and the Emperor's reprisal would arrive in system. Though commanding 4 legions, their numbers had been diminished and could not hope to usurp the throne world in a protracted campaign. The world's sudden death knell was causing dangerous weather conditions, preventing further air support or Titans. Despite every effort by the War Master, the Loyalists had clung onto life. The Emperor's children's overconfidence, combined with the brashness of the World Eaters, had dispersed their forces. Utilizing catacomb networks and hidden pathways, the Loyalists were slowly blooding their opposition with hit-and-run guerrilla tactics in order to stall their invasion plans for Holy Terror. Captain Loken's defense was holding, and legendary figures of the legions of yore, such as Rylanor the Unyielding, were fending off vast swaves of traitor forces, seemingly with some unknown divine protection or unbelievable fortitude. Plundering munitions from the fallen, the Loyalists fought for weeks on end, seemingly with no means to eliminate their brilliant commanders. Yet the War Master could not allow this to continue any longer. Braving the storm, Primarch Mortarion fought through the perilous storms beyond the city walls, his resilience put to the test alongside his men as they purged the trench lines. North of the Imperial starport, Mechanicum survivors under the command of Caleb Decima of the Galea Xerxes 977 aided the defense efforts driven by pure logic and unfaltering steel. 2 months of combat ensued, until the storm subsided, and with the skies cleared, the War Master delivered the final hammer blow.
Though it takes the last drop of my blood, I will see the galaxy freed once more. And if I cannot save it from your failure, Father, then let the galaxy burn.
The death toll of the Loyalists stood at 70,000 Astartes, for despite their incredible defiance, they could not stem the tide forever. Wearied from bombardments, virus bombs, insurmountable odds and the wrath of even the Primarchs, it is nothing short of a miracle they had survived this long. Said to have slain 2 men for every one of their losses, the Loyalists never faltered in their mission to protract their extermination to allow the Emperor time for retribution. However, the slow advance of the Death Guard had finally pushed past the walls of the Coral City, and with the Pale King at their vanguard, the end for the Loyalists had begun. As Mortarion attacked from the northwest, some within his ranks refused to fire upon their Loyalist kin, and instead attacked the ranks of the 12th and 14th traitors. Known by the Death Guard as the Veil of Grief, these Terran dissenters would strain the Legion's organized lines until their pacification. Marshal Durak Rask would be slain by the Loyalist Death Guard, Chrysos Morturg, whilst the Predator tank of the Legion had the temerity to wound their own Primarch with a blast of plasma fire. Ordering his men to retreat from the battle, Mortarian's actions had inflicted several wounds upon the defences, yet he would not die upon the barren land of this accursed world, and he would regroup for a second assault. Forcing the Loyalists to fall back to the Precentaur's palace, Mortarian's slow march delved deeper into the tunnels below to root out his Loyalist sons. Resolving to deploy his most trusted and accomplished warriors, the Justaerin, to end the conflict, Horus commanded Ezekiel Abaddon to lead a surgical strike within the beleaguered palace. At the head of 30 companies of the Sons of Horus, Abaddon attacked the southwest of the palace and began his siege of the defences. Supported by the Legio Mortis and Audax, the traitors made short work of the remaining defenders beyond the boundaries of the palace. As the Dark Mechanicus war machines ground into the walls of the palace, the witch priests of Darwin conjured their tainted powers to sunder its walls. Preparing themselves for their inevitable demise, the Loyalists fought one last time in the name of the Emperor. Unable to blunt the overwhelming force of traitors besieging the palace, the stronghold crumbled as heroic veterans of the campaign fell to the guns of heretics. City blocks in their entirety crumbled as armored vehicles tore through the capital, and at the moment of their greatest hour of need, a snake within their ranks struck from within. Captain Lucius of the Emperor's Children, though condemned to die, had made a deal with Lord Commander Eidolon and turned on his allies, killing 30 Space Marines as the traitors assaulted the inner walls of the palace. Resentful of Captain Tarvitz's brilliant leadership and virtues, Lucius attempted to slay him in a duel, following his assassination of Captain Solomon Demeter of the 2nd Company. Failing to match Saul's martial prowess in battle, Lucius retreated from the fray, having fulfilled his bargain. Flashes of explosions bloomed in the city's north. Shooting stars punched through the dark clouds overhead, scorching holes through which the glittering stars could be seen. The stars shone down on the Coral City in time to watch the city die. "Did we hurt them, Captain?" asked Solafin. "Did this mean anything?" Tarvitz thought for a moment before replying. "Yes," he said. "We hurt them here. They'll remember this." Traitors swarmed into the Precentaur's palace, driving the remaining Loyalists underground into narrow tunnels as the men overground scattered. None could hope to match 4 legions in a concerted force, supported by so many armaments and fell powers from their allies of the Dark Mechanicus, Titan Legios, and Davonite priests. To the north and south, the Sons of Horus overwhelmed what little outposts of resistance remained, their volleys of bolter rounds driving Astartes from cover as the noose tightened. Abaddon would not relent, his order by his Primarch to end the resistance or never return to the War Master's sight. Within an hour, the Siren Hold had fallen, and now only scant survivors required execution at the hands of the traitor advance. Assault squads fitted with jump packs swarmed the sniper nests of the Loyalists, whilst Terminator armor-clad veterans bore the brunt of any small arms fire remaining. Spartan Land Raider tanks turned the fortifications of the palace into rubble, burying and trapping the Loyalists under fallen masonry to allow for easy kills, while they tried in vain to crawl from the debris. Despoiler squads ran headlong into the breach, carving the battered defenders apart with chain blades with no regard for their lives. Any who ran were burned alive with phosphex canisters as they retreated into the catacombs. The Lunar Wolves were being exterminated, but their stalwart captains, Garviel Loken and Tarek Torgadon, still stood their ground. Abaddon and his lieutenant, Aximand, faced them in battle as brother fought brother within the ruins of the Coral City. Aximand, known by his peers as Little Horus, slew Torgadon in battle, whilst Garviel Loken desperately fought against his more heavily armoured and armed former first captain, Abaddon. Critically wounded, Loken would be left for dead within the rubble of the palace, his position shelled with further bombardments with the departure of the Sons of Horus assault. The battle was over. Those who survived such cataclysmic firepower were systematically hunted as the traitors swept the carcass of the destroyed city. The manhunt for the Loyalists saw to the extinction of all fealty within the ranks of the Sons of Horus, Emperor's Children, World Eaters, and Death Guard. Yet their defiance had cost the War Master more dearly than he had anticipated. His gambit to quell the Emperor's devotees in a single masterstroke, foiled by a select few martyrs. Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's Children, arrived within system and witnessed the consequences of such devastation. His own legion had suffered more losses than he was promised, and his own task of convincing his beloved brother, Ferrus Manus, and his Legion of the Iron Hands to the traitor fold had been in vain. The Emperor knew of the rebellion thanks to the efforts of Nathaniel Garrow, the Remembrance's Euphrates Keeler, Kirill Sinderman, Mercedes Olaton, and the 70 Death Guard loyalist Astartes who had escaped the Purge. Retribution was at hand, and more allies would be required to fend off the impending assault of the Loyalist legions. This cemetery world was of no further consequence. Now the traitors must fortify a new world in order to stave off the advancing Angels of Death. Istvan III was dead, but the system of space would not be spared another ignominious battle within its borders. For the world of Istvan V would suffice as the bastion of the traitor rebellion, but would prove to earn its own legacy of bloodshed, which exceeded even the atrocity of its sister world.
Who betrayed us? He asked himself, echoing the aged Dreadnought's question. Why in Terra's name? Why?
Ulis!
Barked the old warriors, stomping to his side.
Get in there! We only have a few seconds!
No, he retorted. My men first!
Idiot!
Growled Huron-Fal, throwing protocol to the wind.
I will stay. Nothing will be able to crack my hide. You go, now!
He shoved Temeter with his colossal manipulator claw.
Go inside, damn you!
Ulis Temeter stumbled back a step, but his gaze was still on the sky. No, he said, just as flickers of brilliant light turned the day to a glittering white. At high altitudes overhead, the first wave of the virus warheads detonated in series, a wall of airbursts instantly unleashing a black rain of destruction. The viral clades, capable of hyper-fast mutational charge and near-exponential growth rates, feasted on native airborne bacteria. The thin dark bloom of the death cloud rolled out over the coral city just as the second wave fell. The shells did not explode until they hit the ground, bursting to smother city districts, open fields and trench lines with tides of destructive haze. The Life Eater did as it had been engineered to do. Where a molecule of it touched an organic form, it spread instant, putrefying death. The Coral City, every living thing, every human, animal, plant, every organism down to the level of microbes was torn apart by the virus. It leapt boundaries of species in a second, burning out the life of the planet. Flesh rotted, and blood became ooze. Bones shredded and turned brittle. Istvanians and Astartes alike died screaming, united in death by the unstoppable germs. Temeter saw the warriors running towards him, dying on their feet. Figures fell to the mud as their corpses turned to a red broth of fleshy slurry, viscous fluid seeping from the chinks in their power armor. He knew that he had dallied too long, and he shouted with all his might, "Close the hatch! Close it!" The men in the bunker did as he told them, even as he tasted blood in his mouth and felt his skin prickling with budding lesions. The metal door slammed shut and hissed with a pressure seal, locking him out. Temeter hoped they had been quick enough. With luck, they would not have taken any of the virus inside with them. He managed 2 stumbling steps before he fell, the muscles in his legs singing with agony. Huron-Fal caught him.
I told you to run! You fool!
The captain flung off his helmet with a final, agonizing gesture of defiance. It was useless now, the virus having moved effortlessly through the breather grill and into his lungs. His hand flailed at the metal flank of the dreadnought and traced a runnel of dark fluid. Even through the pain, Temeter understood. There was a small fracture in the old warrior's ceramite casing, not enough to have slowed him on the battlefield, but more than the virus needed to reach inside the dreadnought's hull and savage the remains of flesh inside.
You lied.
Veteran's prerogative, came the reply.
We'll go together then, shall we?
Huronfal asked, embracing Temeter's body to him, moving swiftly away from the bunker. It took every last effort from Temeter to nod. Blinded now, he could feel the tissues in his eyes burning and shriveling in his head, the soft meat of his lips and tongue dissolving. Huronfal's systems were on the verge of shutdown as he stumbled to a safe distance, skidding to a halt.
This death,
he rasped.
This death is ours. We choose it. We deny you your victory.
With a single burning nerve impulse, the mind of the warrior at the heart of the dreadnought uncoupled the governor controls on his compact fusion generator and let it overload. For a moment, there was a tiny star on the battered plains outside the Coral City, marking 2 more lives lost within a maelstrom of murder. The beast of metal endures longer than the flesh of men. Those who tend the best of metal must labor long to learn its ways. For a single beast must suffer the mastership of any men until ready to shed its vorpal coils. The civil war of the Horus Heresy tore the foundations of humanity asunder. Brother slaughtered brother in a campaign of deception led by tyrants and despots, vying for powers not meant for mortal souls. For whilst the Horus Heresy is regarded as the single act of rebellion wrought by humanity, another faction within the bounds of the Sol system hastened the fall of mankind's descent into superstition and technological regression. The genesis of the Martian Civil War, the Schism of Mars. The path of the Omnissiah has left humanity dithering in the darkness, incapable of advancing on the paths of knowledge. Embracing the warp reveals technology that the primitives of Mars could never dream of wielding. With the conclusion of the Great Crusade, following the Emperor's campaigns to unite humanity under the fold of his Imperium, an accord had been struck with the priesthood of Mars. The fall of the Eldari, which had birthed the fell being Slaanesh, heralded a new exchange of galactic influence and power. The tear made in real space known as the Eye of Terror, marking the time for humanity to use warp travel once again to reclaim its domains. Yet in order to embark with the spear tip of the Space Marine Legions and Imperial Army across the void, their guns, voidcraft, and navigation systems would need technological savants to maintain their function. The Martian priesthood, known by the Imperium as the Mechanicum, had stood by the side of the Master of Mankind through their alliance made in the wake of the Unification Wars, seeing within him the avatar of their strange god of machines, the Omnissiah. An accomplished scientist in his own right, making innovations necessary to further his ambitions, the Emperor's genius forging the Thunder Legion, Astartes, and Primarch Project, further bolstered his technological divinity in the augmetic eyes of the Mechanicum. Yet it is here that fractures began to form within the consensus of Mars. For while many saw the Emperor as a prophet of the Omnissiah, others balked at the insinuation that the machine god could ever be a tangible, physical being. Though the Treaty of Mars had been signed during the year of 739.M30, allowing for the Mechanicum's continued autonomy under the protection of the might of the Imperium. Whispers circulated that the Emperor was nothing more than a false god, twisting the adepts of Mars with lies and deception. For 2 Terran centuries, the bitterness and resentment of such outliers grew, recruiting sympathizers to their perspective that the Master of Mankind had not come to Mars as an ally, but a conqueror, demanding obedience by the point of his sword and amassed armies. The resentments of the Age of Technology began anew, a rivalry between Terra and Mars as they vied for power during humanity's era of expansion, revived as scions of the impending rebellion cited their sacred red planet as little more than a vassal world for Terra's insatiable hunger for dominance. Kelbor Hal, chief among such dissenters, rose through the ranks of the Martian priesthood in order to secure materials, resources, and disciples. Accepting the appointment as the single most powerful leader of the city of Olympus Mons, the Fabricator General of Mars. Unaware of the wolf in sheep's clothing, now installed as the senior-most tech adept of the Red Planet, the Imperium busied itself reconquering the stars as the Great Crusade drew to a close. Kelbor Hal and his toil had uncovered many lost technologies during his tenure, overseeing the longest production yields and quotas of any that had preceded him, and now set his eyes on his ultimate prize. His mind and body replaced with myriad augmetic replacements, logic alone drove the Fabricator General, and without a satisfactory catalyst, his objective to usurp the Mechanicum would never be successfully achieved. However, with the fall of the Emperor's most favored son, Horus Lupercal, the opportunity to change the course of the priesthood's destiny presented itself.
Those fools and their talk of spirits and rights. Technology is cause and consequence, mechanism and effect, and should not be so restrained and mishandled as those red-robed simpletons would believe.
With the corruption of the War Master of the Imperium to the thrall of Chaos, Horus Lupercal dispatched an emissary of his will to convene with the Fabricator General. Tech Adept Regulus of Horus's expeditionary fleet ventured to Mars with an offer from the Champion of Chaos. Ally with the War Master, and your dreams of rebellion shall be achieved. Hesitant at first, Kelbor reflected on the promises made by the Emperor, surmising that the pledge of the Imperium and Mechanicum cooperating as equals rang hollow. The Forge Worlds of the Mechanicum had toiled endlessly to resupply and arm the Emperor's armies, and for all their effort had received only the merest scraps of platitudes as reward. Yet now, the Master of Mankind was nowhere to be seen, his mightiest son now leading his vast armies, offering a chance to reject his authority. Guaranteeing the might of his traitor alliance, the War Master demanded that to achieve their mutual ambitions, all dissent within the Mechanicum must be purged, for soon his armies would charge towards the Throne World in order to dethrone the Tyrant of Terra. Refusing the War Master's empty assertions, Kelbor Hal would not risk so much to exchange one despot for another. Yet on the moment where the alliance seemed destined to fail, Regulus presented a gift from the Lupercal. Informing the Fabricator General of the Sons of Horus's procurement of ancient STC artifacts taken from the subjugated Orician technocracy, and gifting an immensely valuable STC database to his care. Should Kelbor Hal join him in his rebellion, these relics of the past and more would be his. Restrictions on the study of abominable intelligences would be lifted, and all non-Mechanicum personnel from the vast fiefdoms of Mars would be withdrawn upon the War Master's crowning as the new Master of Mankind, cementing their alliance with the inclusion of the protocols required to unlock the vaults of Moravec, containing dangerous forbidden knowledge, chaos-tainted artifacts, and techno-arcana derived from the Men of Iron beneath Olympus Mons. Kelbor acceded to the War Master's proposal. Opening the sealed vaults of Moravec with all haste, Kelbor Hal unleashed the tide of chaos-corrupting essence within. The Red Planet's temples and forges infected with scrap code, as the malign influence of the ruinous powers took root. Computer viruses spread mayhem throughout the strands of data within each and every cogitator and logistack of the Mechanicum's collective archives, poisoning Mars astropaths, leading to the Red Planet's communication systems incurring massive disruption as their forges fell silent. Marshalling his forces, the Fabricator General used the communications blackout to his advantage, attempting to cull those who remained loyal to the false prophet of the Omnissiah. You may say it is impossible for a man to become like the machine, and I would reply that only the smallest mind strives to comprehend its limits. Despite the best efforts of the traitors, several bastions of Mars remained pure of corruption, safeguarded from the devastating scrap code by their adoption of the wireless noosphere technology discovered by the explorator Laszlo. Confronting the traitors within their ranks, within the forges of Coriel Zeph and Dipluvien Maximal, Fabricator Locum Zagreus Kane led the counterattack against their former brethren, resisting the call of Kelbor Hal and his Dark Mechanicum. Though civil war had not yet erupted, mayhem was spreading across Mars. The conglomerated tech heresy of war, constructed by Lucas Krom, the Kaban machine, destroying the plasma reactor complex of Adept Appluvian Maximal. Enacting sabotage tactics, assassinations, and acts of aggression among the Loyalist forces in order to provoke a response, Kelbor Hal unleashed the Titan legions of Mortis against the territories of Legio Tempestus. Chaos and dissent grew as Technomagi Coriel Zeph of the Magma City openly declared her loss of faith in the Omnissiah, remaining loyal to the Emperor regardless of her crisis of faith. Citing the Technomagi's apostasy as an act of heresy, the Dark Mechanicum invoked the sacred doctrines of the cult Mechanicus and declared her a heretic, seeking vindication of their acts of violence made upon the Magma City. The first recorded act of violence made with the first moments of the war, made against the forge of Sinus Sabaeus, the Titans of Legio Magna tore through the gates of Magos Matthias Kefra's domain, slaying untold laborers whilst torching the Madler Crater's vast libraries, containing thousands of years of collective knowledge. The fabrication yards of High Magos Ahotep of the Kanisi Crater smothered in the flames of hundreds of thermonuclear missiles, their yield filling the 415 kilometers of land, soaring into mushroom clouds of 70 kilometers in height. The Deathstalkers of Princeps Ulrich did battle against the Legio Honorum of the fortress of Maxon Vledix, the fallout from such god machines of war, destroying 19 Honorum war machines in the span of a solar hour, as their calls of reinforcement went unanswered. The Legio Ignatum fought the Burning Star Legio within the Athabasca Valles to a stalemate, lasting a night of calamitous mechanized brawls before both retreated to tend to their wounds. The cogitators of logic engines of the forge of Fabricator Locum Kane, Mondus Oculum, howled in agony as scrapcode seeped into their minds, the quick actions of their master in shutting down his forge's input-output highways, ending the suffering of those who had not adopted their new spheric upgrades. The first wave of Skitarii and combat servitors of Kelbor Hal repelled by Appluvian Maximal. For his temerity, the Fabricator General deployed Ordinatus weaponry to turn the tide of battle to his favor. 900,000 Tech Guard clashed within the Herschel impact basin of Mare Tyrrhenum, the brutal close-quarters combat refusing to abate until all but a handful of survivors remained. In orbit, the Arch Mechanicus, Mechanicum Glorian, fell to the guns of traitor vessels, its carcass crashing onto the surface of Mars's Basilica of the Blessed Algorithm, killing billions across the millions of square kilometers of the impact site. Most heinous of all would be the fate of the forge of Ismenius Lacus, its populace of 14 million souls perishing to bombardments of virus bombs in mere seconds. Legio Tempestus and the Knights of House Tyrannus, led by the Imperator-class Titan Aquila Ignis, led siege to the Magma City, surrounding the combined strength of Maximal and Kane's forces. Managing to stall their offensive by capitalizing on using lava from the Magma City upon the traitor Titans, despite the efforts of Legion Tempestus in destroying many of their foes, including the Aquila Ignis. The Loyalists could not hold the line alone. Yet soon, the warriors of the Emperor would receive word of the unfolding chaos on Mars and deploy countermeasures to combat the traitors.
Silent in the Galaxian extent are worlds from which the Omnissiah has withdrawn his blessings. They trail their parent stars like errant children, struck dumb and bloodied. Their ruins are profound, their catacombs endless, their savages sorrowful. For these wards of the Imperium of mankind have paid a great and terrible price for the tech heresy of their forebears.
Upon receiving word of the chaos erupting upon the planet of Mars, the Regent of Terra, Malkador the Sigillite, took immediate action. Ordering the Praetorian of Terra, Rogel Dawn, with command of the relief efforts of the Red Planet, the Vigilant orchestrated a mission to preserve the invaluable forges of the Imperial war effort. Dispatching his first captain, Sigismund, with 4 companies and a force of the Imperial army to infiltrate Mars, the Seneschals of the 7th Legion descended upon the manufactoria of Mundus Gamma and Mundus Oculum. Tasked with securing the power armor and weapon forges of the Adeptus Astartes, Sigismund took to the field of Mundus Oculum alongside 13 companies of the Saturnine Hoplites. Advancing upon the forged domain of Appluvian Maximal, Captain Camba Diaz simultaneously made planetfall within the Mundus Gamma complex, reinforced by 2 companies of the 7th Legion alongside 4 regiments of the Jovian Grenadiers. Adjusting to setback after setback, as their best-laid plans fell to ruin, the Imperial Fist struggled to combat the tech heresies constructed by the Dark Mechanicum, as they attempted to secure the forges. Refusing to surrender, despite being outnumbered 100 to 1, Camba Diaz secured the Astartes power armor forge of Mundus Gamma, incurring the wrath of Magos Lucas Crom. As Diaz's men fell back to the landing fields in the wake of the immense casualties to his men, Sigismund secured crucial supplies as his assessment of the battlefield worsened. Relieved to find the loyalist forces of Zagreus Kane remaining defiant against the tide of traitors, Sigismund ordered his men to gather as many munitions and equipment as possible, knowing that soon the line would break. Aiding Sigismund's men with labor from his servitors, fabricator Locum Kane managed to load 12,000 suits of Mark IV, 5, and 6 patterns of power armor into the Voidcraft of the Imperial Fists, and over 20,000 weapons before the stalwart defense of his soldiers faltered. Mundus Oculum could not be saved, for on the horizon a vast army of armored vehicles, infantry, Skitarii, and 60 titans of the traitor legions loomed. Suppressing his hunger to seek vengeance against the betrayers of the Emperor, Sigismund knew that his charge was of critical importance for their inevitable defense of the Imperial Palace, reluctantly withdrawing from Mars alongside Kane and his men. Within hours, Mundus Oculum and Mundus Gamma were little more than rubble, the loss of their irreplaceable technologies stifling the Loyalists from replenishing their combat losses significantly for the grim future it would one day inherit. Departing from the Red Planet, mere thousands of loyal souls could be retrieved from the fray, the Battlefleet Solar blockading the planet to prevent the Dark Mechanicum from spreading further chaos. Though many attempts to break through the blockade would be attempted, the efforts of Imperial Fist Commander Efreed contained the threat within the Sol system for 9 years until the arrival of the traitors during the Siege of Terra. Living in the shadow of the Iron Warriors Primarch's efforts, Perturabo during the siege, the fate of the vainglorious and conniving fabricated general Kelbor Hal remains unknown, yet his malevolent heretics live on to this day. Driven from the Red Planet during the Loyalist Great Scouring of the traitors, the Dark Mechanicum have pledged their souls to the Dark Gods to further their knowledge of forbidden technologies. Maintaining outposts within the Eye of Terror and dark corners of the galaxy, the fell mirror of the Adeptus Mechanicus continue to maintain the weapons and armaments of traitor Astartes, corrupted knight houses, and Titan legios. Consumed with a thirst for knowledge, unrestrained by morality, these heretics, not content with their atrocities committed on Mars, continue to conduct their fell experiments in their efforts to destroy their false prophet of the Golden Throne.
You know my thinking on this, Lord Malkador, Kane told the Sigillite. The situation on Mars has been intolerable for some time now. I think Lord Dorn agrees with you, Fabricator General. Then why did he allow his legionaries to abandon the Forge World principle to the enemy? The Martian asked, his optics searing from the darkness of his hood. Rogel Dorn slowed and turned, his armored form like a wall of adamantium.
Simple, General Kane,
the Primarch said. His voice resembled the splitting of rock.
Supply and demand. You are familiar with the concept, I trust.
Now my lord mocks the very principles upon which the Martian-Terran Concord historically exists.
Then you understand,
Dorn continued, bulldozing his way through the Mechanicum Overlord's indignity.
That the forces of the Legiones Astartes are already stretched. That war of an unprecedented scale sweeps through the galaxy, converging, intensifying, growing in its power to decimate and annihilate, intent on sating itself, as all wars do, on the innocent and the unprepared.
Dorn looked to the sun, rising above the walls, citadels and bastions of the transforming palace.
Every one of my Imperial fists will be needed to stand before such a ravenous monster and the living treachery that is my brother Horus. Throughout the solar system, across Terra, on the walls of this very palace, I afford not to waste such a precious resource in holding a handful of forge temples against the mighty and collective constructs of all Mars. Supply and demand, Fabricator General.
Zagreus Kane felt like he was standing on the slopes of a rumbling volcano. Supply and demand, the Fabricator General repeated back to the Primarch. Is that why you came for your armor and munitions?
I can hardly be expected to fight such a war without them.
What about the citizen construct of Mars, my lord?
Kane shot back at him.
What about the lives of the priests, artisans, and temple thralls who labor to forge your weapons and equipment?
You demonstrate a surprising amount of passion for a subject of the machine god,
Dorn said.
The right to life is the same, the Fabricator General said. Whether your wondrous workings hang on a bone or a construct chassis. Now, my lord, if you please, what about the lives of my people?
Dorn looked to the Sigillite, who gave him the unreadable look of a man unwilling to answer to or judge the impossible choices of another.
They died so that their fine works might reach hands that would turn such crafts into instruments of avenging death,
Rogel Dorn told Kane, firmly.
Warriors who would use such wonders to bring justice to the fallen and punish those who had truly condemned Martian innocence to a disposable fate.
The three men didn't speak for a moment. The sun bled through the distant clouds of a morning sky. Custodians passed, silent and vigilant, through the Hanging Gardens.
War is the crucible in which we burn. In the fires of battle, the past is consumed, and the future born on tongues of flame. No greater fire has there been in our times than the free bloody hours of the Drop Site Massacre.
The Civil War of the Horus Heresy marks humanity's history as its single bloodiest campaign. Once noble brothers and fathers rent the galaxy in twain in the name of betrayal, false gods, and hubristic ambition. No other conflict would emulate the atrocities and war crimes committed during the 31st millennium, and one battle above all epitomized the conniving and malevolence of the Traitor Rebellion.
For today, we shall elucidate a war zone which sundered 3 full-strength legions and would be remembered with the greatest infamy in Imperial records. This is the tale of the Battle of Istvan V, the Drop Site Massacre. Mark this day well, my friends. The Emperor's loyalists are heading to their doom. Horus Lupercal, War Master of the Imperium and Primarch of the 16th Legion, denounced the rule of the Master of Mankind and began to tread the path of treachery. Having already culled his own legion and those of his complicit brethren, Primarchs Fulgrim, Angron, and Mortarion, the Lupercal's atrocity of Istvan III had marked the first great victory in his campaign to usurp the Emperor. Despite his successful plot to cleanse his armies of loyalists, the traitor legions had endured losses and costs in excess of their projections due to the stubborn defiance of heroes such as Saul Tarvitz, Nathaniel Garrow, Tarik Torgadon, and Garviel Loken. 4 legions could never hope to conquer the Imperium, and so it was that the War Master devised plans to rally the rest of his brothers to the fold. Knowing in his heart that the valiant Primarchs Lionel Johnson, Sanguinius, and Rabute Guilliman would never abandon their Genefather, the War Master dispatched the vast contingents of the Dark Angels, Blood Angels, and Ultramarines far from the conflicts of Istvan. Dispatching his brother Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's Children, to convince his most cherished brother Ferrus Manus to join their cause, the Gorgon of Medusa would be among the mightiest leaders of the rebellion, should he pledge his allegiance. Meeting with the Gorgon within his Anvilarium aboard his flagship, Fist of Iron, the Phoenician attempted to sway the Iron Hands to join him in overthrowing the Master of Mankind. Furious at such a blatant act of duplicity, the Gorgon refused to aid such madness, and for his defiance let free the wrath of Fulgrim. Destroying the weapon he had once crafted as a gift of brotherly love, Fireblade with his hands of Necrodermis, the resulting explosion of the weapon proved sufficient to give Fulgrim the upper hand. Already manipulated by the demon of the Lair Blade, the Phoenician incapacitated the Primarch of the Iron Tenth and ordered his men to murder his Morlock honor guard. Awakening to find all but his first captain, Gabriel Santor, deceased and several vessels of his fleet crippled, the Gorgon resolved to lead the charge of the Emperor's Retribution fleet. As word reached the Master of Mankind of the betrayal of Istvan III, delivered by the surviving loyal battle captain of the Death Guard, Nathaniel Garrow, further reports from Ferrus Manus of Fulgrim's betrayal galvanized the Loyalists' hunger for vengeance. Rogul Dawn, Magister Militant of the Emperor, commanded 8 legions including a contingent of his own men to crush the rebellion before it had a chance to fester, with 3 Primarchs at the spear tip of the assault. Vulcan, the Drake Lord of the Salamanders, and Corvus Corax, Raven Lord of the Raven Guard, pledged to fight alongside the Gorgon and his Iron Tenth, whilst meanwhile Fulgrim and the Dark Mechanicum prepared the world of Istvan V for the impending assault. Aided by a second wave of legionary assault by the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Word Bearers, and Alpha Legion, any hope of victory for the traitors could not be achieved when set against such overwhelming firepower. An assumption which would cost the Loyalists dearly.
I can scarcely imagine what inspired Horus to this madness. In truth, the very fact of it frightens me. For if even the best of us can falter, what does that mean for the rest? Lord Manus will lead us in, 7 legions against 4. Horus will regret this rebellion.
Although a large contingent of the Imperial Fists had been dispatched to reinforce the Loyalist invasion, turbulent warp storms impeded the Sons of Dawn from entering the fray. Despite being diminished to the strength of 7 legions, the Retribution fleet of the Emperor, under supreme command of the Gorgon, would prove more than sufficient in quelling the traitor rebellion. With all haste, the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard arrived within the Istvan system, unaware of the machinations of the ruinous powers expediting their traversal through the warp to reach their target. The traitors had mustered upon the world of Istvan V, yet reports of the desolate husk which had been its sister planet, Istvan III, marked the blood already spilled within this accursed system of space. No traitor fleet was present, only a myriad horde of foes dug deep into the soil of the Urgal depression of Istvan V, standards of the 3rd and 16th Legion proudly goading the Loyalists to attempt landfall. Already incensed from his encounter with the Phoenician, Ferrus Manus wasted no time in ordering his forces to combat the traitors. Their enemy was vulnerable, their forces still wounded from the purge of their own legions. Now was the time to strike. Yet unbeknownst to the Loyalists, a compact between the traitors and second assault of the Emperor's wrath had been made. Lorgar Aurelian, aboard his flagship, the Fidelitas Lex, enacted the next masterstroke of his plot to corrupt the Imperium to the thrall of chaos. Meeting with Primox Perturabo, Conrad Kurz, and Alfarius Omegon, the delegation listened to the honeyed words of the Urizen. Promising a new era under the rulership of a true emperor, imbued with the favor of the Dark Gods, Lorgar proclaimed that should they side with the War Master, each of their legions would be rewarded in kind. Declaring the phrase, "Death to the false emperor," the phrase uttered by the first captain of the Night Lord's Legion, Jago Sevatarian, resounds to this day as the rallying war cry of murderers, zealots, degenerates, and chaos filth across the galaxy. Whilst the second wave of reinforcements hurtled towards the Istvan system, unified in purpose, the Loyalists began their assault. In the opening salvo, the Loyalists bombarded the positions of Horus's rebels, the Emperor's wrath made manifest as Emperor's children, World Eaters, Death Guard and Sons of Horus, sheltered as best they could from the orbital bombardment. The first warning came when a dull, red-orange glow built behind the clouds, bathing the Urgal in a fiery light. Then came the sound, a low roar that built from a deep, thrumming bass to a shrieking whine. Alarms sounded, and the clouds split apart as individual streaks of light burned through and fell in a cascading torrent of fire. Thunderous explosions ripped along the edge of the Urgal, and the entire length of the War Master's forces were engulfed in a searing, roaring bombardment. For long minutes, the forces of the Emperor pounded the Urgal from orbit, a firestorm of unimaginable ferocity hammering the surface of Istvan V with the power of the world's end. Eventually, the horrific bombardment ceased, and the drifting echoes of its power faded, along with the acrid smoke of explosion. But the Emperor's children had performed perfectly in creating a network of defenses from which to face their former brothers, and the forces of the War Master had been well protected. From this vantage point in the alien keep, the War Master smiled, and he watched the sky darken once again as thousands of drop pods streaked through the atmosphere towards the planet's surface. The flames of war subsided, and with the traitors reeling from the bombardment, the Gorgon unleashed the legions of the Emperor. 3 noble sons of the Master of Mankind at the head of their vast legions took to the field. Vulcan combating the traitors' left flank, Corax striking from the right, and the Gorgon pushing to the center. Both sides of the fray were equal in size, for whilst the traitor legions had incurred losses from Istvan, the Salamanders and Raven Guard had a reputation as among the smaller forces of the Legiones Astartes. The Iron Hands formed the bulk of the assault, veterans of hundreds of compliances throughout the stars, and regarded as among the greatest legions, even by the War Master himself. Their stubborn taskmaster, epitomizing the Emperor's martial skill, brought to bear, Ferrus Manus saw to the slaughter of thousands of traitor Astartes mere minutes following landfall. Progress was slow, yet the Loyalists could not relent in their aggression, knowing that reinforcements were imminent in supporting their attack. The Urgal depression ran thick with both Loyalist and traitor blood. Already the battle proved to be among the most bloody engagements seen since the Great Crusade. Loyal war machines of Legio Atarus, alongside the Iron Tenth, combated the Legio Mortis of the traitors, supported by armored divisions of the Sons of Horus and World Eaters.
Wading through the thickest of fighting, the Loyalist Primarchs carved sways through the enemy lines, knowing that soon this bloody work would be over. For today, Primarchs of the Imperium would fall, yet not among the traitor ranks. Several Wordbearer captains were shaking hands with their counterparts in the other legions, with more joining in every moment. They gripped wrist to wrist, a traditional warrior gesture to seal a pact. Argel Tal offered his hand to Sevatar. The Night Lord gripped the Wordbearer's wrist as their emotionless faceplates met each other's eyes. "Death to the false Emperor," said Sevatar, becoming the first living soul to utter the words that would echo through the millennia. The curse was taken up by other voices, and soon it was being cried in full-throated roars. "Death to the false Emperor! Death to the false Emperor! Death! Death! Death!" The traitor Primarchs took to the field, butchering any within their path. Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters, sated the cravings of his chain axes, Gorechild and Gorefather, whilst Fulgrim laughed with glee as the keen edge of the Leia blade tore through the ranks of the Iron Hands. Mortarion harvested the lives of the Loyalists with arcing sweeps of his war scythe, Silence, yet no sight could be seen of the War Master. Watching the battle unfold from afar, the Lupercal smiled at the sight of the second wave of the Loyalist advance. Drop pods descended from the heavens, and the sky darkened as tens of thousands of shadows cast a pall over the Urgal depression. A cheer arose from the Loyalists as Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Wordbearers and Alpha Legionaries took to the field. Calling for medical aid from their newly arrived kin, the Salamanders and Raven Guard regrouped, yet received no confirmation of their calls, as the fresh Astartes looked on in grim silence. The traitors retreated from the battle, and with victory sealed in the name of the Emperor, the Gorgon charged after the Phoenicians' withdrawing forces. Separated from his allies, Ferrus Manus watched in horror as the Iron Warriors claimed the high ground of the Depression and turned their guns on his men. All around, the reinforcements encircled, training their sights on Astartes clad in green, black and chrome. Whilst the Night Lords took up defensive positions with aid from the Wordbearers, the Iron Warriors and Alpha Legion would act as the hammer, driving the Loyalists to their respective anvil. Isolated from the Gorgon, Corvus Corax and Vulcan ordered their men to fall back, as a lone flare erupted from the fortress of the War Master. Volleys of bolter fire fell upon the Loyalists, trapped within the Urgal depression, killing hundreds of Astartes before the first magazines of their guns had been ejected. Returning to the fray, the bloody traitor forces from the first wave joined forces with the newly arrived legions and cut down the Iron Hands. First Captain Corferon, First Chaplain Erebus, and Lorgar Aurelian looked on with smug satisfaction at the massacre unfolding as a smile came close to forming on the Urizen's lips. Clutching the weapon made for him by the Gorgon, Illuminarum, Lorgar's mind felt a pang of doubt as he watched the Primarch of the Iron Tenth struggle for his life. Reassured by his adoptive foster father, Corferon, Lorgar ordered his legion to commit to the fray. Corax and Vulcan could not come to a consensus of how to salvage their armies. The Lord of Drakes suggesting a tactical withdrawal, followed by fortifying their positions, whilst the Ravenlord argued a full-scale escape effort. Such arguments would be ended by an artillery strike upon their position, and though the Ravenlord survived the blast radius, he found no trace of Vulcan. The Primarch of the Salamanders was missing. The Ravenlord had ordered his men to retreat, and the Iron Tenth were fully surrounded. All hope of victory in the name of the Emperor was lost. That day, we saw that even gods could die. Nothing was ever the same again. Not for the Primarchs, not for us. They were mortal, after all. Dozens of thousands of Loyalists had fallen
with the Iron Tenth receiving the most casualties. The rage of Ferrus Manus was legendary among the Imperium, for he had not achieved the title of Gorgon for his compassionate disposition nor fair looks. Yet never before had Ferrus felt such betrayal, such loss of his men, or flagrant treachery. This sin committed by the War Master and his allies was unforgivable, and no matter how slim a chance, the Gorgon refused to die without claiming the head of he who had wronged him. Fulgrim took to the field, reveling in the slaughter of his once-cherished brother's armies and the whispers of the Lair Blade promising glory and satisfaction. The two demigods of war met in battle, their eyes locking as the merciless cruelty around them reached new heights of suffering. For a moment, the Phoenician faltered. The eyes of the Gorgon had never once been fueled by such hatred and never directed at his own gaze. Knowing that all chance for reconciliation lay dead, only through battle would either of them be freed from their bonds of broken brotherhood. Morlocks and Phoenix Guard clashed, their former campaigns as allies torn asunder and little more than fuel to sate their thirst for vengeance. Wielding the reforged weapon, Fireblade, Ferrus had pledged to end the life of his fallen brother with the gift he had once made in the name of fraternity. Fulgrim carried his own craft, Forgebreaker, retrieved from Ferrus during their previous encounter, which had been carried into every battle the Gorgon had waged since its creation. Today, a Primarch must die, and as the two clashed, the weapons once pledged to one another shook the earth as they impacted. As each traded terrible blows and further stoked the fires of anger within their hearts, the battle would come to an end as the Gorgon drew Fireblade within moments of slaying the Phoenician. Yet as Fulgrim let go of Forgebreaker and drew the blade of the Lair, he felt unnatural power course through his body. Reeling from the surprise renewal of strength, Ferrus blocked each strike from the Xenos relic until its tip pierced his breastplate. Falling to his knees, the Gorgon felt Fireblade slip from his grasp and looked up in horror at the transformed visage of his brother. In a moment of clarity, Fulgrim realized the mistake he had made when drawing the blade from its sheath and fought to release it from his grip. Unable to unclasp his fingers from the weapon, the Phoenician struggled with the knowledge that he had fallen deep into the depths of corruption as Ferrus reached for Fireblade. As fire reaved the Gorgon's weapon, the Lairblade moved as if of its own volition, its unnaturally sharp edge cleaving through the neck of Ferrus Manus as Fulgrim desperately tried to pull the blow. The Gorgon was dead, and as the Phoenician cradled his brother's severed head in his arms, he knew that his own soul was forfeit to the whims of malevolent, thirsting gods. And the voice of his brother's blood shall cry unto him from the ground, and demand vengeance. The Raven Guard had pulled back from the killing field, yet would not be allowed to escape unscathed. The Word-Bearers, led by their zealous Primarch Lorgar Aurelian, could not allow the Ravenlord to take flight, and with his trusted lieutenants Cor Phaeron and Erebus at his side, attempted to clip the wings of the Raven Guard. The Gal Vorbak, twisted demon hosts of the 17th, attacked the Liberator en masse, yet despite their warp-twisted forms could not hope to best a Primarch. Unwilling to watch his most pious sons perish, the Rainmaker intervened, his anger stoked and blood risen. Of all the sons of the Emperor, Lorgar Aurelian was by far the weakest in martial skill, yet it was a bitter irony that his weapon once gifted by the Lord of the Iron Tenth cut down loyalist Astartes as its maker lay cold and dead within the Urgal Depression. Corpses of ravens and zealots piled high as the two Primarchs waded through the hordes of their enemies, and soon the two came to blows. The Urizen had no hope of winning a duel with the Ravenlord, for the two sons of the Emperor had never been close and were almost strangers, further estranged for over 2 centuries since last they spoke. Releasing his long-repressed psychic power with careless abandon, energy reaved Lorgar as he demanded Corvus face him in battle. Crozius and Claw collided, the Urizen parrying vicious blows whilst the Ravenlord cleaved at the Rainmaker's neck. Cutting a gouge from Lorgar's face, the wound inflicted by Corvus was destined never to heal and forever mark the Urizen's visage. Impaling Lorgar through the chest with his lightning claws, Corax resisted the pain of the Urizen desperately crashing his head against his features, smashing the bones of his face. Tearing free his claws, moments before achieving the killing blow, a sadistic mirror of the Liberator stepped in. Conrad Kurz, the Night Haunter of Nostramo, smiled as his own claws scraped against the Ravens, a grim promise of murder etched on his features. Seizing Corax's wrist, Kurz attempted to prevent the Ravenlord from escaping, yet as he berated the bearer of the word, Corax took flight. Warning Lorgar that should he fail again, he would not save him, the Night Haunter looked upon the twisted forms of the Gal Vorbak with disgust. Commenting that his legion and his own character were malformed with corruption, even the monster of Nostramo detested the sight of the sons of Lorgar. Yet whilst the rewards of victory tasted bitter to many of the traitors, loyalists lingered among the ashes of war, for now began the hunt for the survivors of the massacre. Though the battle had ended and the enemy was far from the reach of our blades, most of us didn't come back from the Urgal Depression. Even those men who escaped, those pitiful few, even they didn't come back. They're still there now. We all are. Fighting for our lives. Resisting until the bitter end, the vast proportion of the remaining survivors of the massacre fought tooth and nail to slow the War Master's victory. Tens of thousands perished as the advance of Angron, Mortarion, and the Imperator-class Titan Dies Irae butchered and maimed anything in their path. Taking to the field, Horus Lupercal led his Justaran Terminators to mop up any remaining holdouts of the Loyalist forces, his victory assured with 2 Primarchs slain and 1 broken and bloody. The Iron Warriors destroyed the Loyalist dropships, preventing escape to those within reach of salvation from the heinous butchery, whilst Night Lords, Wordbearers and Alpha Legionaries corralled the Loyalists into killing zones. The Raven Guard had suffered the least casualties, and as experts of hit-and-run tactics, proved the most adept at procuring vessels for their escape. Compassionate to a fault, the Salamanders, though bereft of their Genesire, assisted the Iron Hands in escaping the slaughter, as the stubborn sons of Medusa begrudgingly resolved to avenge their Genefather another day. Meanwhile, Vulcan and a contingent of his men fought on. Battered and bruised, the stalwart warriors of Nocturne proved their renown as soldiers, forged of mighty constitution. Unwilling to endure further casualties from the hammers of the anvils of war, the Iron Warriors ordered a tactical nuclear warhead to be fired upon the Lord of Drake's position. Atomizing the Primarch of the 18th and his men, the traitors had sealed their victory with excessive firepower, cunning, and cowardice. 200,000 Astartes had perished, a son of the Emperor had been slain, and 3 legions loyal to the Imperium had been annihilated. The master of mankind's dream of a united galaxy was dead. The War Master of the Imperium had secured a supreme advantage in the first stages of the Great Civil War, and the defenders of humanity remained scattered across the void. Warships of the Loyalists crashed onto the surface, their detonations creating vast craters and scars as they tumbled from orbit. World Eaters flensed their kills of flesh, constructing ossuary cairns from the skulls of the fallen, whilst Wordbearers conducted fell rituals using grievously wounded Astartes. Loyalists turned on their allies as madness and grief eroded their stoic countenance as the war machines of the traitor legios rooted out makeshift holdouts and rally points. Retrieving tens of thousands of progenoid glands from the dead, the traitors harvested these precious organs of the Astartes for their own grim purpose. Yet even in the darkest of days, glimmers of hope remained. Vulcan of the Salamanders, against all odds, had somehow survived the engagement, though with his discovery by the Night Haunter of Nostramo, soon languished as a prisoner of war. Small bands of resilient space marines of the now shattered legions formed bands of Warforged Brotherhood to harry the War Master's forces for years to come. The fleet in orbit of Istvan, though outmatched in firepower, lasted far longer than the engagement on the surface of the planet, facilitating escape attempts and destroying several traitor voidcraft in the hours following the conclusion of the ground war. For 20 solar days, the Loyalists had bitterly fought to preserve the honor of their legions, with the Ravenlord leading the survivors as they sought a means to escape the wrath of the traitors that remained. World Eaters, Sons of Horus, and Iron Warriors scoured the ruin of Istvan V for prey, yet the Ravenlord refused to allow the extermination of his charges. Countering the purge of the Iron Warriors for solar weeks, after gathering much-needed intel on their surroundings, the Deliverer proved worthy of his title. For 98 solar days, the Ravenlord orchestrated ambushes against the traitors, yet now a chance for escape presented itself within the Gular Salt Plains. Led by Captain Bran Neve of the Raven Guard, dropship reinforcements from Deliverance had come to their master's aid, and with haste extracted as many survivors as possible from the onslaught of the Red Angel, Angron. Watching the futile blood-crazed screams of the World Eaters as they departed from the surface, Corax demanded answers pertaining to how Bran had come to Istvan. Convinced by the Praefector of the Ferion cohort, Marcus Valerius, and his prophetic visions of ruin, the mortal of the 19th Legion's expeditionary fleet, though largely forgotten by history, had proven crucial in preserving the life and legacy of the Liberator. The voyage of 50,000 light-years, timely in its arrival, many valiant souls would be spared the blades and axes of the butchers of Nuceria. Whether these visions were imparted by the grace of the Emperor is unknown, yet the shattered legions, for all their losses, had been saved.
This is not victory. It is death. It is bonds broken and bloody, and it shall mark us all for generations.
The traitor legions had galvanized into a force capable of sundering the Imperium, and following the Battle of Istvan V, had come close to extinguishing 3 entire Loyalist legions. The Loyalists were scattered, several legions were broken, and as the denizens of the Warp continued to entrap and harry warp travel, it would take 133 solar days for the survivors of Istvan V to return to the Sanctuary of Holy Terror. 2 loyal sons of the Primarchs had perished, and the remnants of the shattered legions were largely leaderless and diminished to only a few thousand souls. No battle waged in the name of the Imperium would ever eclipse the losses of the Astartes incurred from the Dropsite Massacre, for such an engagement is less attributed as a battle, but rather a slaughter. The War Master's gambit had paid off, and with his victory achieved, the Lupercal rallied his remaining traitor brethren to his cause. Forming a conclave of the Primarchs, Horus now allied with Perturabo of the Iron Warriors, Conrad Kurz of the Night Lords, Alpharius Omegon of the Alpha Legion, and even Magnus the Red of the Thousand Suns, set his gaze upon the void. 9 legions stood at his banner, and it was now time to take their first steps to conquer the Throne World. The forces of the 3rd, 12th, 14th and 16th Legions would rendezvous at Mars to liaise with the Dark Mechanicum to aid in the Schism of Mars, in order to resupply and bolster their armaments. The Night Lords departed to the planet of Sagwalza in order to delay the Dark Angels from countering the War Master's forces, whilst the Iron Warriors would confront their nemesis, the Imperial Fists, stranded within the Thal system. The Death Guard busied themselves with a mission to recruit the White Scars to the fold of the Traitor Rebellion, and the Alpha Legion had infiltrated the ranks of the Raven Guard and were also tasked with harrying the Space Wolves Legion. Whilst the traitor legions pilfered the armaments and war gear from the corpses of Istvan V, small Black Shield warbands amassed within the void to combat the War Master's fleets. Unable to confront the traitors head-on,
These bands of orphaned Astartes, regardless of their scale, continued to harry the War Master's supply lines and patrols. The heroism of such venerable legions, bolstered by grievous losses, the warriors of the Iron Hands, Salamanders and Raven Guard, refused to surrender in the face of overwhelming odds. Surviving to the days of the 41st millennium as valiant champions of the Adeptus Astartes, their service, though among the most devastated, regardless endures to this day. Never again would the Imperium suffer such catastrophic losses to such a one-sided encounter. Yet news of the civil war of the Horus Heresy still remained unknown to many forces of the Imperium loyal to the Emperor, and they would not be spared further deception. Hundreds of inconsolable citizens of Terra threw themselves from the cliffs of the palace, or quietly took blades to their necks and wrists in the cold confines of their homes. On the American plains of Johannesburg, 7,000 men and women of a bioweapon storage facility exposed themselves to a pernicious strain of the newly developed Gangshi virus and perished in the flames of automated decontamination procedures, rather than live in a world where the Emperor could be betrayed. When word reached the Diamantsland prison island, the inmates declared themselves loyal servants of the War Master and slaughtered their overseers. Regiments drawn from the Magyar Osirites mustered on the Meganesian heartlands, but the battle to retake the island would take many bloody weeks. All over the globe, the solid certainty of the Imperium's invincibility was crumbling, but worse was to come. As the sun reached its zenith above the hollow mountain and the shadows hid, word came that one of the Emperor's sons had fallen on the sands of Istvan V. Ferrus Manus, Gene-sire of the Iron Hands, was dead, slain, it was said, by the hand of his most beloved brother.
We are fighting a war. Not a war of conquest, not the war we were made to fight, but a war for the oaths we made and the blood we shed to make the Imperium. We will never see the end of this war, but if we can bring that end a step closer, our deaths cost the enemy 100-fold, then the future will remember us.
The civil war of the Horus Heresy required many acts of deception and cunning to tip the scales of power. No force in the galaxy could hope to challenge the Imperium's might during the height of its influence, and for the rebellion of the War Master of Chaos to succeed, the Lupercal orchestrated a complex combination of betrayals, alliances, and pacts with malevolent beings to achieve his first great victories. For today, we shall elucidate a battle fueled by mutual hatred and bitterness between the sons of two of the Imperium's most estranged kinsmen. The Void War of Stone and Iron. The Battle of Phal.
Do we obey the Primarch because we know him to be right? Or do we simply because he is our Primarch? And in the end, are those two facts truly one and the same? Or are they not?
During the initial outbreak of the Horus Heresy, the majority of the subjects of the Imperium were blinded to the impending betrayal. Loyal sons of the 3rd, 12th, 14th and 16th Legions fell in droves during the Battle of Istvan III at the hands of their treacherous brethren. Escaping the slaughter of the atrocity, Battle Captain Nathaniel Garrow of the Death Guard Legion safeguarded the band of survivors of Remembrancers, Lunar Wolves, and civilians with the aid of his stalwart battle brothers, known as the 70. Left adrift aboard the Voidcraft, Eisenstein, within the void of space, during their traversal to the Throne World, their call for distress caused by detonating their ship's warp drive would be intercepted by the Praetorian of Terra, Rogel Dawn. Meeting with the Terran survivor of the Battle of Istvan III, the news of Horus's betrayal and far-fetched tales of otherworldly beings initially stoked fury within the heart of the Primarch of the 7th Legion, nearly costing Nathaniel Garrow his life. Convinced of the War Master's perfidy, thanks to the evidence brought forth by the Remembrancer, Mercedes Olaton, though the Vigilant's anger did not subside, it now found new purpose directed at bringing judgment to his wayward brother. Suppressing his urge to confront Horus directly, Rogal Dorn's duty to relay such news to his father, the Master of Mankind, proved superior, and so the mighty Imperial Fist's fleet, spearheaded by their colossal starfort, the Phalanx, journeyed to the Sol system. Dispatching a portion of his fleet, consisting of 500 war vessels to unleash his anger upon the traitors, 300 companies comprising 30,000 Astartes would surely be sufficient in combating this fledgling uprising. Yet unbeknownst to Rogal Dorn, even at this early stage, fractures began to form within his well-laid plans. Assigning First Captain Sigismund to command the fleet, his most trusted champion requested reassignment to secure resources from the world of Mondus Oculum, following his meeting with the prophetic remembrancer, Euphrates Keeler, who warned that should he not be present when Horus inevitably reached Terra, all could be lost. Bristling at his champion's lack of resolve, Dorn entrusted fleet command to the mentor of the promising captain of the 405th Company, Alexis Pollux, and veteran naval commander, Captain Hashin Yonard, who had proven his strategic brilliance 100-fold during the years of the Great Crusade, who in turn made all haste to the Istvan system. Dubbed the Retribution Fleet, over a third of the entire Imperial Fist Legion was committed to bring retribution to the traitor legions. Yet following their traversal through the warp, without a bolter nor cannon being fired, the Loyalists suffered great losses.
We are the future memories. When our flesh is dust and our dreams faded, we will be ghosts living in a land of legends, made real only by the memories of others. What we take with us into that realm of the dead, what we are remembered for, that will be the truth of our lives.
Translating from the Immaterium at the edge of the Istvan system, warp storms summoned by the ruinous powers ravaged the Retribution fleet. Causing the Voidcraft Skeller shields to malfunction, large portions of the fleet burned and collapsed from the inside, ejecting able-bodied labor serfs and Astartes into the void as breaches tore through their hulls. Within mere hours, 200 Voidcraft fell to ruin, almost half of their original strength, and best estimates conclude that 10,000 Imperial Fists had perished, their righteous leader, Captain Yonard, among them. His protege, Captain Alexis Pollux, rescued from the wreckage of the debris. The succession of command stated clearly that should Captain Yonard fall, his lieutenant bore the right to lead the Retribution fleet. Accepting the burden of command from his fallen master, Pollux looked upon the remaining 363 warships of the fleet and resolved to not let his mentor's teachings go to waste. All knew beyond a doubt that Yonard was the finest naval tactician in the 7th Legion's ranks, if not the Angels of Death entire. Yet his most trusted pupil was young and did not benefit from the experience of his predecessor. Many of Alexis's peers scoffed at the upstart captain giving orders to men proven through centuries of war, yet knew they could not flagrantly defy the will of their fallen veteran. Reluctantly allowing Alexis to remain the most senior officer of the fleet, should the pupil of Yonard fail, even once, his kinsman would be all too eager to demand he step down from command. Ordering the fleet to muster within the Phal system, Alexis organized his men to conduct extensive patrol and maneuver drills in orbit of these otherwise unremarkable agri-worlds. Ignoring the advisements of his kinsmen to take the fight to their enemy, Pollux surmised that with their astropaths blinded from their journey through the warp, and losses incurred, rash actions could only lead to further ruin. Believing the traitors would surely attack their position with time, Pollux conserved their fighting strength and formed a sphere of overlapping battle groups in proximity to the world of Phal 2, as their astropaths attempted to contact Terra and the Loyalists assaulting the Istvan system. The meticulous routines and drills honing the edge of their proverbial blades The Imperial fists under the command of Pollux would not be caught unawares, and so it was, following the dropsite massacre of Istvan V, their enemies struck. Perturabo was not a Primarch to whom the natural ebb and flow of friendship came easily, and, truth be told, he felt no regret at turning on those who had let his legion bear the brunt of the hardest fighting. They had stolen the glories of battle, while the Iron Warriors were mired in the broken earth of 1,000 worlds. No, his friendship was not easily achieved, but his loyalty, once won, was as unbreakable as the hardest iron. Or so he had thought, until time in taking the metal to the stone again and again had shown him that even the hardest iron can break, if worn thin enough. Following the news of the War Master's betrayal, the Master of Mankind ordered 7 legions to crush the Lupercal's rebellion. The Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard struck the first blow against the traitors, followed by reinforcements of the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Wordbearers, and Alpha Legion. Turning on their allies, the second wave of legions butchered the noble sons of the Emperor upon the soil of the Urgal Depression, and for their fealty to the War Master, were rewarded in kind. Perturabo, Primarch of the Iron Warriors, had proven instrumental in crippling the Loyalist lines during the opening salvo of their betrayal, his actions rewarded by Horus with the gift of the Thunderhammer forged by Fulgrim and once wielded by the Gorgon of Medusa, Forgebreaker. Emboldened from his victory over the Loyalists, the Lord of Iron received word from his new master of the location of his hated brother's sons within the Thal system, and set forth to exterminate them, personally. Unwilling to allow such prey to go unharmed, the prospect to humble the 7th Legion proved all too tempting to ignore. Warned by his Triarch Lieutenant, Warsmith Foryx, that the Sons of Dawn had likely fortified their position, the Warsmith of the 2nd Grand Company, Berossus, surmised that in all likelihood the Imperial Fist's first captain, Sigismund, must be in command. Though his pedigree as a swordsman was unquestionable, Sigismund's middling skill as a naval commander and proclivity to charge into the fray could easily be exploited. Siding with Berossus' assessment, Perturabo's fleet made with all haste to the Thal system, and in their ignorant assumptions made their first fatal mistake of the campaign. Commanded by a Primarch aboard his own personal Gloriana-class flagship, the Iron Blood, the Iron Warriors struck alike to a hammer as they arrived within the Thal system. Sundering the Imperial Fist's vessel, Hammer of Terror, within moments of their first volley, mere seconds after, 12 of its compatriot Voidcraft fell to the guns of Olympia. The Grand Cruiser of the 7th, Sula, sought to enact revenge for its fallen kinsman, yet could not hope to face 6 destroyer warships of the 4th as they tore its body apart, alike to a pack of ravenous wolves. The Crusade and Legate were vanquished by 24 Grand Cruisers and battle barges of the Iron Warriors, assembled around the vast capital ship, Contador. 16 of the most prestigious craft of the Retribution fleet had been destroyed, with no losses to their enemies, causing the Imperial Fist to scatter as the Iron Warriors picked off further prey, one by one. Perturabo's plan to destroy the fleet piecemeal once staggered was working, his assumption that the Sons of Dawn were unprepared, fueling his ego and assurance of his strategic brilliance. Yet now it was time for Captain Alexis Pollux to prove his mettle against the Lord of Iron. The Oath of Stone confronted the ships of Iron, its guns firing upon the Grand Cruiser, Spheno, until its prow burst into flames. Rallying at the sight of the first kill made against the Sons of Olympia, the Imperial Fist fleet closed on the Iron Warriors. The Oath of Stone incurred the wrath of the Lord of Iron, yet its mark had already been made, its last defiant act ramming into the carcass of the Spheno, strengthening the resolve of the Fists. Whilst Perturabo ordered his men to scour the fleet for signs of Sigismund, Pollux's flagship cruiser, Veritas, aided by a wing of destroyers, laid waste to the Grand Cruiser, Calibos. Now it was time for the Iron Warriors to pay for their arrogance.
Try and reach Captain Tyr again. There had been no word from Tyr since he launched his assault on the Iron Blood. The green-eyed signal officer was bleeding, half his face glossed in fresh blood. But he nodded and moved his fingers over his lectern.
We have a signal, Lord.
The signals officer was speaking into my ear via my helmet vox. A distortion-racked voice filled my ears.
Fleet Master!
Tyr was shouting. I could hear a grating sound, like hail on a metal roof. It was the sound of gunfire ringing on his armor. There is word from Terra. We are to return immediately. I heard a chop of static, and a sound like a hammer striking a cracked bell. I have given the order to withdraw. Pull your forces back and...
To where? Pull back to where?
Laughter edged Tyr's voice. I looked at the battle projection, at the rune representing Halcyon, trying to get clear of the center of the Iron Warriors fleet.
I am not retreating, brother. I am going forwards. I am going to kill our enemy.
He had always been headstrong, reckless even, and he never liked me. I smiled at that moment. Good luck, my friend, I said. For a second, the only answer was the rain patter ringing of Tyr's armor.
And you, Alexis,
he said, and cut the link. I blinked, for a moment, looking into the memory of Helias's eyes, as he prepared to let the abyss take him.
Reaping the benefits of their long monotonous toil of planning and training, the Retribution fleet had survived the grueling first strike of the Iron Warriors, and would now repay them in kind. Snapping back into formation with incredible speed and efficiency, the Retribution fleet went on the offensive, forming clockwork overwhelming strikes before scattering and falling back to once again reform. Whilst larger vessels drew fire from the Iron Warriors and teased them from their formation, its smaller contingents attacked, slowly peeling layers from the amassed strength of Perturabo's fleet. Unprepared to counter such impeccably drilled and practiced maneuvers conducted by such a clearly capable naval commander, the Iron Warriors began to realize that these defensive strategies bore none of the hallmarks of the legendary Sigismund. Captain Amandus Tyr of the 14th Company took to the fray aboard his vessel, Halcyon, blazing through the holes torn through the Iron Warriors' lines, supported by its sister craft, Unity and Truth. Carving through the Lord of Iron's fleet, though the Iron Warriors heavily outnumbered their forces, the Imperial Fists were killing 2 or more of their enemies for every one of their losses. As the Halcyon gutted the battlecruiser Dominator, Captain Tyr sighted the Iron Blood, and following the loss of the Unity, resolved to undertake a suicidal gambit. Relaying news to Pollux that Perturabo himself was commanding the assault, despite his valiant combat against the son of the Emperor, it would be nothing short of hubris for Pollux to believe himself capable of slaying a Primarch. Knowing the ensuing attrition to eventually turn again to the favor of their enemy's superior number, Pollux placed 50 ships under the direct command of Captain Tyr and ordered them to attack the Iron Blood. Hurling the ships under his command to a direct boarding action of the vessel, though Captain Tyr knew his mission to execute the Lord of Iron to be folly, he would regardless not allow the fleet to be routed. With no hesitation nor fear, Captain Tyr and 53 of his surviving brethren of their daring maneuver confronted the Lord of Iron within his bridge. Slaying the dreadnought bodyguards barring their path to the Primarch's throne, of those that had infiltrated the flagship following this duel, only a handful remained. Death was often the price of victory, and few knew this better than the Praetorians of Dawn. And so it was that these valiant souls drew up arms against the hammer of Olympia. The Terminator armor-clad veterans of the 7th Legion swarmed the Primarch of the Iron Warriors. Yet as each strike of Forgebreaker crushed its intended target, it would not be long until it left Captain Tyr bleeding and broken at the feet of its new master. Meanwhile, the Retribution fleet had devastated the lead vessels of the Lord of Iron's fleet, the distraction of Captain Tyr allowing for their chance for reprisal. Ordered to return to the throne world by Rogel Dawn via astropathic message, a fortuitous calming of the warp storms surrounding the Thal system facilitated their withdrawal. Putting duty before personal glory, though further opportunity remained to cripple the 4th Legion at the expense of their own forces, Pollux ordered his men to fall back. Realizing their enemies to be retreating, the Iron Warriors hounded the smaller vessels attempting to escape. Yet actions made, such as those of Captain Iago, preserved many of their number. Aboard the first voidcraft of the 7th Legion, to leave the safety of the Sol system during the expanse of the Great Crusade, the Lacedaemon, Captain Iago sacrificed his life, his crew, and this venerated bastion of his legion's legacy to allow for the escape of his brethren. Many followed suit as the remainder of the fleet fled with all haste during the second wave of retreat, as the battle turned into a slaughter. Content to strike their enemies in the back as they fled, the Iron Warriors fired every available gun battery at their disposal. Alexis's flagship, Tribune, clashed with the Contrador, abandoning its wounded shell as Pollux and his 30 remaining men boarded the Contrador and began to claim it as their new means of escape. The Tribune's engine sears detonated its plasma reactors, claiming the lives of both Imperial Fists and Iron Warriors, unable to retreat via its teleportarium. Supported by attack craft salvaged from the wreckage of their carriers, the Imperial Fist descended upon the Contrador and slew every Iron Warrior aboard. The Retribution fleet was gone, yet many had survived due to the sacrifice of the pious and dutiful scions of the Praetorian. Silence followed the messenger. The click of her staff echoed through the corridors as she approached the planning chamber. Figures pulled back before her, their eyes following her steps, their whispered conversations stilling as if they could sense the weight of the news she carried. 4 gold-plated custodians flanked her, and black sentinels followed in her wake like armored mourners. If Rogel Dawn had seen the approaching procession, he gave no sign. Vadok Singh was outlining his proposed fortification of the Imperial Palace. The War Mason paced amongst the broad pillars, perfumed smoke puffing from his mouth as he sucked on his long-stemmed pipe. Sigismund watched Armina Fel and her escort pause on the threshold. The astropath brought her hand up to the empty pits that were her eyes. Pearls of moisture glittered on her cheeks. She is crying, he realized. Beside her, one of the custodians brought the butt of his spear down 3 times on the stone floor. The sound of the blows rippled through the pillared chamber. Dawn raised his head slowly.
There is news,
he said in a flat voice, and looked at Armina Fel. For a moment, Sigismund thought he saw an unreadable expression flicker across his father's face.
It is all right, mistress. Please tell us what you must.
The woman's lips were trembling.
There is word from Istvan, my lord.
She took a ragged breath. Dawn stepped forwards, his black robes falling back from his arms as he reached out. He gently raised her face until her empty eyes looked up at him.
Mistress,
He said softly.
what has happened?
Armina shook herself, poise and strength returning to her features, as if some of Dawn's stillness and strength had flowed into her. She began to speak, her voice the monotone drone of precise recall.
Imperial counterstrike massacred on Istvan, Vulcan and Korax missing. Varys Manus dead. Night Lords, Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion and Wordbearers are with Horus Lupercal.
Nothing moved in the chamber. The black sentinels and custodians stood like statues of jet and gold. Vadok Singh simply stared at Armina, the ember in the bowl of his pipe cooling to grey ash. For a moment, Sigismund felt nothing, as if what he had heard had stripped all sensation away. A Primarch, dead. 2 lost. 3 legions gone, and 4 gone from friend to enemy in the space of a handful of words. This is it, thought Sigismund,
As she showed me, this is the true beginning of the end. If 4 more legions can turn against us, then why not more still? They shall come here, and here we must stand, and stand alone. He realized that he was shaking, taut muscles vibrating under scarred skin. For a second, he wondered if it was fear, if that long-dead emotion had returned to him after so long. Then he recognized the sensation. It was hate. Hate so bright and focused that he could almost see it. Let them come. Here my father stands, and I will stand with him. Dawn's hands fell from Armina's face. His eyes were black holes in a facade of stone. Hard control radiated from him, like cold from glacial ice. He looked at Sigismund. For an instant, Sigismund thought he saw a reflection of his own anger in his father's eyes, a flash of rage, quickly hidden.
Find any remnants of the new betrayers that remain in the system.
Dawn's voice was a hoarse growl.
Use whatever and whoever you need. Take them or destroy them as you must. Do it now, my son.
Sigismund began to kneel, but Dawn was already turning back to Armina. The astropath flinched as his eyes fixed on her.
Get a message to the Retribution fleet. They must return here immediately.
Armina swayed, as if the words were a storm wind.
Lord Dawn, we have no word from them.
She swallowed.
They may have reached Istval before the massacre. They may.
Her voice trailed away as Dawn took a step closer.
If you have to burn through 1,000 astropaths, you will reach them.
Dawn's voice was low, but it seemed to fill the room.
Bring my sons back to Terra.
The Retribution fleet had suffered many casualties during the Void War, and whilst the Tribune had been ruined, the captured Contador remained, its crew half dead and scarred, both within and without, yet despite the odds, escaped the wrath of the Lord of Iron. Those who refused to aid the Imperial Fists in commandeering the vessel were put to the sword, and despite the defection of many of the mortal crewmen, many starved or turned to madness with exposure to the Immaterium. No record can truly calculate the amount of time the Contador spent within the tides of the warp. Yet if the 7th Legion are revered for anything, it is their stubborn defiance and refusal to surrender. Corpses of the Son of Terra, Inwit, and Olympia littered the void of Thal. The husks of once proud starships now little more than scattered carcasses of their once proud glories. Salvaging the armor of venerated champions of the Praetorian within the Iron Blood, the 4th Legion wasted no time in stripping the fallen of their panoplies. The Cataphractite Terminator armor of Amanda's Tyr, claimed as a trophy, remained in the possession of the Iron Warriors, destined to be housed within the stronghold of Bisengard for millennia, until its reclamation and restoration by the Imperial Fist Chapter's 4th Company during the 41st millennium. The single largest fleet of any legion of the Angels of Death had been sundered, and only fueled the bitter rivalry between these architects of war. Despite escaping annihilation, the surviving members of the Retribution fleet, once spat from the warp during their tumultuous journey to the Throne World, found themselves to have been directed far from its domain. Obscene numbers of voidcraft, weapons platforms, and star fortresses bore the markings of the vast empire of the 500 worlds. Pollux and his men had been cast to the realm of Ultramar. Soon the domain of the Ultramarines would be cut off from the wider Imperium, contained within the cage conjured by Erebus of the Word-Bearer's Legion, the Ruinstorm. Their mission to convene with the assault of Istvan V had failed. Their fleet had been obliterated, and yet, despite such grievous losses, the Imperial Fists had bloodied their now most hated foe. The Iron Warriors had grown conceited following their slaughter earned through deception, and now their own vaunted Primarch had been humbled by a captain of his hated brother's sons. Victory for the Imperial Fists was never possible during the Battle of Thal, yet regardless of their calamitous losses suffered and overwhelming opposition, their honor had been preserved. For much of what will be remembered of this naval engagement is that no matter the strength of a traitor, the resolve
and ingenuity of the loyal sons of the Imperium shall always find strength in the righteousness of their cause. Tyr stood, breathing hard. He looked up at the waiting doors. They looked like they could survive a kick from a Titan. He turned to the remainder of his cadre. There were 14 brothers in Terminator armor, another 30 in void-hardened iron armor. Too few, he thought. Far too few. But was any number going to be enough to kill a Primarch? Then the doors began to open. Tyr turned, his eyes locked on the widening split in the rough iron. The doors peeled back into the walls with a sound like the inhalation of a metal god. He could feel the hairs on his neck. Something buried deep under his gene forging and training told him to step back from the dark opening, to run. Behind him, his brothers began to move. Bright lines of tracer fire split the gloom. Tyr began to charge as Perturabo rose from his throne to meet him. Chains spilled from the Primarch's layered warplate as he stood. Rounds sparked from the rivet-covered armor. His face was bare, his eyes oil black. His hammer came up with him. It's half as tall as Tyr, and its black head crawled with power at its master's touch. Tyr was 5 paces away. He could feel his muscles bunching, his heartbeat slowing to a low, focused rhythm. Behind Tyr, his brothers followed, firing as they came, lighting his path, caging Perturabo in fire. Tyr gripped his mace with both hands as he swung it above his head. "For Dawn!" The shout began as the coiled power of Tyr's strike unwound. The Primarch stood still, clad in iron, and cloaked in detonations. Perturabo spun the head of the hammer low, and brought it up in a curved arc. The blow hit Tyr as his last step fell. The hammer's head crumpled his armor, and crushed it into the pulped remains of his flesh. Guilliman roars a challenge at the Word-Bearers. He condemns them to death. He condemns their master to a worse fate. He hurls himself at them. The Word-Bearers on the upper structure see him coming. They are Kill Squad strength, at the least, the better part of a full company. At least a portion of them are the vaunted Gal Vorbak elite. But they see him coming, and they know what that means. It doesn't matter what cosmic dementia has corrupted their minds and souls. It doesn't matter what eternal promises the dark gods are whispering in their ears. It doesn't matter what inflated courage the warp has poured into their veins along with their madness. Guilliman of Ultramar is coming right at them. To kill them. To kill them all. Even though they stand a chance of hurting him, they waste it. They balk. For a second, their twisted hearts know fear. Real fear. And then he has them. And he is killing them. The battles of the Horus Heresy are among the bloodiest engagements ever waged by humanity. Brother slew brother as malevolent entities cackled within the roiling depths of the warp, the atrocities inflicted upon humanity feeding their insatiable hunger for suffering. Yet the most treacherous of actions reward their perpetrators with greater spoils, and though much blood had already been spilled with the dawn of the heresy, one battle above all exemplified the conniving nature of the traitor rebellion. For today, we shall elucidate the scheme of a madman lured with the promise of vindication at the price of betraying his kin. This is the tale of the Calth atrocity.
We called them false angels. You came to me asking how my faith survived the day of judgment. I will tell you a secret. When the stars fell, when the seas boiled and the earth burned, my faith didn't die. That is when I began to believe. God was real, and he hated us.
To attempt to understand the reasoning of heretics is a pointless endeavor, for the excuses of murderers and zealots lead further down the path to corruption. Yet to learn from the Calfatrocity, one must look to the past for the spark which ignited the flames of betrayal. Lorgar Aurelian, Primarch of the 17th Legion, the Word-Bearers, had taken to the stars during the Great Crusade as among the last of his kind to be reunited with the Imperium. The Imperial Heralds of old had been remade in the image of the Rainmaker of Colchis, their methods of bringing compliance to rebellious worlds bordering on the profane. Dismissive of the ideals of the Imperium as a secular empire devoted to reason and cold logic, the Word-Bearers Legion erected gaudy temples, cathedrals, and statues devoted to the Emperor. The flagrant idolatry of the Master of Mankind, an affront to his most cherished ideals to foster the Imperium into a new age of prosperity, such religious offerings and dogma could not be allowed to continue. During 963.M30, a council of the Emperor's most trusted advisors convened, led by his stalwart and trusted ally, Malcador the Sigillite. Deeming censure to be the only course of action, the Emperor dispatched Malcador to the world of Kur and decreed his will. Accompanied by the Ultramarines Legion and their venerated Primarch, Rebute Guilliman, this army of paragons in gleaming blue ceramite championed the ideals of the Imperial truth to the letter, and would be a fitting means to raise the city to the ground. Lorgar Aurelian confronted the Sigillite within his perfect city, as Guilliman looked on, his duty to his father superseding his unwillingness to tear down Monarchia's towering icons of marble and gold. Following the Ultramarines' evacuation of the civilian populace, they turned their guns on the shrines to the God Emperor of mankind. The folly of the Word-Bearers and their brazen worship too dangerous to spread further. The entire Legion of the 17th returned to Kur, with word of the destruction of Monarchia, tears welling in their eyes as they watched their perfect city burn. The Urizen was inconsolable, striking the Sigillite with his fist as smoke billowed from the ruins of Monarchia, his assembled legion itching for a chance at reprisal. Until they knelt. Casting his psychic presence across the planet of Kur, the Emperor forced every one of the Word-Bearers to their knees in submission to his will. The Ultramarines stood tall. Not one of their number took pride in their actions, least of all their Primarch. But their duty as witnesses to the humbling of the 17th was necessary. Such a harsh lesson would not be learned by the Urizen, for his heart had always festered with bitterness, poured into his soul drip by drip by the hands of those who had raised him. And under the advisements of his foster father, Cor Phaeron, and his first chaplain, Erebus, Lorgar Aurelian embarked upon a pilgrimage. Finding the answers he sought within the heart of the Eye of Terror, a pantheon thirsting for the devotion of mortals answered his naive calls for guidance. Though Horus Lupercal was destined to be the champion of the gods of chaos, Lorgar had been chosen as the architect of their will. Yet none remember those who stand behind the veil of great change, and the bearer of the word was nothing if not conceited. As they left the first transit voidlock, an Ultramarine stepped forward to challenge the unexpected boarding party. He was not wearing his cobalt blue helm, clearly not expecting an attack, nor yet realizing that he had but seconds to live. Absurdly, he did not even reach for his weapon. His face bore an expression of puzzlement. Marduk laughed to himself. Oh, this was too good. The Ultramarine, a sergeant by his markings, opened his mouth to voice. What? A greeting? A challenge? Either way, he never got the chance to speak. A bolt round was fired, the first of many that would be unleashed in the next few minutes. The Ultramarine was struck in the face, just under his left cheekbone. Faces turned, mouths gaped open, aghast, as crew members registered the headless Ultramarine splayed out on the deck. Blood was spreading in a widening circle around him, It dropped down through the metal slats in the decking. Most of those stationed here were non-combatants, the majority being technicians and adepts. The word-bearers did not waste their ammunition. They moved in with chain blade and fist, snapping bodies like dried tinder, punching heads from shoulders. It was soon over. Marduk reached his master's side. Blood and oil spattered the captain's armor, forming rivulets in the gaps between the interlocking plates of his armor. For over 4 decades, the word-bearers plotted in secret, their numbers slowly cleansed of dissenting voices and loyal Astartes to the Emperor's cause. During 005.M31, the ascended War Master of Chaos began his gambit to rule the stars, starting with displacing his unawares brethren across the void, far from the conflict to follow. The Dark Angels, Blood Angels, and Ultramarines were a threat too great to combat head-on, the Sons of Arute Gilliman especially so, due to their status as the largest legion by far. Ordering the 13th to muster at the world of Calth, their distance from the staging ground of the opening salvos of the Civil War proved vital. The traitor legions commit untold acts of butchery upon the world of Istvan Free, its soil drenched in the blood of pious souls and their duplicitous former comrades. Yet as the events of the War Master's schemes began to unfold, survivors of the battles had managed to escape annihilation and warn the Imperium of the impending wrath of the traitors. A counter-offensive had waged upon Istvan V, yet with the conclusion of the Dropsite massacre, the traitors had become further emboldened with new allies to their cause and the annihilation of 3 loyalist legions. Horus was winning the war, yet the potential reprisal of the Ultramarines could not be ignored. Ordering Lorgar to venture to the Viridian system within Ultramar, the word-bearers met with the Ultramarines under the pretense of purging the Orc Xenos hold of Gazlak as an act of cooperation. Welcomed with open arms by their stoic brethren, the Sons of Lorgar positioned themselves within the ranks of the 13th Legion, fully armed and clad in warplate. Assuming their crestfallen comrades to be hiding the stain of dishonor they had incurred decades prior, the Ultramarines could not have known the true intent of these malevolent turncoats. Seeking to claim an eye for an eye, the agri-world of Calth symbolized the prosperity of the Ultramarines, and Lorgar salivated at the idea of its verdant hills and bountiful crops' transformation into a desolate wasteland. First Captain Kor Pharon commanded the Legion in Lorgar's stead, their objective to cripple the 13th Legion and, if possible, end the life of the Lord of Ultramar. Capturing the Ultramarines' voidcraft, the Campanile, within the Viridian system of space, its crew were offered as ritual sacrifices to the Word-Bearers' dark gods. Interfering with Calth's orbital data feeds, the mortal menials of Ultramar toiled to clear the distorted communications of their equipment, whilst the Campanile's denizens maneuvered into position. Psychers of the Legion's Librarius suffered severe headaches, their abandoning of their gifts following the Edict of Nicaea, preventing their forewarning of the impending threat. Scrap-code infections came to the attention of the Mechanicus server, Ulkehal Hest, within the watchtower of Calcus Fortalice, whilst more vessels of the Word-Bearers' fleet arrived in orbit, painted in an unfamiliar arterial crimson hue. The Infidus Imperator, grand cruiser and flagship of Kor Pharon, loomed over Calth, its proximity allowing for First Chaplain Erebus to teleport unto its surface to the north of Numinous City. The Hand of Fate began his fell rituals to call forth the powers of the warp, surrounded by polished black stones taken from the Istvan V Dropsite massacre. Offering progenoid glands harvested blood and gene seeds from the fallen of both traitors and loyalists of the Battle of Istvan III and V. With the moon rising in perfect constellational alignment, the moment had come to act.
My brother, hear me. Warriors of the 13th Legion, hear me. This violence is against the code of the Legiones Astartes and against the will of our father, the Emperor. In the name of the 500 worlds of Ultramar, I implore you to cease fire and stand down. Open communication with me. Let us speak. Let us settle this. This action is an error of the most tragic kind. Cease fire. I, Rabute Gilliman, give you my solemn pledge that we will deal with each other frankly and fairly if these hostilities can be suspended. I urge you to respond. The Campanile passed the defense ring of Calth, its momentum sharply accelerating into a direct collision course with the orbital dockyard complex. Smashing through smaller vessels and scraping past larger strike cruisers, the Azimuth Graving Dock vaporized in its wake. The debris of obliterated spacecraft scattered across the orbit of Calth, raining death hails of debris upon the unfortunates below. 35,000 men and women perished in the ensuing carnage, the power core of the orbital fleet yard hearkening the demise of the Campanile. Aboard the Ultramarines voidcraft, Samothrace, Captain Sorat Chur of the Wordbearers slaughtered Captain Honorius Lucille and his entourage of the 209th Company. Unarmed and caught unawares during their formal dinner organized to honor their guests, those who survived the ambush were offered as sacrifices before Sorat Chur murdered the entire bridge crew. The Calth Viridian anchor had sustained heavy damage, and as Wordbearers and Chaos Cultists alike conducted hundreds of small ambushes among the fleet, pandemonium spread. Firestorms erupted within the many orbital stations at high anchor, the communications of the Mechanicus irreparably damaged, and countless dead littered the void of space. The data shock incurred from the scrap code infection caused neural biofeedback among the adepts of Mars, their numbers dwindling as hypertraumatic inload syndrome ravaged their numbers. The Invidus Imperator opened fire upon the Ultramarines fleet, their shields inoperative and moorings still clamped to the inoperable docking stations. The battle barge Sons of Ultramar exploded in the first vicious salvo as other 17th Legion vessels such as the Machael, Crown of Colchis, Flame of Purity, and Destiny's Hand combined their firepower. The Ultramarines fleet looked on helplessly, their ship's power plants kept on low yield in preparation to depart for the Orc stronghold, unable to combat their foes. Rabute Gilliman witnessed the unfolding massacre, his belief that a catastrophic technical failure was the cause for this slaughter, the only reasonable conclusion he could draw. Unable to communicate with the Wordbearers Legion, the Lord of Ultramar broadcast a message beseeching the Sons of Lorgar to stand down. No harm would come to them should the fighting end. Khor Pharon boarded the Samothrace as it passed unchallenged through the Zetsun Verid fleet yard. Capturing the facility from its unaware defenders, his Dark Mechanicum allies worked to establish their own data network and activated the planet's weapons grid. 962 orbital defense platforms turned their guns on the remnants of the Ultramarines fleet, which had already lost approximately 80% of its number. Using the Calthian defense grid to destroy the moon of the Verida Forge and Starfort in proximity to the Viridian System's Mandeville Point, the Loyalists suffered further catastrophic losses to both lives and infrastructure. The largest capital ships of the Ultramarines fleet comprised their remaining strength, too large and well-armored to be destroyed swiftly, yet for each that attempted to power up their shields, the guns of Calth's weapon grid pacified such threats. Every defense platform restored by their crews fell to the guns of the Wordbearers fleet, the Solar Auxilia receiving massive casualties despite valiantly fighting to the last. Defending their homeworld from the tyrants of the 17th, each mortal soldier gladly gave their lives in the name of Calth. Each small victory in repelling the Wordbearers, though minimal, brought time for the Ultramarines to reorganize. Lorgar of Colchis, you may consider the following. 1. I entirely withdraw my previous offer of solemn ceasefire. It is cancelled,
and will not be made again, to you or to any other of your motherless bastards. 2. You are no longer any brother of mine. I will find you. I will kill you. And I will hurl your toxic corpse into hell's mouth. Two solar hours following the rampage of the Campanile, the crew of the Macragge's Honor, flagship of the Ultramarines, managed to establish contact with Lorgar Aurelian. Demanding that Lorgar order his men to stand down, Guilliman watched in horror as a smile crossed his cowardly brother's lips. Exchanging barbed words with the Urizen, it soon became clear that none of this was a mistake. The Rainmaker had unleashed this storm of blood upon Calth intentionally. Resolving to preserve his legion, Guilliman ordered his men to defend themselves. The bridge of the Macragge's Honor was invaded by a chaos-spawn creature of the Warp, the subsequent explosion of the entity venting the Lord of Ultramar into the void of space. First Chapter Master Marius Gage managed to brace himself until the ship's bridge sealed itself from the damage. His Genesire potentially lost, it was now his duty to deliver his legion to salvation. Word-bearers littered the halls of this proud Gloriana-class vessel, with the dismembered limbs of fallen Astartes and mortals, their desecration spilling chaos spawn amongst its vast confines. Ordering the crew of the ship to barricade themselves into the ship's compartments, Gage attempted to rally the Ultramarines and naval guardsmen aboard into a cohesive force. Waves upon waves of chaos filth continued to clamor from micro-rifts across the ship, its defenders corralling such creatures into enclosed spaces filled with poison gas and unbreathable atmospheres to no avail. Their bolters and lasguns proved ineffective against these immaterial beings, as detonations and impact sites seemed to do little more than inconvenience these horrors of the Warp. Blades and melee weapons proved more effective against these abominations, yet many lacked the skill or bravery to combat such foes in such close proximity. Much of the officer class of the Legion had been slain, with few able to lead the survivors of the ambush effectively. Chapter Master Claude Empion and his 9th chapter, and Captain Heutonic of the 161st Company, fought bravely in repelling the invading demons of the Warp, yet were stifled by their adherence to conventional battle doctrines in the face of these otherworldly foes. Yet on this day of unremitting heresy, an unlikely soul proved crucial in combating such unorthodox enemies. If he wasn't my brother, he'd be a political embarrassment and an impediment to the effective rule of the Imperium. I know what I'd do with him. I'm sure I could demonstrate how, Lord. Was that a joke, Sergeant? I may have just made a very unfortunate attempt at humor, Lord. It was actually quite funny. Prior to the first shot fired by the guns of the Word-bearers and the arrival of their fleet, a lone Ultramarine sergeant awaited judgment. Sergeant Aeonid Fiel of the 135th Company awaited censure for his compiling of theoretical tactics on how to battle Space Marines. Prior to this day, the idea of the Emperor's angels fighting one another was unthinkable, among the highest of heretical thoughts in the eyes of many a noble warrior. Yet Aeonid had surmised that due to the fact the Imperium had conquered the stars, there were no new foes to combat, and so the only thought experiment that remained was that of his peers. Ordered to paint his helmet red as a mark of his transgression, Fiel paced his Primarch's own antechamber as he awaited the judgment of his Primarch. The invaders of the Macragge's Honor burst through the Primarch's quarters, yet did not catch this rebellious sergeant off guard. Borrowing an exotic longsword and Kelatai friction axe from Rabute Guilliman's personal collection of weapons, Aeonid slew his aggressors and investigated the mayhem outside. Fighting through the hordes of foes which he dubbed as demons, Aeonid assembled survivors of the fray and armed them with his Primarch's collection of mastercrafted armaments. Etching notes onto his armor on his experience fighting these strange foes, Fiel made contact with Chapter Master Empion and Captain Heutonicus as they ventured to the conning tower. Managing to reach the flagship epicenter, Fiel's misfit band of Astartes, labor serfs, mortal soldiers, deckhands, and abhuman stokers wielding weapons befit for the stature of a son of the Emperor, were a peculiar sight to behold. Saving the life and treating the wounds of Marius Gage, though bewildered by the appearance of Fiel's band of warriors, the first chapter master understood his effectiveness in combating these demons. Having lost his arm in battle, Gage entrusted Fiel with tactical leadership whilst an apothecary tended to his wounds. Ordering all forces to carve a path to the ship's auxiliary bridge, Gage accompanied Fiel's forces in their attempt to reactivate the ship's controls. Rescuing Shipmaster Hamed from a salvation craft of the vessel, Sanctity of Saramanth, Fiel escorted the captain to the bridge with Gage appointing the veteran to helm the Macragge's honor.
Kinsman, we are being tested. We cannot know what madness has overcome Lorgar. We do not know the fate of our brothers and our Primarch. But what we do know is duty. Our duty is to hold the approach to the city, to deny the enemy. These were Guilliman's last words to us. Meles gave his life in service of that command. And if called, then so shall we.
As the sons of Rabute Guilliman fought to purge the warp filth from the vessel, the servants of the machine god had not been idle. Sealed within their precious shrine of the Omnissiah, the Skitarii defended their sacred machines from invaders. Aided by Aeonid Fiel and Marius Gage, the warriors of Mars followed the examples of the Ultramarines and brandished hand-to-hand weapons to combat the demons. Turning the tide against the warp spawn, the Tech Adepts pledged their Castellax battle automata to cleanse the ship, with their holy site now preserved from trespassers. With the technical prowess of two senior Magos of the Mechanicum, at the 10th hour of the battle, functionality was restored to the flagship. Awakening communications, Gage rallied the disparate Ultramarines' forces, enduring the countless threats besetting them on all sides, both in orbit and on the surface of Calth. The remaining fleet of the Ultramarines plotted course to support the Macragge's honor, now that it was no longer adrift. Yet as they maneuvered, the full might of the Wordbearers fell upon the flagship. Chapter Master Empion led the counter-boarding assault, with 1,200 Astartes by his side, sabotaging docking towers, releasing void grapnels, and repelling invaders from the ship's outer hull. Equipped with void harnesses, Empion's squads used the low gravity of the ship to swiftly bound into combat and quell their enemies dug in across the ship's exterior. Bolt of fire erupted from the guns of the Angels of Death, yet in the silence of space, their otherwise deafening volleys were not heard. Ordering 3 men in each squad to place melter charges on the Wordbearers' breaching equipment, many noble sons of Ultramar sacrificed their own lives in order to detonate their payloads. Aeonid Thiel led Squad 6, his men surrounded by vast numbers of Wordbearers Astartes, resolving to give their lives dearly before surrendering to despair. Yet in their moment of greatest peril, their Primarch returned. Pummeling the Wordbearers to red mist with his power fists, Rabute Guilliman's superhuman physiology had allowed him to endure in the void of space for 10 hours with no oxygen nor helmet. His anger stoked by the deception of Lorgar, seemingly fueling him to endure this impossible feat. With Fiel's squad relieved from the traitor's assault, the Ultramarines returned with their Primarch to the safety of the bridge.
Leave no stone upon stone. Salt the earth with the blood of the fallen, and leave only ashes to mark their passing. Let Calth be the grave marker of the Ultramarines.
Magos Tauren of the Mechanicum, with the support of Captain Remus Ventanus, consolidated the might of her Skitarii with the Ultramarines' 4th Company. Opposed by thousands of traitor Astartes and countless cultist militias, Tauren advised to reactivate the Governor's Palace Vox Assembly to facilitate communications with beleaguered Ultramarine survivors. As the forces of the Wordbearer's commander, Morpul Sia, surrounded the palace of Leptis Numinus, their cannon fodder of cultists shielded the Astartes from the bolter rounds of the Ultramarines. Demonic entities spewed from the Empyrean, their rapid advances breaching the defensive lines of the palace, manned by mortal soldiers of Calth. The Fourth Company arrived in time to preserve the palace, the sight of the Angels of Death spurring the soldiery on to push back the tide of the traitor attack. Tauren toiled to reactivate the data engine of the communications array, for should they contact the fleet in orbit, fire support could prove crucial in aiding the reclamation of the surface. Remus knew that their defiance would not last long, for within mere hours the traitors could amass enough strength to overrun their position. Restoring communications, Fentarnus made contact with his Primarch and relayed the situation unfolding on the ground. 30,000 Astartes and over 200,000 Imperial Army forces remained scattered, yet fighting upon the surface. Obtaining a kill code to purge the planetary defense grid of infection, should the Ultramarines in orbit destroy the controls located within the Zetsun Verid fleet yard, the Fortress of Calth could secure the data engine required to restore the planetary weapons grid to Loyalist hands. Rallying a column of Land Raider tanks to push through the Wordbearer's lines, Fentarnus reached the Cargo Handling Guild to the north of the port of Lanshia. Tauren uploaded the kill code as Wordbearers and Titans, under the leadership of Commander Holbeloth, attempted to thwart their efforts. Though progress was slow, the foundations of the Guildhall held true in the wake of the traitor assault, as the defenders held the line for their kin in orbit to achieve their objective. Victory is a fickle mistress, failure a haphazard executioner. For those with the courage to preserve will not abide their dictates. Guilliman looked upon the fallout the Wordbearers had wrought. Entire worlds had been sundered, his fleet lay in ruins, and thousands of his valiant sons were dead. Calth's surface teemed with Chaos cultists and the scum of the 17th, their butchery exterminating the Ultramarines' 9th chapter in its entirety upon the soil of Komesh. Elements of the Legion, led by Triarch Toro Nicodemus, led a mobile resistance of survivors, the guns of traitor Titans laying waste to swathes of those unfortunate enough to find themselves within their shadows. The Ultramarines acknowledged the crimson of the Wordbearer's new heraldry simply as Traitors Red, and relished any opportunity to spill the blood of those who had massacred their kin. Bodies of the fallen sons of Guilliman, showing signs of being mutilated and even feasted upon, were nailed to effigies in the sides of buildings, their desecration drawing out those who could not abide such a slight on their proud legacy. Less than 12 hours had passed, and approximately 100,000 Astartes had perished, deaths which Guilliman resolved to avenge. Rerouting the power of the Macrag's honor to its teleporter systems, Guilliman led a kill team into the heart of the Zetsun Verid yard in order to reclaim the orbital platforms. 50 men at the side of their liege assembled at the teleportation terminal, yet 4 noble warriors were lost due to rematerializing errors. Slaying dozens of Wordbearers, including members of the demon-possessed Gal Vorbak. Despite the martial skill of their Primarch, several Astartes under his command fell to the guns of their foes. Confronting Kor Phaeron within the control room of the fleet yard, Guilliman walked into the trap of the Master of the Faith. Striking the Lord of Ultramar with forms of living darkness spewing from the palm of his hand, the favor of the ruinous powers coursed through his veins. Pinning the Primarch with eldritch powers against a bulkhead, fell electrical discharge coursed through Guilliman's body, rendering him weakened from their brawl. Kor Phaeron raised his Athame dagger, and mused on whether to end Guilliman's life or sway him to the traitor cause. Perhaps Phaeron could emulate the efforts of Erebus's manipulations of the War Master, for surely, with the aid of the Lord of Ultramar, victory in the name of Chaos would be assured. Placing the dagger against the Primarch's throat until its edge bit into his skin, Kor Phaeron demanded the son of the Emperor kneel before the War Master and pledged to aid his cause. The arrogance of the Dark Cardinal nearly cost him his life, his hubris allowing Guilliman to tear his primary heart from his chest with his power fist. Destroying the Dark Mechanicum's planetary data network, the Ultramarines rushed to Guilliman's aid as Corferon retreated from the fray. The Tetrarchs of Ultramar, under the command of Ikos Lamiad, waged war upon the region of Holophusicon, supported by the loyalist Praesagius and Oberon Legios. Tecmagos Taran, now free to operate the planetary defense grid, unleashed a tactical nuclear strike upon the northern traitor-controlled region of Lanshir. Atomizing the traitor Titans, armored vehicles, and auxiliary forces within the blast radius, radiation burns and burst eardrums were a small price to pay for the loyalist defenders. Turning her weapons platforms against the Wordbearer's fleet, the guns of Magos Taran devastated the Wordbearer's fleet with impunity. Guilliman's men fell back from the Zetsun Verid fleet yard, the sight of the Wordbearer's fleet firing its guns upon the Viridian system's sun, striking him with dread. The sun went supernova, the death knell of this celestial body promising death to all those who remained upon Calf's surface. Ordering First Chapter Master Marius Gage to pursue Corferon's retreating vessel, the Infidus Imperator, at the helm of the Macrag's honor, Guilliman would not allow the Dark Cardinal to escape justice. Yet the woes besetting Ultramar were not over, for Lorgar Aurelian, now allied with the Primarch of the World Eaters Legion, Angron, began to enact their campaign of the Shadow Crusade. Thousands of the Legion detested the Ultramarines. Lorgar ordered many of us to gather when we were already en route to Calf. I, and the others who would become commanders and apostles among the Vakrajal. He wanted our counsel on what to do with those among the Legion he no longer trusted. Our Legion culled its ranks in a trickle down the decades, but nothing like the Istvan atrocity that Angron is so proud of. Lorgar knew loyalty within the Wordbearers was never in doubt. Competence was a different matter. Even Khan was ignoring the struggling Ultramarine now. He was silent as Agultal continued. Lord Aurelian asked what we would do with the warriors he felt were no longer reliable, those whose hatred burned brighter than their sense. Tens of thousands of them, Khan. Whole companies. Whole chapters. Their rage was no longer pure. You killed them. Not directly. We gave them the mission they craved. They sallied with Erebus and Corferon to martyr themselves in glory. You can't be serious, said Khan. As serious as the wasteland this world has become. Your legion was purged on Istvan Free, brother. Mine was purged at Calf. As the sun of the Viridian system turned from a warm yellow to hues of sickly blue, volatile solar flares ravaged Calf's atmosphere, killing all organic life. Not even the Astartes could survive the surface of this now deaf world. Its populace largely unable to heed the calls for evacuation, instead sought shelter within the planet's subterranean arcology system. Protected from the rays of radiation bombarding the surface, the civilian populace fell prey to many Wordbearers Astartes abandoned by their legion within the warrens of the tunnels. Ultramarine task forces rooted out the surviving Wordbearers' presence, the heroic Captain Remus Ventanus resolving to liberate the world to which he now bore the title of its savior. The underground war waged for 7 solar years, the 19th, 22nd, and 547th chapters exterminating the forces of the Wordbearer's Third Hand, Graven Star, and Gal Vorbak. The ruin storm of Erebus had trapped the 13th within Ultramar, and their strength had been substantially pacified. With the Battle of Calf concluded, the Ultramarines had lost 119,422 men, diminished from their might of 185,923 Astartes. Over 50,000 zealots of the Wordbearers' Legion had martyred themselves and half of their fleet in the name of their fell gods. 28,392 Ultramarines that survived could never take to the field of battle again. Their wounds incurred, rendering them incapable to fight, and the line of the Legio Praesagius were annihilated. 500,000 mortal soldiers and untold millions of the citizens of Calth had perished defending their homeworld. And now, it was little more than a barren, irradiated deathworld. Among the casualties of the Ultramarines' fleet, the Antipathy, Androdamachus, Antrophiles, Campanile, Constellation of Tarmus, Courage of Conor, Deliverance of Terra, Gladius, Hope of Narmenia, Geneverse, Johannippus Artemisia, Menace of Fortis, Remonstrance of Narthan Droom, Sanctity of Samaranth, Sons of Ultramar, Spirit of Conor, Stations of Ultramar, Valediction, Vosphorus, and Phobos Encoder were lost with all hands. Captains Ericon Gaius, Teus Sulus, Master Aruk Serotid, and Colonel Sparzai gave their lives to defend Calth, and the full honor roll of the brave souls who perished shall never be collated. 40,000 Astartes of the chapter, both wounded and combat ready, remained to defend the war-torn Agriworld, the sacrifice of their kinsmen never to be forgotten so long as they stood upon its soil. The Ultramarines as a legion could never recover from the loss of their combat-ready Voidcraft. Their efforts to salvage the broken husks from the debris in orbit of Calth, though necessary, costing many lives to brave the radiation-soaked graveyard of ships. Though this crucible of war had strengthened many valiant souls, with chapters such as the 4th Aurorans, Eagles of the 20th, Hawks of the 21st, and Nemesis chapter of the 22nd, forging their destinies as future successor chapters of the Adeptus Astartes. Calth endures to this day, yet its populace must shelter from the rays of its tainted sun to prevent cancerous growths and radiation sickness. Never would Ultramar suffer such calamity unprepared, for the scarred surface of this once verdant world serves as a reminder to remain vigilant. For the greatest atrocities are made by those we trust, for it is all the easier to stab a brother in the back rather than a stranger. Guilliman steps into the hololithic platform. Light bends and bubbles in front of him. Images form and fade, reform and decay, like scratching light on film. Then Lorgar is standing there, life-size, facing Guilliman. His face is in shadow again, but the light construction makes him look utterly real. "Have you lost your temper, Rabute?" Lorgar asks. "I am going to gut you," Guilliman replies softly. "You have lost your temper. The great and calm and level-headed Rabute Guilliman has finally succumbed to passion. I will gut you. I will skin you. I will behead you."
"Ah, Rabute," Lorgar murmurs. "Here, at the very end, I finally hear you talk in a way that actually makes me like you." "Precondition of malice," says Guilliman, barely a whisper. "You took the Campanile. By my estimation, you took it at least 140 hours ago. You took the ship, and you staged it. You organized this atrocity, Lorgar, and you made it seem like a terrible accident so you could capitalize on our mercy. You made us stay our hand while you committed murder." "It's called treachery, Rabute. It works very well. How did you find out?" "We backplotted the Campanile's route once we'd worked out what had hit the yards. When you look at the plot, the notion that it was any kind of accident becomes laughable. As is the notion that you can hurt me." "We're not going to debate it, you maggot, you treacherous bastard," says Guilliman. "I just wanted you to know that I will rip your living heart out, and I want you to know why." "Why? Why? If this is our puerile old feud boiled to the surface, then you are the most pathetic soul in the universe. Pathetic. Our father should have left you out in the snow at birth. He should have fed you to rust, you worm, you maggot." Lorgar raises his face slightly, so that Guilliman can see a hint of a smile in the shadows of his face. "This has nothing to do with our enmity, Rabute, except that it affords me the opportunity to avenge my honor on you and your ridiculous toy soldiers." This is just a delicious bonus. No, this is the Ushkul Fu. Kalf is the Ushkul Fu. The offering. It is the sunrise of the new galaxy. A new order. You're rambling, you bastard. The galaxy is changing, Rabute. It is turning upside down. Up will be down and down will be up. Our father will be tossed out of his throne. He will fall down, and no one will put him back together again. Lorgar, you. Listen to me, Rabute. You think you're so clever, so wise, so informed, but this has started already. It's already underway. The galaxy is turning on its head. You will die, and our father will die. And so will all the others, because you are all too stupid to see the truth. Gilliman steps towards the Lifercast Phantom, as though he might strike it down or snap its neck. Listen to me, Rabute. The Light Ghost hisses. Listen to me. The Imperium is finished. It is falling. It is going to burn. Our father is done. His malicious dreams are over. Horus is rising. Horus Lupercal is rising, Rabute. You have no idea of his ability. He is above us all. We stand with him, or we perish entirely. You shit, Lorgar. Are you drugged? Are you mad? What kind of insanity is Horus? Horus what? He's rising. He's coming. He will kill anyone who stands in his way. He will rule. He will be what the Emperor could not be. Horus would. Gilliman clears his throat. He swallows. He is dazed by the sheer extent of Lorgar's dementia. Horus would never turn. If any of us turned, the others would. Horus has risen against our cruel and abusive parent, Rabute, says Lorgar. Accept that, and you will die with greater peace in your heart. Horus Lupercal has come to overthrow the Imperium's corruption and punish the abuser. It is already happening, and Horus is not alone. I am with him, sworn and true. So is Fulgrim, Angron, Perturabo, Magnus, Mortarion, Kurz, Alfarius. Your loyalty is air and paper, Rabute. Our loyalty is blood. You're lying! You're dying. Istvan V burns. Brothers are dead already. Dead? Who are... Ferrus Manus, Corax, Vulcan, all dead and gone. Slaughtered like pigs. Those are all lies! Look at me, Rabute. You know they are not. You know it. You have studied every one of us. You know our strengths and our failings. Theoretical, Rabute, theoretical. You know this is possible. You know from the very facts that this is a possible outcome. Gilliman steps back. He opens his mouth, but he is too stunned to reply. Whatever you think of me, Rabute, says Lorgar. Whatever your opinion, and I know it is about as low as it can be, you know I'm not a stupid man. I would betray my brothers and attack the assembled might of the 13th Legion for a grudge? Really? Really? Practical, Rabute. I am here to exterminate you and the Ultramarines because you are the only force left in the Emperor's camp that can possibly stop Horus. You are too dangerous to live, and I am here to make sure you do not. Lorgar leans forward. The light catches his teeth. I'm here to remove you from the game, Rabute. Gilliman steps back. Either you're insane, or the galaxy has gone mad, he says with remarkable steadiness. Whichever, I am coming for you, and I will put you and your heathen killers down. Excommunicate traitoris. You will not have any opportunity left to reflect upon the monstrosity of this crime.
Oh, Rabute, I can always rely on you to sound like a giant pompous asshole. Come and get me. We'll see who burns first. Lorgar steps out of the light, and then hesitates. One last thing you need to know, Rabute. You really don't know what you're up against. A madman, snaps Guilliman, turning his back. Lorgar alters. His holocast form shifts, like fat melting, like bones deforming, like wax dripping. His smile tears in half, and something rises up out of his human shape. It is not human. Guilliman senses it. He turns back. He sees it. His eyes widen. He can smell it. He can smell the pitch-black nightmare, the cosmic stench of the warp. The thing is growing, still growing. Lorgar's empty skin sloughs off like a snake's. Guilliman steadies himself. He will know no fear. I've seen enough of his charlatan tricks, he says. Break the Lifercast link. The link, begins the master of the Vox. Sir, the link is already broken. Guilliman sweeps back, towards the nightmare, the thing that is no longer Lorgar. His hand reaches for the hilt of his sword. The thing speaks. Its voice is madness. It says, every warrior in the 31st millennium who picked up a rifle, pistol or blade was dueling against their own reserves of courage, strength and endurance. They were dueling against their own brothers and sisters' courage, their capacity to stand and hold the line. After 30,000 years, warfare had come full circle. The sheer scale of humanity's conflicts disregarded, the corrupt reliance on automation as seen in the dark age of technology. Mankind was back down to swords beating against shields, and men entrenched with their rifles, where the gods of myth were Titan war machines and Baneblade tanks. In his calmer moments, Khan felt honored. He was living through a second age of legend, where the future's mythology was being written around him with each new victory. Those moments never made it into the sagas, but he saw no great art to war. And yet, he loved war. The Emperor, for all his supposed faults, understood war had come full circle. The civil war of the Horus Heresy drove demigods and noble knights to heights of barbarism never before seen in human history. Brother slaughtered brother in a conflict so devastating that the greatest empire to ever roam the stars would be sundered in less than a decade, its death knell rattling for millennia as old enemies rallied their strength to pick clean its carcass. For today, we shall elucidate a campaign enacted by two unlikely allies of the traitor rebellion, fueled by spite, jealousy, and vengeance. The rampage of zealots and butchers. The Shadow Crusade. In Guilliman's eyes, Lorgar saw a wealth of purest, depthless hatred. A hatred not formed from one action and one event, but a chemical cauldron of emotion strong enough to twist even the calmest, most composed demigod in the Imperium. Anger flared in those eyes, of course. More than anger, it was rage. Frustration tainted it further, the desperation of not understanding why this was happening, and the ferocity of one who still believes he might find a way to stop it. Hurt, somehow. Seeing the hurt in Guilliman's eyes was the worst of all. Also poisoned the mix and made it rancid. This wasn't the pure rage of Corax on the killing fields, the fury of a brother betrayed. This fury was saturated into something much harsher and much more complex. It was the pain of a builder, an architect, a loyal son who had done all that was ever asked of him, and had seen his life's work die in foolish, spurious futility. Lorgar knew that feeling, had known it since he knelt in the ashes of the Perfect City, the entire settlement destroyed by Guilliman's fleet on the Emperor's orders. For the first time in all the years of their wildly disparate lives, Lorgar Aurelian and Rabute Guilliman connected as equals.
To his amazement, and the shock leaving him cold-blooded, Lorgar felt ashamed. In his brother's face he finally saw real hate, and in that moment, he learned a lesson that evaded him all these decades. Guilliman had never hated him before. The Ultramarine had never undermined his efforts, never hidden his sneers while presenting false indifference, never held a secret joy over humbling Lorgar's religious efforts in Monarchia and the Great Crusade beyond. Guilliman hadn't hated him. Not until now. This was hate. This was hatred in totality, fueled by a fortune of pathos. This was a hatred deserved, and it was a hatred that would see Lorgar dead. With the song unfinished, and the false emperor still enthroned at the head of an empire he didn't, in his ignorance, deserve to lead. The bearer of the word felt a sudden, burning need to explain everything, to justify himself, to tell how this was all necessary, all of it, to enlighten humanity. With the first crucial battles of the Horus Heresy won in the name of Chaos, War Master Horus Lupercal's dream of usurping his father's role as the tyrannical Dark King of humanity seemed all but assured. Prospero had burned, the Emperor's Webway project lay in ruins, the Blood Angels had suffered heavy losses upon the world of Cygnus Prime, the Martian Civil War had erupted within the Sol system, the traitor legions had been purged of loyalist elements, and the retribution fleet of the Imperial Fists, Iron Hands, Salamanders and Raven Guard had been thwarted. Yet most deadly of all his adversaries to his grand scheme were the 13th Legion, the Ultramarines. The single largest legion comprised of 250,000 Astartes, supplied by 500 worlds within the Imperium's subservient empire of Ultramar. Should Primarch Roboute Guilliman and his enormous army mobilize, the traitor rebellion for all its gains would be imperiled. Their advance to the throne world stalled, if not halted, should the warriors of Ultramar intervene. In order to prevent calamity, Horus Lupercal appointed the Primarch of the 17th Legion, Lorgar Aurelian, to cripple the Ultramarines under the guise of camaraderie and collaboration. His fell atrocity, conducted within the Calph system, recompense for his humiliation within the perfect city of Monarchia 43 years prior. Laying waste to the immense fleet of Ultramar while strapped in dock, the Wordbearers plunged knives into the backs of the unawares and unarmed Ultramarines, slaughtering 100,000 Astartes before the 13th managed to regroup and repel their attackers. All-out war had been thrust upon the domains of Guilliman, for whilst Calph's surface burned from the radiation of its poisoned sun, further bloodshed simultaneously spilled across the length and breadth of Ultramar. Allied with the World Eater's Primarch, Angron, Lorgar had entrusted the Calph betrayal to his advisors, Corpheron and Erebus, while he and the Red Angel busied themselves with massacring the innocents of Ultramar. Known as the Shadow Crusade, this planet-spanning campaign wrought untold suffering and misery at the hands of the Horde of the 12th and 17th Legions. Those not torn apart by the chain axes of the World Eaters offered as sacrifices to the ruinous gods which the Wordbearers worshipped. Enacting small raids and lightning strike assaults on fleeing vessels and mobilizing reinforcement contingents, Ultramar's 500 worlds began to dwindle, its once crowning jewels tarnished and broken beyond all hope of repair. Making no attempt to lay claim nor capture territory, the traitors added kills to their tally before withdrawing, the price made in blood upon agri-worlds and lightly defended industrial strongholds, satisfactory to their ambitions. Each kill made in the name of the ruinous powers fueled the summoned ruin storm which now cleaved the galaxy in twain, the blood of millions feeding the hungering wound in real space to scatter and confine the loyalist legions. Yet as the Wordbearers fled from Calph, an anger of unrelenting fury burned within the heart of the Lord of Ultramar, and his legion's vengeance would soon be unleashed upon the murderers of their people.
3 generations of my line have defended this world. Our blood has watered this land, and in return it has fed us. The War Master shall not have this place, while any man or woman here yet lives.
Returning to his vast fiefdom to find much of its grandeur in tatters, Roboute Guilliman's legion now stood at half strength,
following their bitter struggle of the Calf atrocity. Surrounded by the embrace of the Ruin Storm, much of Ultramar's planets were beyond all reach of salvation, the Ultramarines unable to breach the warp blockade, no matter their remaining strength. Those chapters of the 13th, unscarred by Calf, were nonetheless scattered across the stars. The 19th, 24th and 25th chapters, set upon by the traitors and their strange Abyss-class battleships. Captain Zadkiel of the Wordbearers attempted to unleash the firepower of his battleship, the Furious Abyss, upon Macragge, its gargantuan scale capable of shrugging off the combined planetary defense fleet of Ultramar's homeworld before unleashing virus bombs upon its surface. Infiltrated by a strike team, led by the Ultramarines captain of the 7th chapter, Lysimachus Cestus, with aid from the Loyalist World Eaters under the command of Captain Skral, Thousand Son Motep, the Space Wolf, Bringar Sturmdrang, and his Bloodclaws, this ragtag band of Space Marines thwarted the Wordbearers' plans, destroying the vessel from within at the cost of their own lives. Upon Astagar, the future Nova Marine Chapter Master, Captain Lucretius Corvo, staved off traitor assaults by the side of 600 of his men, his strategic brilliance costing the invaders 5 transport vessels of their fleet as the ground war on the surface waged. Targeting the demon-possessed Warlord-class Titan, which stood at the core of the invasion forces, Lucretius, alongside the Astagarian Light Rangers, pushed back the traitors with concentrated Shadow Sword fire, followed by a swift infantry counterattack. Upon Perceptum Primus, the Wordbearers devastated its Ultramarine outpost within less than half an hour, the resultant grueling 163-day battle devolving from armored warfare to bitter hand-to-hand engagements. The final act of sacrifice, orchestrated by Chapter Master Decimus of the 17th chapter, rallying the survivors to make their final stand as the last remaining Ultramarines cruiser, Righteous Fury, bombarded the surface with Phosphex. Knowing he and his men would perish in the blast, Decimus and his kinsmen charged into the fray, as both traitors and loyalists died in the blast to prevent the planet from falling into the rebels' hands. 100 Ultramaran worlds lay in ruin, yet among the most crucial that still stood was the fortress world of Armatura, a bastion of Ultramar which Angron and Lorgar invaded personally. Spearheaded by the warships Conqueror, Fidelitas Lex, Blessed Lady, and Trisagion, the traitors began their purge upon the fortress world of Armatura, their Primarchs overseeing the total extermination of 1 billion souls upon the planet's surface. The Ultramarine Evocati Division, Armaturan Academy Guard, Highborn Wardens, and Legio Lysander utterly devastated during their defiant yet hopeless last stand. Managing to ambush and bury the Red Angel beneath tons of rubble during their doomed resistance, the Armaturans defanged Angron's twin chain axes, Gorefather and Gorechild, during the fighting. Retrieved by his equerry, Khan, the 8th captain ordered his tech laborers to reforge the discarded remnants of Gorechild, its sharp teeth destined to rend the flesh of millions, as its keen edge is still felt to this day. As Armatura burned, several divisions of both legions launched assaults against hundreds of Ultramar's outposts, the bulk of the Ultramarine fleet cut off from communications, whilst its citizens cried out for salvation. Yet as Lorgar witnessed the rampages of Angron, the Rainmaker knew that the bite of the Butcher's nails bit deeper, worsening his already unstable temperament. His death inevitable should they continue to dig deep into his brain matter. The Aurelian sought a means to save his brother's life upon the Red Angel's homeworld of Nuceria. The origin of the fell Butcher's nails, which had been driven into the skull of Angron, it stood to reason that the High Riders of Nuceria must surely know a means to remove the cortical implants. Promising to drown the planet in blood, should its rulers not provide the means to cure his affliction, Lorgar convinced Angron to claim vengeance against his oppressors, now that he was unshackled from the oversight of the Emperor. A decision which would change the Lord of Red Sands beyond all recognition.
Let history mark my words well, for I care nothing about who sits proud on the throne of terror when the last day dawns. Horus is a fine commander, but that's the limit of my admiration for that arrogant, preening bastard. I joined his rebellion because I can tolerate him easier than I can endure the abomination that names himself Master of Mankind. You want the truth of my life and death? I am Angron, the Eater of Worlds, and I am already dead. I died over 100 years ago in the mountains north of the city that enslaved me. I died after Deshea.
As the Word-Bearers and World-Eaters made haste for Nuceria, Roboute Guilliman's Retribution fleet tracked the traitors to the homeworld of Angron. Unsuccessful in their attempts to find a cure for Angron's worsening state, the traitors busied themselves with the massacre of the Nucerian people as the despondent Lord of Red Sands descended into bouts of nihilism. Hanging a bandolier of the skulls of his former comrades upon his armor, taken from the unmarked grave of the Deshelika Ridge, Angron paid his respects to the fallen gladiators who had once fought by his side. As the 41 Voidcraft-strong Ultramarines Armada arrived in system, the guns of Guilliman's cobbled-together fleet unleashed their broadsides upon the traitors, destroying Lorgar's flagship, the Fidelitas Lex, and attempting to board Angron's warship, the Conqueror. Repelled by the World Eaters and the Conqueror's shipmistress, Lotara Saren, the Ultramarines with their Primarch at their spear tip descended upon Nuceria, their objective to kill or capture the traitor Primarchs, despite being pitted against the might of 2 legions. Pouring drop pods, gunships and landers upon the surface, the Ultramarines crashed against the traitor rabble with force befitting their legendary pedigree, as Guilliman's ad hoc flagship, Courage Above All, harried the traitor fleet. Veterans of the Calf atrocity, still marked by cracked and burn-washed power armor, sought out any and all word-bearers to sate their vengeance, their bolters and blades purging landing fields of traitors as landing craft spilled reinforcements unto their positions. Hordes of World Eaters set upon the Ultramarines, their unrestrained savagery galvanized with the hymnals and chants of their word-bearers' allies. The wreckage of the Fidelitas Lex crashed upon Nuceria's surface, its carcass drowned within its oceans, as Lorgar Aurelian and Roboute Guilliman finally met upon the field of battle. Exchanging bitter words before clashing, Lorgar's stature as the least martial of his brethren was compensated by the reach of his power maul, Illuminarum, the power fist and gladius of Guilliman striking at the Rainmaker as Astartes died in droves around them. Managing to land a blow with his power fist upon the Aurelian sternum, Guilliman staggered as a burst of sorcerous energy projected from Lorgar, Illuminarum crashing into Guilliman's head, fracturing his skull. As Lorgar faltered due to the internal bleeding he had sustained, Angron launched himself into the fray, his 2-handed chain axe, Widowmaker, hungry to taste the flesh of the Lord of Ultramar. Drenched in gore and imbued with a murderous frenzy, the Red Angel hammered the edge of his blade against Guilliman's, the intense duel allowing Lorgar to witness the crucial catalyst of Angron's ascension. Landing a glancing blow upon Angron's armor, which released a skull of his former comrade from his bandolier, Guilliman unintentionally crushed it beneath his boot, sending Angron into new heights of wrath. Harnessing his terrible arcane arts to empower this moment of unspeakable torment into Angron's being, Lorgar chanted litanies to the Blood God as the ruin storm tore the skies open into a crimson wound. Blood rained by the gallon upon Nuceria as Lorgar's psychic power restrained Angron, the flesh of the Lord of Red Sands tearing apart as his apotheosis began to take hold. The last 19 librarians of the World Eaters Legion, untainted by the influence of the Butcher's Nails, attempted to thwart the Urizen's ritual, pooling their collective psychic power into a gestalt known as the Union. Wrenching Lorgar's soul from his body in an attempt to end his sorceries, within the warp, the Duel of Wills ended with Lorgar's total domination over Angron's very soul, transforming him into a demon prince of Khorne, who then rendered his librarians into ribbons. Pure in the eyes of Khorne, the World Eaters had finally purged the last remnant of their legion of old, the Warhounds, the lack of psychers within their ranks now allowing them to totally surrender to its will. Horrified at the transformation of Angron, Roboute Guilliman ordered a full retreat of Nuceria, for nothing of value could now be salvaged from this accursed world tainted by the influence of the Blood God. Purging the remaining mortals of Nuceria, the traitors rejoiced at their offering made to the ruinous powers, the ascension of the Red Angel, the true objective of the Shadow Crusade, and every innocent soul sacrificed on his path to apotheosis. Over 50,000 word-bearers, half of their fleet, their abyssal abominations, more than 65 titans, and even their flagship had been destroyed, and the World Eaters had lost 10,000 Astartes. Yet in the eyes of the traitors, a monumental victory had been achieved. 120,000 Ultramarines had been slain since their opening salvo of the Calf betrayal. 80% of their fleet destroyed. Over 100 Titans had been sundered, and untold billions of civilians had been slain. Yet most crucial of all, the Red Angel had been reborn into an avatar of the Lord of Skulls. The Shadow Crusade was over, and for the Word-Bearers and World-Eaters, the Siege of Terror loomed in the distance. For with the favor of the Blood God at the disposal of the War Master, the Imperial Palace could not hope to stave off their final assault. The Primarch Beast turned to the Librarians, the creatures that had pained him for decades, the warriors that had made the nails sing and his brain bleed just for the sin of standing near them. Now they moved against his brother, hurling their foulness at Lorgar, who crouched one-handed and wounded, down on his knees. The thing breathed, its maw cracked and stretched, iron teeth lengthening into rusted sword fangs. The butcher's nails were a thrashing, dreadlocked crest, hissing and buzzing in the rain. Each of them tasted a different doom. Vorius, eldest of all, was struck blind by his eyes bursting in their sockets. He died in a strange peace, not hearing his Genesire at all, hearing nothing in fact, except for Lorgar's exultant chanting. He thought the Word-Bearer's lord was laughing, and indeed, he was right. Several of the others died from embolisms, brain hemorrhages, and in one case, Ralakas's skull detonated as though struck by a bolt shell, showering bone fragments and bloody grey ooze across his last living brothers. Those who sought to escape met the implacable forms of their armored kindred, standing vigil on the other side of the flames. Kaon crashed headlong into a centurion, lifting his bleeding gaze to the officer's visage.
Gone!
Hands gripped the fleeing librarian, his throat, his wrists, his shoulder guards. Kargos and the others hurled him back through the shrieking fire. He crashed onto the corpse mound to lie before his Primarch's mercy. Angron's storm-cloud shadow fell over him, but the last thing Kaon saw was Khan, watching in silence through the flames. Esker was the last to die. He didn't know which of his brothers threw him back across the fire, but he picked himself up and held his broken axe at the ready. Angron towered over him. Angron, who was eating Kaon's corpse, an armored torso and one arm rattling down the Primarch's monstrous gullet. He even heard the muted hiss of digestive acid doing its corrosive work, deep inside the great beast's body. It was the roar that hurled him from his feet. Angron's eyes ignited in the sockets of that malformed skull, triggering a roar that shook the sky. It sent Esker crashing back to the ground, weaponless and aching from too many torn muscles for his retinal display to track in one scan. Esker rose again, scrambling to his knees, looking up at the face of Lorgar Aurelian, Lord of the 17th Legion. Viscous lifeblood bathed the Word-Bearer's serene features.
You should thank me,
Lorgar said.
Your whole legion should thank me.
Esker snarled up at the Primarch, all words failing him. A shadow draped over him from behind. Angron, or whatever Angron was becoming, was drawing close.
Blood,
said Lorgar, lifting his Crozius.
For the Blood God.
All empires must fall to ruin and despair, as mine has now done. Yet when your own wars are won, and you stand amid your triumphs, remember that the fate which has befallen me will in turn be your own. Look for me then, for at the edge of ruin, I shall return to remind you of the fate of empires.
The battles of the Horus Heresy proved costly beyond measure. Billions perished and entire star systems fell to ruin as the War Master of Chaos continued his march to the throne world of Terra in order to install himself as the new monarch of a fell empire. Yet to achieve his ambition, many stalwart defenders of humanity must be cleared from his path. For despite his powerful benefactors, even the Lupercal knew that a select few of his brethren could prove capable of sundering his ambitions. For today, we shall elucidate the war within the fringes of space, which preyed upon the pride of the Sons of Caliban and their formidable liege. The war of angels and murderers. The Framas Crusade. Horus took the title of War Master, and it is a fitting one, for he excels at the subtle interplay of strength and weakness required for both generals and politicians. I do not bear such a fine title, for I have no skill at subtlety or compromise. When I fight, I hold nothing back. I kill and burn until nothing remains of the enemy. I care nothing for the consequences of victory, as long as I may grasp its bloody carcass briefly in my hands before the end. Horus would do well to remember this when he goes to Terra, seeking that gore-spattered trophy. Horus Lupercal, the most cherished son of the Imperium, had betrayed all vestiges of decency, loyalty, and honor during the opening stages of his rebellion. His own legion, the Sons of Horus, had culled the loyalist elements within their ranks, alongside the Emperor's children, World Eaters, and Death Guard. The loyalist counterattack of Istvan V had ended in disaster. The defection of the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Word Bearers, and Alpha Legion, further bolstering his war effort and annihilating several loyalist legions. Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands, had been slain. Vulcan of the Salamanders had been captured, and Corvus Corax had fled the devastation of the Dropsite Massacre. Each of their legions left in ruin, facing the amassed strength of 8 traitor legions. The Thousand Sons had been persecuted by the executioners of the Emperor, the Space Wolves, and following their bloody engagement, the Scions of Prospero had sided with the War Master's cause, unknowingly as a result of his own manipulations. 9 traitor legions stood against 6, the remaining loyalists too broken and bruised to stand in the way of the War Master's ambition. Yet in order to achieve victory, these staunch defenders of humanity must be fought piecemeal to prevent his own forces from suffering casualties. Ordering several of his kinsmen far and wide across the void of space to separate their forces prior to his first act of betrayal, Horus had orchestrated his opening gambit near flawlessly. Preserving his own men's safety and dispatching his allies to fight wars against their nemesis, Horus harnessed the bitterness and resentment of his brothers in order to facilitate his own ambitions. The Ultramarines, largest and most powerful of the legions, sat idle within the Calf system, yet the rituals and schemes of the Word-Bearers would prove crucial in trapping them within the eastern fringes of space. The Imperial Fists were already poised to face the traitor legions, yet in their haste had deployed a third of their strength, stranding them within the Phal system and incurring the guns of the Lord of Iron. The Blood Angels were headed for a trap within the Cygnus system and would wrestle with their own innate bloodlust as the forces of chaos attempted to twist them to their cause. The White Scars busied themselves purging the Greenskin hordes within the Chondak system, and had the potential of joining the rebellion should the Alpha Legion manage to use the wounded Space Wolves as the scapegoat perpetrators of heresy. Yet among all the Loyalist legions, one above all was reputed as the most merciless and staunch enforcers of his will, the Sons of the Lion. Tasked with exterminating the most fell entities of the Void from their inception, and revered as the example for all their kinsmen to follow, should the Dark Angels join the fray, they could threaten to stall the War Master's charge to Terra. Dutiful and noble of bearing, to combat such a powerful foe, the War Master chose warriors who resented such an open display of superiority and could harness their bitterness. The Night Lords.
The Emperor's domain is held together by blood and fear. The blood of those that were fated to die, that it might be born. And the fear that more may be required to die in order to sustain it. Fear cannot hold if not renewed, and by this truth is my legion, the blade that holds together this fragile Imperium.
Knowing full well that the 8th Legion had long harbored a grudge with the austere disciples of Caliban, Horus presented the Night Haunter, Conrad Kurz, with the opportunity to humble the 1st Legion, gifting the Legio Ulricon to the fleet of the Night Lords to better reinforce their numbers by account of their comparable lack of martial skill. Despite the 8th Legion's greater numbers and reinforcements, they could never match the Dark Angels in an even fight. The forge worlds of Triplex Fal, Galacia, and Fool burned, these Mechanicum outposts crucial to supplying the Legion of Rogul Dawn, the Imperial Fists, now razed to the ground by the 8th Legion's fleet. Terrorizing the Imperial strongholds of the Heroldar and Framas sectors within the eastern fringe of the galaxy. Should these strategic flanks of the traitor advance be left open, they would invite disaster. Striking the Tithe Road and demanding the civilian populace of Sagualza as labor serfs to their legion, those who resisted were massacred, their survivors cast into the flaying pits. Constructing a citadel in praise to the Night Haunter from materials stolen from the carcass of Sagualza, the Night Lords pillaged neighboring worlds and allowed those who escaped their rampages to spread word of their deeds. Unwilling to allow such deplorable acts of slaughter to continue unopposed, the Lion of Caliban unleashed his legion against the Night Lords, unknowingly taking the bait of the War Master of Chaos. More than half of the Framas sector had been claimed by the orphaned sons of Nostramo, yet no longer would their actions go unpunished. The servants of the Forge Worlds of the Triplex defected to the Traitor Rebellion and began to follow the teachings of the Dark Mechanicus, whilst elements of the Legio Victorum fortified the world of Niren. Infighting spread among the ranks of the 8th, such as between the Dark Eyes and Boneless chapters, the lack of discipline causing many commanders of the Legion to abandon their objectives and fight independently as fragmented warbands. Before the Dark Angels had even intervened, cracks were emerging within the battle lines of the 8th Legion. For more than any legion, this anarchic band were not trained as soldiers, but rather murderers in combat regalia. Growing bored of the War Master's demands to keep Framas's infrastructure intact, the Night Lords commit atrocities and rampant acts of destruction to sate their degenerate whims. Arriving within the Framas sector during 008.M30, the Angels of Caliban descended upon Triplex Galatia, their 18 capital ships, aided by 100 escorts, utterly devastating the rabble of Dark Mechanicus vessels in orbit. Turning their guns on the Night Lord's heavy cruisers and frigates, the Dark Angels incapacitated the Shadow of Justice before the Lion himself boarded its hull with an entourage of Deathwing Terminators. Capturing several Night Lords and dragging them into the depths of the Invincible Reason for interrogation, the Lion appointed his elite Firewing to torture these degenerates for information. Gleaning intel on the remaining 100 Voidcraft within the Triplex system, the Lion ordered his fleet to destroy the remaining resistance of the Dark Mechanicus, observing the Night Lords retreat as they left their allies to die. Liberating the Triplex system from the oppression of the 8th Legion, much work remained to be done. For 2 months, the Dark Angels purged the slave armies of Sheol Free and Yaelis, reinforcing the world of Framas with loyalist army regiments as the stranglehold of the 8th Legion loosed.
The ruin of this failed Imperium will make a fine trophy for my legion.
Across 4 sectors of space, the 1st and 8th Legions fought for dominion of the Framas sector. At the height of the conflict, the Dark Angels fielded 70,000 Astartes to the Night Lords' 100,000, lacking the required numbers to maintain each liberated planet, while simultaneously embarking to the next. Likewise, the Night Lords were also spread far too thin across such a vast expanse of space, resorting to guerrilla tactics whilst trying to pass the mania-laced orders of the volatile Night Haunter. Staging a counter-offensive on the world of Crucible, bordering the Framas and Triplex sectors, within the Garn system, the Night Lords allied with a detachment of the White Scars Legion, the Brotherhood of the Shattered Shield. Unaware of the deceptions orchestrated by the War Master of Chaos, the 5th Legionaries under the command of Genjin Khan fought the Loyalist defenders with great martial skill, yet allowed for the retreat of their wounded. Assembling the entire combined might of his available legion, Curze launched simultaneous attacks on a dozen worlds of the system, targeting the Dark Angels' fortified positions. Sundering their foes with overwhelming force of arms, 100,000 murderers descended upon the worlds of Framas, causing the White Scars to become disturbed by their actions. Derided for their mercy and honor, the Night Lords continued their acts of debased torture in the presence of the Brotherhood of the Broken Shield, causing their resolve to fight in the name of the War Master to falter. Refusing to allow the Night Lords to cast the captured Dark Angels Astartes into their flaying pits, the Night Lords began to resent the White Scars, causing friction between their ranks. Deploying Ordinatus weapons platforms and captured Exindio remnants of the Men of Iron from his flagship's most secure vaults, the Lion took to the field of Crucible. Maintaining their defensive lines despite the gargantuan forces arrayed against them, the 1st Legion cast back the traitor Titans from the front lines as the Lion targeted the commanders of the 8th Legion. Taking the initiative to advance, the Dark Angels charged into the fray, and for a time, the Lords of Death and Darkness clashed on equal footing. Yet as the White Scars witnessed the nobility and righteousness of the 1st Legion, the Brotherhood of the Shattered Shield turned against their Night Lord allies. Dragged screaming from the battle, Conrad Curze spat obscenities as the Lion ignored his calls for a duel, the hasty retreat of the Night Lords costing them dearly as the Dark Angels and White Scars cut them down in droves. Driving the Night Haunter back to his base of operations upon Sagwalza, the Deathwing and White Scars accompanied the Lion to the world of Framas. The predator world of Ulan Huda devastated the surface of Framas, the fleet of the faceless prince of the Night Lords, Nakrid Foul, defending their Dark Mechanicus allies as their Feltech heresies laid waste to the planet. Confronting the Dark Magos, known as the Witch of Framas, within the heart of the Forge Moon, the Lion slew the heretic in battle before receiving word from Genjin Khan. Requesting the Dark Angels to withdraw from Ulan Huda, the White Scars detonated the generators within the heart of the Forge Moon and sacrificed their lives in order to atone for their former alliance with the Night Lords. Fleeing into the warp, the damaged Forge Moon of Ulan Huda abandoned the Night Lords to perish at the hands of the 1st Legion. Yet despite their victory, the war was far from over.
Warriors such as those of the Legiones Astartes are not bound by the petty ambitions of lesser men. We were made to conquer and to rule, and any lord who would chain us in servitude of such a paltry goal as peace is unworthy of our loyalty. For us, there can be only war.
2 years of fighting had resulted in countless grueling skirmishes, reaping casualties on both sides. Stubbornly refusing to withdraw until each and every member of the 8th Legion lay dead and buried, the Lion tolerated no surrender nor retreat from the spineless sons of the Night Haunter. Yet as the campaign protracted, a strange turn of events piqued the interest of the Lord of the First. Receiving coordinates from a deep void beacon left by the Night Haunter, the Dark Angels Outrider vessels relayed the Night Lord's Primarch's request to parley on the world of Sagwalza. Accepting the call for a ceasefire, the two Primarchs met upon the surface of the planet, two of their most trusted champions joining their liege lords for the negotiations. By the side of the Lion stood Paladin Corswain, his Seneschal, and Master Alahos, the Master of the Ninth Order. By Curze stood First Captain Jago Sevatarian and his equerry, Captain Sheng. Attempting to convince the Lion to join Horus's rebellion, the Night Haunter's methods of manipulation and mind games proved insufficient in breaking the resolve of the Lion, the meeting henceforth swiftly devolving into slander and insults. Striking Curze with a clenched fist, the Lion put an end to the parley, each son of the Emperor's forces mobilizing with haste as their honor guards dueled. Harnessing his repressed talents as a psyker, Sevatar slew Master Alahos as the Primarchs brawled, the now outnumbered Corswain remaining calm as he defended himself. Witnessing the Night Haunter throttling the Lion with both hands, Corswain leapt into action and aided his Genesire, driving his sword into the back of Konrad Curze and saving his own Primarch's life. With the incapacitation of the Night Haunter, both legions hurled themselves into the fray, both in turn dragging their Genesires from the battle as chaos erupted around them. The stalemate could not continue any longer, as the two legions fought for supremacy of the Aegis subsector. Each legion's Astartes invigorated with a need to avenge the slights and wounds incurred by their masters, as the war escalated once more. Incensed by the temerity of his brother, Lionel Johnson harnessed his anger as fuel for his strategic mind, and meticulously planned an ambush against the Night Lord's fleet. Upon the world of Sheol 9, the final decisive battle waged, the Night Lords committing every last resource to defend the planet, as the Lion began to harness the abilities of his recently acquired Tucholcha warp engine. Suddenly transporting 300 capital ships within close proximity of the Night Lord's fleet, the Tucholcha's ability to accelerate the Legion's warp jumps to near instantaneous speeds proved invaluable. Annihilating the Night Lord's fleet, few escaped the guns of the amassed strength of such ancient and battle-honed Goliaths of war. Bludgeoning their enemies with near-careless abandon, the First Legion tore through the amassed strength of the Eighth, destroying countless Voidcraft as their Firewing boarding parties infiltrated the flagship of the Night Haunter, Nightfall, before its escape into the warp. As his forces utterly annihilated the Legio Ulricon's ships, spilling their now useless titans into the void of space, the Lion faced Curze once again in single combat on the surface of Sheol 9. Mortally wounding Konrad with the Lion's sword, his elite Atramentar Honor Guard clamored to save their liege. Reeling from the assault, the majority of the Night Lord fleet fled from the battle, having already lost a quarter of their Voidcraft. Reeling from the assault, the majority of the Night Lord fleet fled from the battle, having already lost a quarter of their Voidcraft. Assuming temporary command of the Legion, First Captain Sevatar reorganized the now beleaguered Chiroptera advisors of the Legion, purging those who diverged with his own objectives. Regrouping in orbit of the Star of Katesh, Sevatar led a desperate infiltration of the Lion's flagship, the Invincible Reason. Recovering from his wounds enough to once again face the Lord of the First, Konrad Curze accompanied his elite Atramentar Honor Guard as they invaded the immense Voidcraft. The Night Haunter dueled the Lion once more, losing many of his Terminator-clad warriors as the Dark Angels repelled their suicidal advance. Fleeing from the killing blow of the Lion, Curze left his men to die or be captured as the Dark Angels rounded up the remaining dregs of the 8th Legion. While the Night Haunter stalked the dark corners of the immense Gloriana-class battleship, the survivors of his Honor Guard languished within the cells of the brig. Hunting the Night Haunter for months without success, given time, the Sons of Nostramo would eventually escape their confinement, yet forever feel the wounds inflicted on their ego. The war was finally over, the overconfidence of the Night Lords punished to the extreme by the stoic warriors of Caliban.
Of all the cousins I have shed blood alongside and danced within the pit, none have I met with such nihilistic despair in their hearts as Captain Sevatarian. He once told me he does not laugh while he kills, in the manner of my brothers. Rather, he simply kills, and will only be moved to laughter in battle on the day when it is he that is to be given death.
For 3 years, the Framas Crusade had waged, the blood of lords of night and darkness soaking the soil of its worlds. Over 25,000 Night Lords have been slain, despite their larger numbers, yet their perfidy had seen to the death of millions of civilians and the destruction of both the Legio Ulricon and Brotherhood of the Shattered Shield. The Dark Angels had incurred losses, but were by no means blunted, yet the objective of the War Master had regardless been successful. The Sons of the Lion had been distracted from the forefront of the campaign. Due to the intervention of the Wordbearers Legion and their summoning of the Ruin Storm, the amassed strength of the Dark Angels would never join the cataclysmic final battle of the Heresy. Their next 5 years of toil misplaced, as the walls of terror cried out for salvation. The Lion's most trusted advisor stewed in his exile upon Caliban, receiving no word for why his liege had not returned to his side, as he continued his studies of fell tomes on the nature of chaos. The Dark Angels had won the battle, yet lost the war, the slow corruption of their soon-to-be fallen kinsmen rising to a fever pitch until their final return voyage to Caliban. Despite losing the battle, the Night Lords continued to persist as they retreated and regrouped within the eastern fringe of the galaxy. Their Primarch confined within the Invincible Reason, biding his time until he could once again wreak havoc upon the innocents of the Imperium. Whilst the Dark Angels voyaged to their next destination of Ultramar, the Night Lord survivors of Framas commit acts of genocide and terror across the outposts of the Eastern Fringe, their nihilistic impulses heightened with the lack of leadership from their Primarch. Framas had forever scarred the collective psyche of the Night Lords, and much of their future would remain tied to the site of their greatest defeat. The planet of Sagualza, destined to one day become the final lair and resting place of the Night Haunter. The 8th Legion could never recover from the Framas Crusade, yet many of their number rode out to join the War Master's final assault of terror, as a final act of defiance against their false emperor. Those that survived the Great Civil War fragmented into petty warbands of raiders and plunderers, orphaned with the death of their Primarch and eternally broken by the valiant 1st Legion. More willing pawns for the War Master's failed ambitions, whose violent tendencies and bankrupt morals sowed only misery and suffering to friend and foe alike.
On distant Caliban, it is the Raven that stands sentinel over the battlefield, the first to arrive upon the field so it might watch over the assembled hosts, and the last to leave once all that remains are the corpses of the slain. So it is with the Raven Wing, for we are the swift host that takes to battle in the van of the Lion's host, and the last of those to quit the fight, harrying the enemy to the last. Where our banners fly, there can be no respite for the foes of the Lion. It has long been said that truth is a casualty of war, but so can lies, long and dearly held, also find their death in war's embrace. Take for example our noble Legiones Astartes, before their fall from grace, so resplendent in their vaunted martial traditions, and so comfortable in their petty rivalries. Most of all, so blissfully secure in the lie that they were on a sacred and virtuous mission, and their father had created them as men. So tragic, so pathetic. Now has come war and shown them if they have the wit to see it, the truth. They are weapons, nothing more, not men, merely puppets made to kill, and do it very well. Made to kill, and never ask, why? The rebellion of the War Master of Chaos carved an inexorable path to the throne world over 7 years of grueling warfare. Betrayals, dark pacts, and planetary purges acted as torchlights to the path of damnation. Each star ablaze, a symbol of the Lupacal's single-minded ambition to usurp the Emperor. Yet no single world vanguards the path to holy terror, and to invade the crucible of humanity, the traitors to its glory fought en masse
to erode its final layer of defense. For today, we shall elucidate the last-ditch effort to stall the advance of the War Master. The Solar War. Martial vigor and ferocity are virtues, to be sure, but do not throw your force blindly into battle and say that this is vigor. Before committing your forces, examine the situation, review your own strength and that of your enemy. Remember your own objectives, and try to anticipate those of your opponent. He who fights without understanding the battle he is fighting places himself at the disadvantage. As demonic entities beset the Imperial Palace from within, the War Master's armies rallied upon the site of his ascension, Ulanor. Imbued with the unbridled wrath of the Pantheon of Chaos, Horus Lupercal beheld the warriors who stood by his side, the avatar of the Blood God, Angron the Red Angel, the conniving serpent of Slanesh, Fulgrim the Phoenician, the unflinching tactical genius, Perturabo the Lord of Iron, and the fallen scholar, Magnus the Red. With time, others would transmit to their position when the time to strike presented itself. Agents of the architect of the heresy, Erebus, lay in wait to enact rituals to bolster the war effort. Mortarion the Pale King reunited with his estranged son, Typhus the Traveler, his submission to the Plague God ensuring the Death Guard Legion's swift downfall. Dissidents of the Night Lord's Legion, under the leadership of Gendor Scrivok, made all haste to the War Master's side, their pitiful fawning for Horus's influence promising ripe spoils for the plunder. Lorgar Aurelian mustered his own forces to aid the siege, yet nurtured one last betrayal in his heart, a chance to murder the Lupercal and appoint himself as the true inheritor of the mantle of War Master. Yet one, or rather two Primarchs, shouldered the greatest burden for the Siege of Terra to be enacted: Alpharius Omegon. Tasked by the War Master with the crucial duty to infiltrate the solar system to destroy its defenses from within, the Hydra had meticulously appointed mortal allies to the ranks of Sol's defensive lines, preparing his fleet, led by the Gloriana battle barge, Alpha, to invade the Sol system. All hands began a year-long stasis-induced sleep as their voidcrafts drifted slowly towards Sol, powered down to only minimal operation requirements to mask their heat signatures. Activating operatives throughout the Sol system as they drew near, the sleeper cells of the Serpent conducted myriad acts of terror throughout Sol to distract Rogaldorn's defenses and add strain to the blockade of the Forge World of Mars. Millions perished upon the Throne World as a diversionary flotilla detonated in orbit, the debris which rained down crushing those on the surface as word reached the Praetorian of the crippling of the Damocles starport. Open rebellion erupted upon Neptune's moon of Triton as headhunter Kelsolonius awakened long-dormant Alpha Legionaries upon Terra's very soil beneath the Imperial Palace. Believing this to be the first instance of the War Master's arrival to the Sol system, Archimus of the Huskarls readied to sound the alarm of the traitor's final attack on Terra, yet was stopped by his Primarch. Hunting down the operatives to the Investiary Chamber of Terra, the Praetorian witnessed the detonation of explosives by the Alpha Legion, sundering all statue depictions of the Primarchs, with two exceptions: Dawn and Alpharius. Meanwhile, Alpharius' fleet promptly entered the Sol system's borders, Loyalist forces soon realizing that their bastion of Pluto was in danger of falling to traitor hands. 200 Voidcraft simultaneously struck Pluto's moons of Charon, Styx, Nyx, Kerberos, and Hydra, the sudden assault impossible to repel as the Imperial Fist scrambled to muster a response. Kelsolonius' actions triggering a psychic activation that restored his memories, the warrior realized that he was in actuality Primarch Alpharius, whilst his body double aboard the Alpha simultaneously regained his own true identity. Working beside Matthias Herzog and First Captain Ingo Pesch, the real Kelsolonius began efforts to support Alpharius' capture of Pluto's moon of Hydra, their objective to seize the astropathic monitoring station, critical in cutting off communications to the Throne World. Under the protection of First Captain Sigismund, the Black Templar, with only 30 Voidcraft under his command, held the line until his own Primarch could intervene. Pincered between the now thrice-divided Alpha Legion fleet, the Imperial Fist's blunt methods of fortification regardless held true. The wounds inflicted by fireships, Lernae and Terminator deployments, and cyber warfare doing little to diminish their resolve. Aided by the cruiser Spear of Veria under the command of Centurion Gregorius Skekir, their sacrifice to blunt Alpharius' advance allowed for Archimus and his Huskars to assess the true intention of the Alpha Legion assault. Struck down by the Lord of Serpents, Archimus' death nonetheless brought time for the Voidcraft, the Phalanx, to enter the fray, its supporting armada slingshot via gravity wells of the Sol system to confront the Hydra. Leading his honor guard to the location of Alpharius, Rogel Dawn personally dueled the Lord of the 20th Legion, as the Lord of Serpents pleaded with the Praetorian to help him achieve ultimate victory. Unwilling to listen to the ramblings of his scheming brother, Rogel Dawn cut down Alpharius with his deadly chainsword, Storm's Teeth, incurring a minor wound from the Pale Spear as a feint to slice the Serpent's hands from his wrists. Caving in his skull with the teeth of the Storm, with the death of Alpharius, his brother, Omegon, felt the loss of his twin and knew the Battle of Pluto had been lost. The final action their legion would make during the Horus Heresy, the Alpha Legion withdrew from the Sol system as Omegon assumed the mantle of his slain brother. The pockets of Alpha Legion accomplices purged by the Loyalists as they began to restore order. Yet the first weakness of the Throne World's protection had been exploited, and as Omegon presented Horus with a broken dagger to symbolize the end of their alliance, the War Master enacted his army's final push to assault the Sol system.
Do not speak to me of victory. I count nothing as victory while one traitor heart still beats, or while any work they have built still stands. There can be no victory until even the last memories of them are purged from the mind of man. As pandemonium began to spread across the Sol system, the Master of Mankind endured untold suffering, tethered to the Golden Throne. Taking the form of many beings within his simulacrum of the Immaterium, as he assumed the visage of a wearied caveman, clad in ragged furs, huddled by the light of a dying campfire, Horus met with the Emperor. Appearing in the form of a stalking wolf, the Lupercal goaded his father. The Emperor's refusal to acknowledge such petty barbs compounded as he demanded to speak directly to the Pantheon of Chaos rather than their pawn. Rejecting the sovereignty of the ruinous powers as their shadows once more sought to suffocate the light from his dying campfire, the wearied figure once more tended the flame as battle began in the skies above. 5 spheres had been constructed to repel the invaders by Rogel Dawn, each commanded by a senior Imperial Fist officer as the head of armadas capable of defending each celestial body acted as its focal point. First was Pluto, defended by Sigismund. Second, Uranus, overseen by Captain Halbrecht. Third was Jupiter, under the protection of Captain Efreid. Fourth was Mars, blockaded for years, and under the stewardship of Captain Cambadias. Terra and its moon of Luna stood as the 5th and final sphere, led by Rogel Dawn himself. For should the traitors encroach to such a defensive perimeter, the solar war would be lost, and all hands must rally to defend the Throne World itself. Ancient Dark Age of Technology warp gates loomed at Uranus and Pluto, the only means for reinforcement to reach the Sol system without utilizing the system's Mandeville point. Commanding the war from Terra's Bab Bastion, Rogel Dawn utilized any and all resources to bolster his spheres of defense, appointing the White Scars to roam the galactic disk to best conduct flanking maneuvers, and bolstering his own forces with members of the Blood Angels. The ultimate objective to stall the traitors until the vast fleet of Primarch Rabute Guilliman and his Ultramarines could arrive in system. Rogel Dawn, though commanding the single mightiest army to ever defend the Throne World, knew all too well how dire his situation was. 8 traitor legions would soon set upon the Sol system, and though not all of them were at full strength, Dawn had only 3 legions to defend Terra's domains. Supported by Admiral Niora Sukasen, General Sol Nibiran, and Magos Kazim Aleph I, so began the greatest trial the Imperial Fists and their liege lord would ever face.
a portion of the War Master's fleet, arriving in system during 014.M31, swarmed Pluto's warp gate, the defense platforms, Starforce and Voidcraft of Sigismund hurling any and all firepower against their aggressors, led by the Sons of Horus captain Horus Aximand and Iron Warrior Sultan Volbron. Aboard the frigate, Lacrimae, Sigismund's aggressive tactics wrought a heavy toll on the traitors, the initial assault of the Chthonic Gate proving disastrous until the arrival of the Sons of Horus battle barge, Throne of the Underworld. Untold millions perished within minutes, the graveyard of ships rapidly littering the orbit of Pluto, as Aximand at the vanguard of his newborn traitor Astartes boarded the 5 fortress moons of Pluto and unleashed scrapcode viruses, securing the moon's weapon platforms and turning their guns against Pluto's defenders, as the Loyalists reeled, a simultaneous attack of Uranus's Elysian warp gate led by the Lord of Iron aboard his flagship, Iron Blood, beset Halbrecht's forces. 4,000 traitor war vessels besieged the Fortress Moon's defenses, deploying thousands of drug-frenzied mutants, gangers, cultists, and other cannon fodder for its guns to mow down. Targeting an escaping mobile prison ship in orbit of Uranus, among the chaos upon the vessel, Remembrancer Mercedes Olaton received a vision from the living saint, Euphrates Keeler, that she must meet with Rogel Dawn to deliver a message of vital importance. Witnessing the execution of the prisoners to prevent their capture by the Iron Warriors, Mercedes evaded her jailers and worked with the survivor of the Purge, Navigator Nilus, in their efforts to escape via the only remaining craft. Unleashing Nova Cannon fire on the traitors, as Halbrecht aboard the battle barge Monarch of Fire organized a maneuver to surround the traitor advance with minefields. The suicidal charges of several fireships under the orders of Perturabo denied the Loyalists their advantage. The final death blow inflicted with the arrival of the Space Hulk, Daughter of Woe, Halbrecht ordered his men to flee the field, as the guns of the monstrosity picked them apart one by one. Allowing allies of the Emperor's children, Night Lords, and independent warbands to harry what remained, within days the Iron Warriors crushed all Loyalist resistance. Their intelligence gleaned from the actions of the Alpha Legion during their study of the system's defenses, hastening their victory. As Sigismund feigned an order to withdraw his fleet, the pursuing Sons of Horus fell to the explosion of the moon of Kerberos, the overloading of its power reactor complexes using data gens, allowing Sigismund's fleet to counterattack and lure Aximand to infiltrate the Lacrimae. As Templars and Sons of Horus clashed, Sigismund dueled Aximand, avenging the death of Lieutenant Boreas by severing Aximand's hand, despite incurring a wound from his blade, mourn it all. Successfully capturing the Lacrimae, despite the loss of his appendage, Aximand forced Sigismund's men to teleport from the frigate and drove the Imperial Fist from Pluto to return to the Throne World. After mere days, the first and second spheres of defense had fallen, yet with the arrival of the true Sons of Horus advance, further dismay would be incurred by the Loyalists.
Each deed we perform is the setting of one stone upon another, towards the raising of this great edifice that is the Imperium. The traitors would tear down all our work and bury us in the rubble of our own destruction.
Assembling a war council on Terra, Rogel Dawn met with Malkador the Sigillite, Captain General Constantin Valdor, Fabricator General Zagreus Kane, Matriarch Heliosa 78, Admiral Niora Sukasen, Primarch Sanguinius, and Jagatai Khan. Suspicious that Horus had not yet revealed himself to be present, the Great Angel knew from his own precognition that he would eventually confront Horus within the Lupercal's court of the Vengeful Spirit, despite the Warhawk's assertion that the delay of his intervention had given valuable time for Rabute Gilliman's fleet to edge closer to the Throne World. Following the destruction of Pluto and Uranus's defenses, a conglomeration of Sons of Horus, Word-bearers, Thousand Suns and Dark Mechanicum Voidcraft arrived in system. Led by First Captain Ezekar Lavadon, Zardu Layak, Arzek Araman, and Soto Null, this overwhelming force bypassed every sphere of Sol's defense as it hurtled directly towards Mars. Intercepted by the White Scars, led by their legendary Lord of Summer Lightning, Jubal Khan, the cavalry charges of their battle doctrine translated effortlessly into void warfare as they conducted hit-and-run strikes against Ezekar's armada. Boarding the White Scar's flagship, Lance of Heaven, Abaddon and Zardu Layak targeted the senior commander of the 5th Legion's forces in an attempt to decapitate their command structure. Deactivating the ship's gravitic stabilizers, within 0G, battle broke out within the flagship. Guandao and Power Sword clashing as Jubal Khan and Abaddon dueled. Striking Abaddon's sword arm with an unorthodox attack, Jubal's expertise as among the finest warriors of the Legiones Astartes regardless proved insufficient in slaying Abaddon. His graceful riposte and far reach of his weapon sundered by an opportunistic brutish strike of Ezekiel's Power Fist. Shielded from the explosion incurred by the mayhem by a psychic barrier cast by the Crimson Apostle, the otherwise frosty regard which Abaddon held for Layak began to wane as his efforts continued to protect him from grievous harm. Forcing the White Scars to withdraw, the traitor fleet reached their destination between Mars and the Throne World, dividing itself into 3 parts. Whilst Abaddon and Layak deployed to Terra's moon of Luna, Sotonul aided her benefactors blockaded on Mars, whilst Ahriman ventured to the Shrine Comet of Terra. Meanwhile, Mercedes Olaton's escape craft made its way to Jupiter, rescued by human refugees despite being hunted by both traitor and loyalist forces. Sending a distress signal to Terra, simply reading Mercedes Loken, Olaton endured the blame incurred by the refugees that she was the source of their continual harassment. Receiving the distress signal, Garviel Loken beseeched the Sigillite to rescue her, yet Malkador reasoned that her proximity to the traitors demanded her confinement, and saving her life could allow for further ruin. Ignoring the Sigillite's warning, Loken's compassion would not allow his kindred survivor of the Istvan III betrayal to die needlessly. As Halbrecht's forces withdrew to the fleeing safety of Jupiter, what remained of his fleet joined forces with Captain Ifrid. Their opposition to the Iron Warriors' advance, fueled by a need to avenge the fall of the First and Second Spheres. Sotonul's Dark Mechanicum fleet opened fire on the Mars blockade, the defending Blood Angels and Imperial Fists, under the command of Cambadias, aboard the battle barge Fortress of Eternity, refusing to allow their long confinement of the Martian revolt to spread. Ahriman's flagship, the Ankh-Towe, arrived upon the Comet Shrine, beginning a ritual with aid from the Dark Apostle of the Unspeaking to summon a warp rift within the Sol system. Committing the Phalanx to the defense of the remaining spheres, with word of Abaddon's deployment to Luna, Rogel Dorn traversed to Terra's moon in order to quell what remained of the Sons of Horus fleet. Yet as the Praetorian of Terra began preparations, Garviel Loken alongside his now rescued friend Mercedes Olaton hastened to bring word of Euphrates' message to Dorn. Crashing his flagship, War Oath, through Luna's defensive lines, Abaddon with Layak at his side teleported to the surface moments before their ship crash landed, rending a 20-kilometer wound through its defensive lines. Moments later, Ahriman's ritual succeeded, the spawning of a warp rift between Luna and Mars, sizable enough to enable the remaining traitor warfleet safe passage behind the defenses of the 3rd and 4th spheres.
And there came a great host of seraphim of dark raiment and shadowed wing, bearing each in one hand the scourge and in the other the hourglass. And by the host was the judgment of the heavens delivered, and by their savage weapons were worlds made as dust.
To the dismay of all who beheld it, the vengeful spirit emerged from the warp rift at the head of 10,000 warships. The War Master had now commit himself to the conflict, deep behind loyalist lines. Atop the Conqueror, the abomination Angron perched, screaming incoherently at the head of his World Eater armada, flanked by Emperor's children and Thousand Sons Voidcraft, with no obvious signs of their own fallen Primarchs. Millions of demons lingered in the presence of the armada, their sudden arrival plunging them onto Luna and Mars, as the Loyalists attempted to muster a response. At the moment of the fleet's arrival, Rogel Dorn met with Mercedes Olaton. The fears of Malkador realized as she uttered a simple phrase, "Samus is here." Manifesting the terrible entity into existence, the Phalanx mobilized to drive the thousands of demonic entities materializing within the fortress. Manipulating Mercedes, thanks to the prior planning of Horus's equerry, Malagos the Twisted, Samus had waited patiently for Ahriman's ritual as a means to harness the sudden immaterial energies to galvanize his form. Facing the demon in single combat, Rogel Dorn ordered the librarians of his legion to be unshackled from the edicts of Nikeah, their psychic power aiding his battle with the entity, as each time it fell, a corpse of the fallen revived it back into being. As Sigismund's fleet supported the Phalanx, as its systems became corrupted by the influence of chaos, Mercedes' mind fell to madness, and Garviel Loken reverted to his frenzied persona, Cerberus. Unwilling to allow the Phalanx to fall to traitor hands, Dorn and Sukasen ordered protocols of self-destruction to be activated. Yet as all hope seemed lost, Olaton and Loken drew strength from their bond to once more slay Samus. Knowing its cycle of rebirth could not end with conventional means, Mercedes Olaton threw herself into the reactor shaft of the Phalanx, closing the portal summoning the demons and banishing Samus into the Immaterium. Reeling from the assault of the Phalanx and immediate arrival of the War Master's fleet, catastrophe beset Battlefleet Solar as Luna's defenses fell within minutes. Abaddon's Justerin, alongside Lyak and his apostles, infiltrated the gene labs of the Selenar cult, convincing Matriarch Heliosa 78 to betray the Loyalists and join the traitor cause, in exchange for a means to create new Space Marines for the war effort. As Loyalist positions collapsed across the length and breadth of the Sol system, Rogel Dorn ordered all remaining forces to fortify the Throne World, commanding Sukasen to bring the Phalanx to the outer reaches of the Sol system to prevent its destruction. Perturabo claimed Jupiter as Cambadias abandoned the blockade of Mars, finally freeing the Dark Mechanicum to aid the War Master's conquest. Sol had fallen utterly, little more than a month since battle had first been joined. The worst estimates of the Loyalists exceeded due to the unforeseen variables conjured by the malevolent forces of the Warp. On the 13th day of Secundus, the first bombs fell upon Terra, the Emperor's avatar within the gloom of the Warp, growing frailer by the second. The Horus heresy was all but won in the name of the traitors, for only one battle remained to be fought: the Siege of Terra.
Already, the Imperium is lost, and there can be no victory. There is no just cause left in this war. It has become an incarnation of hate, a beast with its own life and its own hunger, and it will never stop, even though the few survivors be left, slaughtering each other with stone knives over the dry bones of the generations before them. Never. It is a time of legend. The galaxy is in flames. The Emperor's glorious vision for humanity is in ruins. His favored son, Horus, has turned from his father's light and embraced chaos. His armies, the mighty and redoubtable Space Marines, are locked in a brutal civil war. Once, these ultimate warriors fought side by side as brothers, protecting the galaxy and bringing mankind back into the Emperor's light. Now, they are divided. Some remain loyal to the Emperor, whilst others have sided with the War Master. Preeminent amongst them, the leaders of their 1,000-strong legions, are the Primarchs, magnificent, superhuman beings. They are the crowning achievement of the Emperor's genetic science. Thrust into battle against one another, victory is uncertain for either side. Worlds are burning. At Isstvan V, Horus dealt a vicious blow, and 3 loyal legions were all but destroyed. War was begun, a conflict that will engulf all mankind in fire. Treachery and betrayal have usurped honor and nobility. Assassins lurk in every shadow. Armies are gathering. All must choose a side or die. Horus musters his armada, Terra itself the object of his wrath. Seated upon the Golden Throne, the Emperor waits for his wayward son to return. But his true enemy is Chaos, a primordial force that seeks to enslave mankind to its capricious whims. The screams of the innocent, the pleas of the righteous resound to the cruel laughter of dark gods. Suffering and damnation await all should the Emperor fail and the war be lost. The end is here. The skies darken, colossal armies gather. For the fate of the Throne World, for the fate of mankind itself, the Siege of Terra has begun.
The civil war of the Horus Heresy ravaged the domains of humanity to the point of ensuring its slow and inevitable extinction. From the precipice of peace absolute, the master of mankind's millennia-long toil to deliver the species to salvation faltered thanks to the efforts of his most cherished son. Booming laughter from the pantheon of chaos reverberated throughout the stars as 7 years of conflict wrought billions of deaths, perpetrated by the most foul abominations. Yet one battle alone would decide the fate of the Imperium, a confrontation which tore down the magnificent bastions of the Emperor's glory in the name of the Dark King. The attempt to usurp the throne world of humanity. The Siege of Terra.
How can you see the good in this?
Sanguinius asked the Khan. As he turned to look to the Warhawk, the first shells burst over the sky orbital plate, the last of Terra's artificial satellites. It hung low to the horizon, near the inner palace, its wide arrays of grav engines laboring to keep it aloft. The munitions exploded harmlessly, their fury vented into the warp by void shields. The dome of the plate's protective aegis shone with baleful energies. "Joy is an act of defiance," said the Khan. "With joy, we win, even if we lose. To have lived well is a victory all its own, for we all die. Death is unimportant to the laughing warrior. A poet makes tragedy glorious. That is why." The shells hit the main shields seconds after hitting Sky. The Aegis was wrought with ancient knowledge, jealously harbored by the priests of Mars. The voids comprising the Aegis reacted and roofed the earth with fire. Storms of flame shot out complex tangles of discharge lightning. The palace shuddered with the effort of buried machines as halls of generators fought to hold back the bombardment from the spires of the city. Beyond the Aegis's protection, the ground buckled. Towers of nuclear fire roared skywards from every horizon. Tremors shook the world. As the first round of shells hit, the fleet's energy cannons awoke, hurling shafts of burning light in streams of plasma down, so that the void shields danced and the view of the ships was lost. The Emperor's Praetorian looked into the inferno in the sky, his eyes focused somewhere past the fleet, deep into the hidden void, as if he could see beyond the bounds of the solar system and the material universe and out into the warp, where the fleets of Rabute Gilliman made all haste to the throne world. His gauntlets gripped the lip of the parapet lightly.
We will not fall.
He said with utmost certainty.
We will stand.
Following the destruction of the spheres of Terra's defensive systems during the Solar War, the throne world lay bare for invasion by the War Master's fleet. Having infiltrated the Sol system via Alpha Legion sleeper agents, summoned warp rifts, and pure brute force of their amassed armada, the traitors to the throne reveled at the chance to despoil the soil of Holy Terra. The first bombardments against the Sanctum Imperialis, intercepted by defensive laser grids. The Dark Age of Technology shield array known as the Aegis rendered all subsequent attempts to damage the Imperial Palace useless. Unable to conduct an exterminatus purge of Terra from orbit, not only by virtue of his objective to claim the throne world as its monarch, but also the countermeasures ensured by the Praetorian of Terra, Rogel Dawn, the War Master ordered the initial deployments. For every traitor which made planetfall, 300 mortal conscripts would answer their guns. The millions of souls cramped into trench lines and fortified bunkers of the palace's outermost wall, drowning the traitors in las fire and artillery. With each passing day, the most senior officers of the campaign convened with the High Lords of Terra, discussing the trajectory of the war, the efforts of Captain General Constantin Valdor, Malkador the Sigillite, Primarchs Rogel Dawn, Sanguinius, and Jagatai Khan, holding the line until the reinforcements of the 1st and 13th Legion could turn the tide of the siege. Knowing victory to be impossible alone, the defenders of Terra orchestrated strategies to blunt and forestall the traitor advance, the Emperor unable to aid their plight as he focused his immense psychic power to stave off the invasion of chaos within the Imperial Palace, while simultaneously fending off the assaults of the War Master's psychic presence. Keenly aware that the War Master sought to slay the Emperor as the catalyst to bring forth his new age of darkness, any and all sacrifices would be made to defend his throne room. For without the Master of Mankind, ensconced as its ruler, the Imperium of Man would inevitably fall. Informed of the Emperor's toil within the depths of the Sanctum Imperialis, Malcador informed his compatriots of the perpetual Primarch, Vulcan, at the side of the Emperor, ensuring his safety. As the first flames began to ignite upon Terra, first captain of the Sons of Horus, Ezekiel Abaddon, ruminated on the nature which his War Master now inhabited. The miasma of chaos barely contained within his form, as he sat immobile within the Lupercal's court of his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. Clutching the skull of his slain brother, Ferrus Manus, within his now warp-contorted chambers, Abaddon looked with disgust at the fell icon of the ruinous power's favor, surrounded by zealots of the Wordbearer's Legion and their crimson apostle, Zardu Lyak. Infuriated with his Genesire's seeming laxity, Abaddon waited impatiently as his legion stood in reserve. The legions not of the Lupercal, bearing the brunt of the system's fortification efforts, under the leadership of the Lord of Iron, Perturabo. Nominally supported by the fabricated general of Mars, Kelbor Hal, his brothers Angron, Fulgrim, and Magnus, Perturabo sneered at their malformed constitutions as willing thralls to the pantheon of chaos. Knowing that their corporeal forms would be disintegrated by the Emperor's light should they attempt to set foot on Terra's soil, the Lord of Iron identified a weak point within the Aegis defense system, Bastion 16, which his own forces could destabilize. Should the traitors add pressure to the palace's defenses, the Emperor's light would wane, allowing for the demon primarchs and demonic entities of chaos to cull the population centers of Terra and reinforce the traitor Astartes' assault. Deploying disposable traitor army auxiliaries consisting of cultists, beastmen, and mutants as cannon fodder. As loyalist forces repelled the lost and the damned, Alpha Legion insurgents drove knives into the backs of their allies. The Death Guard Legion, now arriving in system, fully corrupted by the influence of the Plague God, Nurgle. The fetid stench of their presence would prove a useful tool for the War Master's spread infection throughout the populace of Terra. With word that the 14th Legion would be the first to make planetfall upon Terra, the Red Angel, Angron, wreaked havoc within the bowels of his flagship, the Conqueror, which left unattended could erupt its warp core, destroying all within. Ship Mistress Latara Sarin, beseeching aid from the Painted Count, Gendor Scrivok, to confine the Lord of Red Sands within the Night Lord's labyrinth of the Voidcraft, Nightfall. His rampages restrained until the time to unleash him upon the throne world presented itself, thanks to the efforts of Khan placing a teleportation beacon onto his body. While Kelbor Hal and his disciple, Sota Null, sundered Arch Mechanicus Voidcraft in orbit of Terra, their collision courses made with precision, only achievable by savants of the Dark Mechanicus, their crash sites formed the Star of Chaos surrounding the Imperial Palace. Their active void shields, allowing for the creation of siege engines, as waves of lost and damned spilled from their carcasses. Whilst Loyalist forces staved off this new threat, the Death Guard made planetfall. Aiding the beleaguered forces of Bastion 16, the Warhawk of Jagoris led his noble White Scars to confront the threat of chaos, their jetbike charges protecting the mortal soldiery against the advisements of Rogel Dawn. Managing to disrupt Dark Mechanicus landing zones, Jagatai Khan incurred a wound from a poisoned blade as hundreds of Mortarian sons clamored to end his life. Rescued by the Great Angel, Sanguinius pulled the Warhawk's body from beneath a mountain of lifeless Ceramite bodies, as First Captain Ralderon rallied the Blood Angels to reinforce their position. Passing through the Helios Gate of the Imperial Palace, the corrupting influence within Jagatai's body was cleansed by the Emperor's light, his legion breathing a sigh of relief as mutated Night Lord's raptors beset the palace, marking themselves as the first to step foot upon its walls. Loyalists began to fall victim to sickness and disease, the subsequent weeks of suffering compounded by the fell visage of the Crimson Apostle, Zardu Lyak. Forming a looming representation of his face, using the suspended bones of slain warriors in the sky, Lyak declared the Imperium lost, his proclamation ended by a shower of raining blood to herald the arrival of a new, terrifying foe. Ejected from the Nightfall, the Red Angel hurtled to the ground, killing thousands with his impact as merely the start of his murderous rampage. Sapping the Aegis shield using Warpbane guns manufactured by the Dark Mechanicus, as the remnants of trench lines surrounded the Imperial Palace were overwhelmed, the protective shielding fell. smothering the Imperial Palace with orbital bombardments. The guns of Horus's fleet devastated the retreating Imperial army. Yet in their moment of direst need, Bright Wings took flight. Leading an enormous Blood Angels counterattack, supported by Imperial Fist and Legio Solaria suppressing fire, Sanguinius charged into the fray as the Imperial Palace gate swung open to give sanctuary to the withdrawing Loyalists. Casting back the Night Lords and their preening commander, First Captain Rauderon humbled the Painted Count and his demonic benefactor before casting him from the walls of the palace. The guns of Dawn's indomitable sons collapsing the Nurgle siege towers, encroaching towards the bastion. Prevented from breaching what remained of the Emperor's psychic ward, Angron bellowed a challenge at Sanguinius to face him in single combat, a challenge which Sanguinius would accept later, at a time of his choosing. Tending to the wounded soldiers, now within the embrace of the Imperial Palace, the first protective layer of the siege had been broken. Yet for all the loss that had been incurred, its walls still stood tall.
Lord of Iron, the defenders are withdrawing in good order while we delay the pursuit.
With some surprise, he recognized the voice of Foryx, whom he had fought dead in the midst of the spaceport.
Dawn is playing for time. You would like that, wouldn't you, brother?
Perturabo declared, not deigning to respond to his triarch.
To take the petty road rather than settle this as generals. A brawl in the dirt may suit you, but it is not enough for me.
You may brawl, but I am an expert swordsman. The barb tugged again, but Perturabo would not be drawn by his brother's insults. He pictured again the vision that had sustained him.
I will crush you, Dawn. Forgebreaker shall shatter your armor and break your bones before we are done. But that proves nothing save my physical superiority. Before I end you, I will lay low everything you have raised. I will topple your towers and shatter your walls. I will deliver the War Master to our father, and you will watch everything you have trusted be torn apart. When you have nothing left but the rubble of your ambitions, and I stand triumphant amid the folly of your inferiority, when all the world's weeping will not save you, and all you have is regret for bricks and despair for mortar, when you look at me and know that you are bested by the Lord of Iron, and accept the truth of your hubris, only then will my victory be complete, and I will end your suffering.
Bold words from a man that sent his minions to do his fighting for him.
Dawn stretched out a hand, gesturing to the spaceport and its surrounds.
1,000,000 souls it has cost you, for a few kilometers of ground. You always were wasteful, Perturabo, lacking finesse.
When terror burns and the Emperor's corpse is ash, we will see the value of finesse.
Lord, Imperial Army forces are pulling out too. If we do not secure the sky bridges soon, we'll be facing them all again at the Lion's Gate.
Perturabo cut the link to Foryx with a snarl.
This is just the first wall.
Agitated with the slow pace of the siege and his appointment to vanguard against the impending threat of Guilliman and the Lion, the Lord of Iron decried the Demon Primarch's inability to breach the Emperor's barrier when his own men could have succeeded where they had failed. As Horus Lupercal and Magnus the Red toiled to slowly diminish their father's projections, Perturabo devised a method for his more conventional strategies to achieve what his corrupted kinsman could not. Identifying the Lion's Gate spaceport as an objective of crucial importance, though it was among the strongest defenses of the Loyalists, should it fall, the losses they would incur would be catastrophic. Should the Hammer of Olympia claim the spaceport, Titan Legios could finally be deployed. The gigantic Mesosphere elevator, capable of deploying his most deadly arsenal of heavy vehicles and sustaining a foothold within Loyalist territory. Dispatching Warsmith Kroger as a distraction for his nemesis, Rogul Dawn, to busy himself with. While his foolhardy son perished, his more subtle plans would come to fruition. Receiving word of the actions made against the Lion's Gate spaceport, Rogul Dawn, regardless of perceiving its intent to be a feint, mustered a response commanded by his Lord Seneschal, Fafnir Ran. Committing 18,000 Imperial Fist Astartes, supported by 800,000 mortal souls, to defend the spaceport, against the might of 25,000 Iron Warriors, 1.5 million mortals, hundreds of siege platforms, heavy armor, and a contingent of 3,000 World Eaters led by Captain Khan, even from a defensive footing, victory could not hope to be achieved. Kroger's strategies interfered with by Primarchs Fulgrim and Mortarion during the engagement. Much to the surprise of the Iron Warriors, Fafnir's men were not manning the stronghold from within, but had formed a shield wall outside its defenses. Attacking the flanks of the traitors and encircling their position, within less than an hour, 300,000 mortals fell to the executioner of the Imperial Fists before his forces withdrew back within the walls of the spaceport. Stalling the advance of Khan's World Eaters for a time, regardless of the tactical brilliance of Ran, with the arrival of the Red Angel to the fray, his defenses seemed incapable of repelling such a rabid avatar of bloodshed. Repelled briefly by the Emperor's psychic shield, the mortal soldiery held firm, inspiring them to new heights of bravery. Tensions rising between Perturabo and his chaos-infused brethren, Horus deemed the Lord of Iron's critiques of their progress to be valid, and assigned first Captain Abaddon, Typhus, and Zardu Layak to bolster his next deployment. Allowing the Traveler and Crimson Apostle to perform a ritual to summon a demon prince of Nurgle, Korvax Utterblight to spread plague and disease within the palace's walls, Abaddon and Perturabo oversaw such ministrations. Receiving reports of chaos manifestations within the Sanctorum Imperialis refugee centers, Malkador the Sigillite ordered custodian Amon Toromachion to investigate the cult of the Lightbringers, banding around the first living saint of the Imperium, Euphrates Keeler. Noting warp phenomena to manifest within the presence of the Lightbringers, first Captain Sigismund witnessed the visions of Abaddon the Despoiler as the Ascendant War Master of Chaos Undivided in his father's place, and resolved to fulfill his holy ordained duty to end his life as the champion of the Emperor. As Warsmith Forex continued to assault the Lionsgate spaceport, Magos Atariel of the Dark Mechanicus, with aid from Obliterator Volk, uploaded a demonically infused computer virus into the facility's systems, interfering with the spaceport surveillance as the Iron Warriors infiltrated the lower levels. Ordering Sigismund to reinforce the spaceport, despite his misgivings at his son's flourishing religiosity. As Imperial Fists began to fortify its position, Abaddon, Layak, Khan, and Warsmith Berossus joined the fray. Launching an airborne assault of the spaceport, Fafnir Ran's army faltered, himself barely spared from death as Sigismund's reinforcements rallied to save the wounded Seneschal. Fulgrim and the Emperor's children beset the walls of the spaceport, their undisciplined selfish desires getting the better of them as they captured prisoners for their own sick delight, rather than focusing on their objectives. Launching a counterattack against the traitors, Sigismund, now imbued with the preordained favor of the God Emperor of mankind, charged into battle with renewed valor, his sighting of Abaddon tempting him a chance to prevent the calamitous future he had foreseen. Bested by Khan in single combat as a result of his empowerment by the blood god, Khorne, the righteous champion of the Emperor would be saved with the arrival of his Genefather. Casting Khan aside with no difficulty, the Praetorian of Terror carved a path through the traitor advance of World Eaters before setting his sights on Abaddon. Close to preventing the legacy of the Despoiler with a strike of his sword, Dawn's charge would be stalled by the efforts of Zardu Layak's sorcery until the bite of Storm's teeth bit into his sickly skeletal form. Detonating in a torrent of immaterial energy, the Crimson Apostle sacrificed his form to summon a warp portal upon Terra's soil, the influx of demonic entities forcing the Imperial Fist to withdraw from the spaceport. Simultaneously, Korvax Utterblight possessed the followers of the Lightbringers, his manifestation confronted by Amon Toromachion as Euphrates Keeler aided in the banishment of the entity from the material realm. Realizing her folly in adhering to blind faith, Malkador ordered Keeler be protected by Toromachion for the remainder of the siege, as he contemplated the potential results which humanity's manifested faith in the Emperor could change the future, both for good or ill. The Lionsgate spaceport was now held by traitor forces, despite the valor of Rogul Dawn, Perturabo's flagship, the Iron Blood, docking to allow the Lord of Iron to set foot upon Terra. Taunting Perturabo to a duel, the Hammer of Olympia restrained his fury, promising to murder his brother once the siege had been concluded and he had been crowned the victor. Withdrawing from the engagement, Rogul Dawn warned his nemesis of the folly of overconfidence, for only the first wall had fallen, and there were many more that the Hammer of Olympia must sunder. While Rogul Dorn lamented his failure to defend the spaceport, his kinsmen regardless commended him for his efforts, bleeding the enemy from far more wounds than even he could anticipate. For within the ranks of the Iron Warriors, a rift was beginning to form. For the sons of Perturabo had always been expendable, yet never so blatantly had they been hurled into the meat grinder of war by their own Primarch.
I am running the siege, Captain, said Dorn. I have been from the beginning, at every hour, at every moment, wherever I go and whatever I do. This will be no different, and, like me, Arcamus can multitask. The Grand Borealis is efficient and well prepared. The tacticians and the War Court offer fulsome support, and they have since day one. My dear brother does not need to be informed yet. You know as well as I do how occupied he is at Gorgon Bar.
But, Sepetus pressed, grace prevented. If you should fall,
I won't,
said Dorn.
My brother Belsepetus seems to doubt your prowess, my lord,
said Fane. There was some laughter from the line.
But concern is valid,
Fane went on, more somber.
You are the foundation of our defense, the architect of our fate. Is it wise to risk you by placing you at the forefront of a known flaw in this fortress?
Indeed, said Sigismund.
At a place where the very worst of our enemy is fully expected to stream in and unleash fury. I have done my utmost to make this palace a true fortress, said Dorn. I've built it from the ground up, diligently, some say obsessively, making sure that it is impenetrable and secure. But that is an impossible task. There will always be cracks. There will always be flaws. No fortress of mere stone and steel in our galaxy is truly impervious. So I must place myself directly before those cracks, and block them with my own flesh and fury.
He gazed at them, steadily.
I am the fortress now.
As the noose tightened around the Loyalists' throats, more desperate countermeasures were required to stem the tide of darkness. Yet as the defenders of Terra rallied, the Lord of Iron toiled on a gambit to breach their impenetrable fortress. Allying with the despondent first captain of the Sons of Horus, Ezekiel Abaddon, while his War Master harried the Emperor's psychic might within the warp, his mightiest son would not stand idle. As the great angel soared through the skies, felling the Goliath warlord Titan, Solemnis Bellus, the Loyalist morale swelled. The sight of such a paragon of war casting long-venerated traitor captains from the walls of the palace, with nary an acknowledgement. As the angel perched atop Gorgon Bar, so too did the Warhawk upon Colossi Gate, the Eternity Wall held by Rogul Dorn's staunch gene-son, Kamba Diaz. Yet one exploitable weak point still remained, the Saturnine Gate. Unwilling to simply command his men from afar, Ezekiel yearned to face his enemies with blade and talon once again, his wish permitted by the Lord of Iron as they orchestrated a gamble to focus strike teams to breach the Saturnine. Aware of a flaw within the wall's defenses, large enough to accommodate a strike team to infiltrate and enlarge the breach, allowing for swarms of invaders to penetrate the palace's defenses. As Abaddon roused his mortal kinsman, Horus Aximand, and even the Phoenician to accompany him to the Saturnine Gambit, Rogul Dorn likewise informed his allies of Perturabo's likely intention to exploit the breach. Requiring a ruse to distract the traitors, as the vulnerabilities of Saturnine were fortified, the Praetorian would allow Eternity Wall to be sacrificed at the cost of hastening the enemy's deployments. Their last avenue to evacuate the Master of Mankind should the traitors continue to advance. Rogul Dorn, regardless of the risk, allowed for Knight Commander Janisha Kroll to fight as part of the doomed Eternity Wall defenders, who would doubtless perish to buy Saturnine's relief efforts time. Readying his Justaran elite, the Cachulan Reavers of Valkus Kyber, Tybalt Mars 18th, and Mournival kinsmen, Abaddon enacted the clandestine operation beyond the sight of even the War Master's gaze. As 8 demonic champions of the ruinous Pantheon descended upon Terra, the defenders braced as fear ran within the hearts of not only mortal men or Astartes, but also the Primarch's indomitable resolve. Kamba Diaz faced the World Eater's charge upon Eternity Wall. ordering his men to take no backward step as they fought to the last, knowing their sacrifice would ensure the survival of the palace. Arcan Land of the Mechanicus began to tend to the floor of the Saturnine's foundation with Lockreed sealant, Malcador bidding him to wait until the traitor strike team had entered the ambush, lying in wait. Organizing kill teams, each appointed names to signify their deeds. Chosen warriors of Malcador, whether knight errant or black shield, would be supported by exemplars of both the Blood Angels and Imperial Fists. First Captain Sigismund would command Kill Team Devotion, 22nd Captain Maximus Fane, Kill Team Helios, and Captain Paladin Belsepatus of the Blood Angels Cherubim host would command Kill Team Brightest. The orphaned Astartes of Traitor Legion stock, the World Eater Black Shield Endred Har commanding Kill Team Black Dog, Lunar Wolf Captain Garviel Loken leading Kill Team Naismith, whilst Death Guard defectors Helig Galor led Kill Team 7th, and Battle Captain Nathaniel Garrow commanded Kill Team Strife. Unleashing their long unsated thirst for vengeance against Tybalt Mar's initial strike force, Loken avenged the life of the Iron Hands war leader, Shadrach Medusan, as a bolt round tore through Mar's skull. Garrow engaged Falcus Kyber, the Widowmaker, the wounds inflicted by Libertas gushing black, oily ichor, proving his corruption beyond all sense of what could be considered human, as the demon entity within him fled his broken body. The long-dead kinsman of Garviel Loken, Tarek Torgadon, clashing with the erstwhile son of Horus, now possessed by a demon referring to itself as Tormageddon, displayed abilities not dissimilar to every legion of the Astartes. Imbued with the bloodthirst of a World Eater, malice of a Night Lord, constitution of an Iron Warrior, the zeal of a Word-Bearer, the swiftness of an Emperor's Children duelist, the guile of an Alpha Legion operative, the insight of a Thousand Sun, and the constitution of a Death Guard. Indomitable alike to an Imperial Fist, swift as a White Scar, strong as a Salamander, sure as a Raven God, secretive as a Dark Angel, logical as an Iron Hand, savage as the Rout, wrathful as a Blood Angel, and bearing the uncanny invincible bearing of a son of Ultramar. Yet this creature was not a Lunar Wolf. Striking Tormageddon down with the blade of his fallen comrade-in-arms, Tylos Rubio, Loken bid the shell of his former brother farewell as he returned to fight beside his errant kinsman. As Abaddon's strike force diminished within the ambush set by Rogel Dawn, the Phoenician delighted in mutilating the Imperial Fists wounded by his hands at the Saturnine Wall. Struck by Sigismund beneath the looming presence of the Oannes gun tower, Fulgrim reeled before hurling the first captain away with the grace of a man striking a feral dog. Interrupting the killing blow before it could be struck, Rogel Dawn confronted his fallen brother, unburdening himself of his long isolation within his strategium. Armed with greatsword and shield, the Praetorian dueled the multi-limbed demon Primarch, baiting the egotistical Praefector of Chemos that he had known all along of Perturabo's gambit and had since thwarted the schemes of Abaddon's strike force. Hoping to entice Horus himself to a duel, Rogel Dawn remarked that taking Fulgrim's head would suffice. Retreating from the duel, as all cowards do, Fulgrim allowed for his sons to fight the Praetorian in his stead. Their otherwise impressive martial acumen, no match for the steadfast protector of Holy Terror. Aiding his Primarch in the skirmish, Sigismund lunged into the fray, his blade clashing with Lord Commander Eidolon before inflicting a glancing blow and casting the soul severed from Saturnine's walls. Trapping the Justarin within the killing chambers of Kappa and Lambda, Malcador's kill teams cornered and cut down Abaddon's foolhardy invaders. Realizing his manipulation by Perturabo as minor wounds ravaged his body, Ezekyle wrestled the shame knowing that he and his men were expendable, not just in the eyes of the Lord of Iron, but perhaps his own Genesire. Swearing to enact reprisal against Perturabo, Abaddon turned his fury against the champions of the Sigillite. The subsequent 13 minutes of concurrent duels ending the life of Belsepatus and Endred Har, the massive form of the Riven Hound pinning his body to the ground. His execution at the hands of Nathaniel Garrow denied, as a teleportation flare retrieved his battle-ravaged form. The noble battle captain despaired at the escape of his target. Confronting little Horus Aximand as he searched frantically for an escape route, Garviel Loken dispatched his betrayer with cold fury, claiming his sword, Mourn It All. Stormseers of the 5th Legion harnessed fragments of the Emperor's Aegis to focus their arcanum, their ingenuity confounding the Thousand Sun sorcerers and the demons spawned from their magics. Jagatai Khan, alongside Constantine Valdor, faced the Neverborn in open conflict, the Lord of Iron's strategies unable to anticipate the fiery nature of the Kargan and his seemingly random assaults. Repelling the pawns of the Crimson King from the Colossi Gate, though victory had been achieved by the White Scars and Golden Host, the last remnants of Eternity Wall perished. Janecia Kroll, soulless queen of the Silent Sisterhood, faced the Chosen of Khorne, Khan, in battle. Her nigh invisible culling of the Sons of Angron ended by a seemingly subconscious swing of the Betrayer's chain axe. Among the last defenders, a single mortal soldier stood, a man by the name of Ollie, standing defiant against the terrifying visage of the Red Angel. Holding high the banner of the Emperor as he charged into the maw of slaughter incarnate, the heroic last stand of Olanius Pierce would live eternal within the minds of the historians of this fateful war. Night falls in the desert, but it brings no comfort to the man beneath the tree. Above him, the glare of the white sky fades into indigo, then to deep blue, and then to black. Stars appear, flickering in the dark. They are not real, any more than the dust and the smell of distant fires are real. They come from him. Stars, scent, image, even the concept of night as a metaphor to cloth this brief respite in the battle he is fighting. All are the way they are because this is the clothing his mind has made for what he endures. Here in the realm beyond sight, there is nothing that is not brought by those that come here. Once, long ago, but also only a moment past, and in a moment to come, this realm was void, without even the idea of dimensions or duration, so that it could be called empty. Long ago, long, long ago. Now it is a place filled with the refuse of its travelers, the husks of grand ambitions and dreams, the shadows of atrocity, and the secrets of the countless dead, and yet to be born. It is both a lie and the truest thing to ever be. Ever more beleaguered by the ravaging toll of the Immaterium, the Emperor's might continued to strain, interlocked with his fallen son's mind, as the War Master's advance marched ever forward. Yet among the depths of utter defeat, small glimpses of hope shine brightly. For with the withdrawal of the Phoenician from the fray, the Third Legion's already disorganized rabble became further distracted. Though the entire First Legion was still far from Terra's reach, a portion of its men, commanded by its most renowned exemplar, Corswain, now arrived in system, pledging to preserve the Throne World, and reports that the dead homeworld of the World Eaters, Nuceria, had been obliterated, proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that reinforcements were en route. Knowing their forces capable of only lasting mere weeks on a protracted war footing, the Loyalists' only saving grace remained that the Lion of Caliban and Lord of Ultramar, once arriving in system, would make short work of what remained of the traitor's battle-worn forces. The restorer of the 5th Legion, Shiban Khan, rose from the ashes of his downfall from battle during the Eternity Wall. Visited by the ghosts of his brethren, Torgun, Targutayu Sugai, and Kambadiaz, while venturing to reunite with his comrades of the palace. His Primarch Jagatai Khan, standing vigil alongside First Captain Rauleron within the bastion of the Colossi Gate, waiting for an opportunity to retake the Lion's Gate spaceport. Horus convened with Perturabo to discuss progress of the siege, commending his efforts, whilst also revealing his knowledge of his failed Saturnine gambit. Exerting his fell influence over the Lord of Iron as a show of his omniscience and favor with the ruinous powers, Perturabo buckled under the domineering presence of the Champion of the Four. Demanding his forces to redeploy to the Mercury Wall, Horus would order his most mighty and loyal Titan Legio, Mortis, the Death's Hand, to breach the defenses, using their entire amassed strength. More than 30 of the Legio fell during the suicidal charge towards the palace wall, their vapor-spewing, mutated husks littering the battlefield as power rams and warp missiles attempted to break the bastion. Knowing the final hour to be swiftly approaching, Malkador the Sigillite met with the Emperor within the depths of the Immaterium, finding his wearied avatar and offering his own psychic might to aid in his long vigil. Meanwhile, Argonis the Unscarred of the Sons of Horus relayed new orders from his War Master to the Lord of Iron, demanding the 4th Legion disperse to allow for the Death Guard to assume command of the assault of the palace. Signaling the end of Perturabo's Legion War of men and mortals, the Hammer of Olympia felt the death of his cause stab at him, alike to a knife in his heart, refusing to spill more of his men's blood on the altar of lies and broken oaths. Withdrawing henceforth from the siege, the Iron Warriors began their preparations to concoct a battle of their own choosing, for when the siege was done, caring not for the threats that when Horus had deposed the Emperor, their throats would be the next to be cut. 10,000 Dark Angels, under the command of Paladin Captain Corswain, infiltrated the blockade of the traitors, using cloaking technologies outfitted to the Emperor's flagship, the Imperator Somnium, provided by Admiral Niora Sukasen of the Sikaar Command Staff. Fired upon by the fleet of the Death Guard, commanded by Typhus the Traveler, the guns of the Terminus Est and Conqueror tore the chariot of the Emperor to shreds as the Dark Angels' fleet hastened their descent towards the Throne World. Ordered by the command staff of the Phalanx not to utilize their Psychicada due to the ongoing Edict of Nicaea and mistrust of Warpcraft, the Dark Angels established a foothold within the Hollow Mountains, confronting the entrenched forces of the Demon Prince, Vasukela. Their forces proved vulnerable without the use of their librarians. Yet as the Thralls of Chaos ready to deliver the killing blow against Corswain, the enigmatic Calibanite, Vasago, unleashed his powers. On orders from Sar Luther and his lieutenant Zahariel to aid his kinsman with a clandestine band of fallen angels by his side, though the Caliban separatists were opposed to the Lion's ideals, they could not allow the War Master's victory. Driving the remaining Emperor's children and their demon allies from the Astronomicon facility, Corswain reluctantly agreed to allow Vasago to unleash the Arcanum of Caliban to relight the Astronomicon. Betrayed by his fallen kinsmen for aiding the plight of the Lion's wayward scions, the Calibanite Astartes of Luther murdered Vasago, preventing the Astronomicon's light from beckoning the true sons of their Primarch from reaching Terra. Though the lightless Hollow Mountain was now secured, simultaneously, captured Terran civilians were now forced to construct fortifications, those craving release from their torment deployed to act as meat shields for the traitors' advancing forces. Meeting with a prefect of the Ordo Sinister within the Imperial Palace, Rogel Dorn assumed command of the peculiar Legio of Pariahs, with sanction given by the Emperor, deploying them to the Mercury Wall to face Death's Hand. Countering the warp-infused Legio Mortis with the Nightmare Titans prior forbidden from ever waging war unless expressly permitted by the Master of Mankind, the left hand of the Emperor marched to face the War Master's God Machines. The chamber fell silent. Jiangxai glanced at his fellow Khans. Some were as new as him, commanding 100 or so blades. Some were veterans of the Crusade, and led twice that number. Each one of them trusted their Primarch more than they trusted the evidence of their own senses. They had followed him in every battle since the breaking of Unity, and that trust had been repaid with survival against the current of the darkest tide. They were as loyal as it was possible to be. They were united in purpose. They knew no fear. And yet, when Kulan spoke, it was as if he merely vocalized the same thought that they all had running through their minds. "My Khan?" he ventured, not from any lack of resolve, but because it needed to be asked now, needed to be settled, before pulling away became impossible. "Can we do this?" The Kargan nodded fractionally. Acknowledging the question, he pressed his fingers harder together. "Not if we delay," he said quietly. "Another day, maybe two, and the moment is gone. Once he has everything in place, we do not have the strength to break him. It will be while he is consumed with his own conquests. He has the numbers, he has the gifts, he has the power. All we have is what we have always relied on, to be faster." He smiled darkly. "See, what can we really do for this Imperium? Can we sustain it now, bearing its weight on our shoulders? Not the way we were made, but we can kill for it. We can break, we can burn, we can unmake." The smile disappeared. "We have done everything they asked of us. We have held their battle line, scored it with our own blood, and it has not been enough. If we are to die here, on a world that has no soul and no open sky to rejoice in, then we will die doing what we were schooled to do." He looked out across the entire chamber, making each Khan feel as if he were the only one there, the only one to enjoy this final confidence before the war horns were sounded and the engines were gunned. "But get me to my brother," the Khan said, "and as eternity is my judge, I shall scour his stench from the universe forever." Caged within the confines of the Imperial Palace, though the White Scars Legion had already proved themselves as stalwart defenders of humanity's final bastion, their restlessness was not yet sated. Their new blood Astartes, raised during the Civil War, now burdened with the responsibility of replacing veteran officers felled by traitor hands, captains such as Jang Sai Khan waited patiently for a chance to prove their worth in the eyes of their Genesire. The Tachseer, Shiban Khan, returning to active duty following a hasty treatment of his wounds and augmetics, the Kargan learned from his son that the Lionsgate spaceport had been abandoned in order to allow for the success of the Saturnine Gambit. Restraining his cold fury as he rallied his senior officers, the Warhawk of Chagoris made plans to retake the spaceport, currently garrisoned by the Death Guard Legion. Orchestrating a three-pronged assault from the Colossi Bastion to their objective, the Ordu Jagatai would be supported by the 1st Terran Armored, gathered by their stalwart comrade, Ilya Revalian, and drive back the Pale King and his decrepit sons. Using the skyplate suspended above the palace to shield their advance from orbital attacks, the Kargan rode out to cleanse the thralls of Nurgle from the spaceport. Successfully assaulting the Lion's Gate with a hasty forward charge of armored vehicles and jet bikes, the White Scars buckled against the fortitude of the Death Guard as their forces began to slow, fighting within the now corrupted confines of the facility. Realizing the need to sever their command structure to prevent a protracted skirmish, the Warhawk demanded the Pale King face him in single combat to end their long-standing feud. Ascended to the form of a demon prince since their last engagement upon the soil of Prospero, Mortarion bloodied the Warhawk within an inch of his life as the Kargan baited his assaults with biting insults. Refusing to surrender to the pain racking his body, nor damage done to his pride, Jagatai Khan allowed the Pale King to impale him with the blade of his war scythe, Silence. Drawing Mortarion close enough to strike him, the Warhawk decapitated Mortarion, banishing the Pale King into the tides of the warp as disarray racked both sides of the conflict. As the Death Guard faltered with the loss of their Primarch, the White Scars, enraged at the sight of their broken Genesire, unleashed their wrath, retrieving Jagatai's body to be hastily treated for his wounds. While all medical scanning devices showed readings of his demise, faint traces of life miraculously prevented the Kargan from escaping his mortal coil. The 14th Legion, now leaderless, deferred to their equerry, Kaifer Morag, for command. Withdrawing from the fray temporarily, as First Captain Typhus advised his kinsmen to ally to his own cause. Having waited for his Primarch's humbling before launching his assault of the Hollow Mountain, Typhus recruited Morag and the remaining Death Guard to his cause to face the Dark Angels. Mercury Wall sustained heavy structural damage, the aid of the Legio Sinister buying the Praetorian time as he rallied his men to fortify the breach before its inevitable collapse. Reconciling with his estranged son, Sigismund, Rogel Dorn bid him to return to the Bab Bastion, knowing that all his best-made plans would soon devolve into battles of slaughter, the martial skill of his favored son, crucial to stemming the tides of traitors with blade in hand. Intercepted by the chosen of the Sigillite, Khalid Hassan, Sigismund beheld an ancient sword of black steel, taken from Malkador's most prized treasury of weapons. Feeling its considerable weight as he felt it in his grip, Sigismund knew it would regardless never slow his sword arm, for this weapon, as stated by Khalid, was destined for his hand. Finally, after heavy casualties lost to the guns of the Loyalists, Legio Mortis sundered the Mercury Wall, spilling traitors of the Sons of Horus and World Eaters into the breach. Countless warriors clashed, their honor rolls, heraldry, and company markings smothered with gore as the melee intensified. Yet one title was ushered within the erupting mayhem like no other: the Black Sword. Felling countless champions of the 12th and 16th Legions, Sigismund carved a path through the swarm as his new blade drank deep the blood of traitors. Once more dueling the infamous butcher of the World Eaters' 8th Company, Khan, in the shadow of the Terminus Tower, Sigismund's silent, unswerving focus bested the rabid champion of Khorne, his blade delivering the final killing strike, infused with the weight of nihilistic emptiness. As Khan's lifeless body was dragged from the fray, the isolated white scars of the Lionsgate spaceport prepared to fire upon the traitor fleet, as Imperial fists and Blood Angels fell back to the palace's inner sanctum. The battle was reaching its zenith, and although Primarchs Perturabo, Mortarion, and Fulgrim had fled the field, the Red Angel still hungered for the blood of the Emperor. The Primarch beat his wings with his back to the enemy. He faced the defenders upon the wall, his pinions keeping him aloft, as the dawn's pathetic light did its best to spark flares from the edges of his golden armor. Hololithic incarnations of his hovering form flickered into life across Vambrace consoles and view screens within the keep. They sprang up from handheld projectors, thousands of identical, tiny blue light ghosts with beating wings. Sanguinius's words, carried across the kilometers of elevated wall, brought to distant ears on the clicking, ticking, crackling speakers of servo skulls and Mechanicus drones. Soldiers clustered around their data slates to bear witness to the Primarch's proclamation. The 100,000 defenders of the Delphic battlement, drawn from all across the burning Imperium, listened to the words of the Great Angel. All of them could see him, even if they were far from his sight and forced to rely on a hololithic reflection. All of them could hear him, even if his words purred through the cracking mouth of a floating probe. Land had expected a speech, dripping with demagogic inspiration. He'd find it tawdry, but knew most of the human defenders, many of whom responded far more positively to the Primarchs than the Mechanicus did, would find great value in such a display. But that was not what he, nor any of them, received. "I do not want to be here," Sanguinius told them. "I do not want this present, and I want the future that follows even less. We stand against our own brothers and sisters, with our backs to the Eternity Gate, and this is not a battle we can win. If you have ever wondered how you will die, now you know. If you have ever wondered where your body will lie, now you know. You will be killed on the last wall between hope and horror. Your body will lie here, unburied, staring up at a poisoned sky. Once the sanctum falls, terror falls with it. And I tell you, we cannot hold this wall. You can see it yourselves. They are too many, we are too few. We may last a week, if we do the impossible. More likely we will all be dead in 3 days. Perhaps my words surprise you, or frighten you, but I will not lie. Not to you who have come through 200 days of dread only to find yourselves here. I have looked into your faces and see what this war has cost all of you. I have followed the flow of battles that each of you have survived, to stand here on the final battlement. I see everything you have endured, those stories written in the light of your eyes. Now the War Master offers you the lie of life, promising a mercy his forces are incapable of showing if we will abandon this last wall. And it falls to me, here and now, to tell you to stand against him one more time, to give everything you have, even your lives, if it will hold this rampart for another day, another hour, another second. That is what the moment demands of me, is it not? That I beg you to make one last sacrifice?" Sanguinius swooped closer to the battlement, casting his sword to the stone. It clattered there, in a loose cluster of Blood Angels, none of whom made any attempt to pick it up. Lan stared at it for a long moment, then watched as the Primarch whirled in the sky to face the wall once more, showing his bare hands to the gathered thousands. "No," Sanguinius fairly breathed the word. His wings beat hard, holding him aloft. He stared into the silence that met his disavowal, and he shook his head to punctuate the syllable with adamance. "No, I will not ask it of you. You have already given everything. You have already done everything asked of you 100 times and more. You have suffered through a war of unimaginable darkness, one that has demanded more from you than any soldier in the history of our species has been forced to give. The fact you still live, that you still fight, I cannot conceive of the courage and resilience it requires for you to face this dawn and look to the horizon with a rifle in your hands." Lan could hear army soldiers shuffling. He saw them glancing at each other. None of them spoke. All of them held rapt to the Primarch's words. "Where Horus has offered only lies, I will offer you truth. Those of you that wish to run, run. Leave this place, not in shame at a duty undone, not in surrender to the traitor's forces, but with honor. Go with my gratitude,
for you have already given everything asked of you. What right does anyone have to demand more from you who have endured harrowing beyond account, horror beyond measure? If you wish to fall back into the Sanctum Imperialis and spend the last hours of your life with your children, then do so. Know that you go not only with my blessing, but with my envy. If you wish to leave the wall and take your chances in the wasteland before the battle begins, then, in the Emperor's name, you have earned the right to try. Go swiftly and carry with you the pride that you have already given a hero's share in a war that none of us wanted, but were forced to fight. And if you wish for the truth, I will give it to you gladly, for you have earned that, too. It shames me to admit, but I would abandon this wall if I could. The Primarch in me, the supposed demigod half of my heart, craves life with a ferocity that shames me. If I bowed to that instinct, I would take to the sky and never look back. But I cannot. I am half human, and the human in me demands that I stay. Sanguinius turned, looking over his shoulder at the retreating emissary. Daughter of Torment was a quarter of the way to her lines now. When he looked at the wall once again, all could see the resolve in his eyes. There are legends about me. I hear them whispered among you every day, that I know the moment of my own death. The stories say this gives me courage, that I feel no fear because I know I cannot yet be slain. Here is the truth of that tale. That prophesied death is coming. Today, tonight, tomorrow. I know not when or how, only that I feel fate's breath on the back of my neck. I do not remain here out of immortality's courage. I remain here because, if I am to die, I choose this death. I choose to die with my back to the last door. I choose to give my life to buy another hour, or a minute, or even a single second of grace to those who cannot be here fighting with me. I choose to die here because I do not believe I have yet given all I can. Someone must stand and fight, and if I have but one choice left, I will make it now. I will stand. I will fight. I will hold this wall, knowing that the 13th Legion makes for terror with all speed, and if they cannot bring salvation, they will bring retribution. Whether I am alone or whether 100,000 of you are by my side, when the War Master's horde descends upon this wall, they will find me waiting for them with a blade in hand. Not because I can win, but because it is right. I do not know what delusion grips those out there who were once our brothers and sisters, but I know it is right to oppose them. Silence drifted over the Delphic battlement, but only for a moment. Sanguinius swept his arm across the wall, taking in the defenders. Thousands of hollow ghosts of his image did the very same thing. I have spoken enough. You need hear no more of my fears and confessions. All that remains is for me to ask, will you run? Returning the Warhawk's body to the Imperial Palace, those White Scars who had withdrawn to the Lionsgate spaceport began preparations to fire upon the War Master's fleet. Small victories in short supply as traitor scum clamored to scale the walls of the final vigil of the Loyalist defense. The great angel Sanguinius made every effort to inspire bravery within the hearts of the defenders. Little more than a frenzied rabble, with so much of its command structure slain or displaced, the horde of traitors dispersed into mobs of violent monsters, striking at the last remaining command center of the Loyalists, the Bab Bastion. Radiation incurred from orbital bombardment laced the planet's surface. The death knell of the throne world, sown deep within its core, fated to slowly deteriorate, no matter the technologies employed to sustain its lifespan. The traitor legions and those who served them fared no better, for even within the bowels of the World Eater's flagship, Conqueror, water reserves turned to blood. Cannibalism ran rampant, and members of their command staff, such as Ship Mistress Lotara Saren, questioned why they had sided with the War Master's cause in the first place. The Butcher's nails dug ever deeper into the minds of the World Eaters, their frenzied slaughter further plunging them into madness, forgetting all vestiges of the proud warriors they once were. Driven only by the example of their demon Primarch, Angron, the Red Angel acted as the blood-soaked North Star to which his men followed. Confronting the parodies of Astartes that remained, Blood Angel's officers, such as Nasir Amit and Dominion Zephon, cut down their corrupted former comrades in arms.
honoring the teachings of his Primarch as a noble paragon of what the Astartes could become. The Flesh Terror reminisced on his own sordid past, as he refused to stoop to the barbarism displayed by the World Eaters. After months of silence, War Master Horus Lupercal declared the next objective of the assault, the Eternity Gate, the final passage leading to the Emperor's throne room. As Constantine Valdor, Diocletian Koros, Primarch Vulcan, and his chosen Darksword stood ready to confront any and all threats, while Angron's forces rallied to strike from the palace's gates, Magnus the Red attempted to strike from the veil of the Immaterium. As the Lord of Drakes ventured into the webway to face his brother in single combat, 70,000 warriors lined the Delphic battlement in defense of the Eternity Gate, mustering Astartes, refugees, and even wounded soldiers to defend its domains. Millions of fell pawns of chaos amassed as Angron loomed in the skies above, cackling with delight at their diligent toil, erecting crucified captured loyalists pinned to armored vehicles and Titan war machines. Ending the misery of his own gene-son, Captain Edemus of the 99th Company, with a shot of an arquebus, Sanguinius subsequently took to the sky, proclaiming that those who wished to flee must do so before the battle had been joined. None refusing their duty to stand in the defense of the Imperial Palace, the loyalists inspired by his words watched as his wings carried him to the Reaver Titan, daughter of Torment, which had so callously tortured his cherished son. Beheading the war machine before returning to defend the Eternity Gate, Sanguinius heard the booming cheers of the loyalists as the daughter of Torment's headless body collapsed into the traitor ranks. Meanwhile, Vulcan journeyed to the impossible city of the Webway, facing his demonic brother Magnus in a game of death, rebirth, and determination. Perishing over and over again as the psychic onslaught of Magnus immolated his body, Vulcan refused to surrender to pain as his skin reknitted with each and every mortal blow. Weakening the Crimson King through pure attrition, the Lord of Drake struck his form with the Thunderhammer, Erdrakul, the tricks and illusions of Magnus, unable to break the resolve of the Perpetual Primarch. Outside the palace walls, pawns of the Blood God hurled themselves at the Eternity Gate, the Emperor's psychic wards weakening as demonic incursions began to seep through to the inner sanctum. Spewing World Eaters from their disfigured mouths, Cornate Titans tackled the walls of the palace, whilst loyalist guns ran dry and blades became dull. The Demon Prince, Karbanda, embittered to his humbling by the Great Angel, screamed vengeance against his sons, his penance made to the Blood God for his defeat. Tasked with claiming 500 kills of the Angel's sons within his presence, as the Bloodthirster burst through the Delphic battlements, Sanguinius once more battled the Chosen of Khorne. Breaking the demon's spine with the hilt of his sword, the Great Angel cast down Karbanda's immobilized body to be feasted on by the lesser demons, eager to gorge on his flesh below. The gates of eternity, held open by Ursus' claws, fired from the traitor Legio Audax. As Diocletian ordered all hands to close the gates, Sanguinius targeted the immense chains, straining to keep the gates in place. Intercepted by the Red Angel as they brawled within the skies above the palace, Angron and Sanguinius wrestled as their airborne attacks hurtled them through hive spires, titans, and stormbirds. Impaled by the Black Blade, Voragoth, as Horus's voice whispered in his mind, Sanguinius refused to add to the weapon's tally of 1,000,000 souls consumed to sharpen its edge. Tearing the butcher's nails from Angron's scalp, the Red Angel screamed in agony before his cranium exploded, Sanguinius banishing the immortal Primarch into the tides of the warp and sowing disarray into the ranks of his sons. Overcome with psychic hysteria with the loss of their master, the World Eaters turned on their allies, giving a brief reprieve to the loyalist defenders. Closing the Eternity Gate, as Shiban Khan's White Scars fired the Lionsgate spaceport's anti-orbital batteries upon the traitor fleet. Further compounding the traitor assault, news reached Holy Terror from Rabute Gilliman. His armada with support from the Lion, Ravenlord, and Wolf King was only a week from arriving in orbit. The traitors had run out of time, and in their hour of desperation, the War Master made one final gambit to end the siege. The vengeful spirit shifted into low orbit and lowered its shields.
He is not dead. You cry out in anger and despair. You try to snatch the power back into yourself, but it is pulled around you in a great black slick, sticky and sluggish, slow to respond, slow to obey, reluctant to inhabit the vessel of your body now that you have scorned it. You draw it back in as quickly as you can. You inhale to fill your lungs and soul with it. You gather it in, frantically, for you must be ready to defend yourself. The worst of it, your human heart, still raw and exposed, feels relief. A kind of joy. Your father is not dead. Your father is not dead. You didn't kill him. He lives. Loken faces you. His sword is in his hand. But it's not Loken. It never was. Loken is still sprawled on the deck to your left, where you threw him, gazing on in horror. Or is it wonder? You will not die like this. You will not be tricked like this. The power begins to flood back into your veins, the darkness of it, the sweet agony, the reassuring rage, the strength. Loken steps towards you, the other Loken, the Loken who is not Loken. The sword in his hand is not Rubio's old blade. The sword in his hand is the great war sword. The face is not Loken's, it is his face. The aspect of Loken collapses into void mist as your father steps out to meet you in all his bloody majesty. His wounds are great. Blood is dried black across his face and his ruined arm. But there is a light inside him, a light behind his eyes, the pure white light of a species that, in its madness, believes in him beyond all reason and trusts in him beyond all logic. A species that imagines him to be its shield and protector, and has such faith in that act of imagination, it is made real. He could not fight you alone, he could not beat you alone. But by bluff and ruse and stratagem and sacrifice, he has held your attention until he no longer has to. To be absent in the body is to be present in the Emperor. That's what the Whispers are screaming. A whole species is present here, its will united in one form, not a man, not a father, but a king of all the ages. He looks like a god, a wounded god, but a god nonetheless. It's not his power, it's where it comes from. We are one and the same, the Whispers say, mankind and the Emperor, Emperor and mankind, souls bound together. We are together as one, or we are nothing. You are no god, you shout. Then this will be a fair fight, the Whispers answer. Though the White Scars held the Lionsgate spaceport, their position withstood orbital barrages from the traitor fleet. The Dark Angels held the Hollow Mountain, yet the Astronomicon remained unlit, and what survived of the Imperial Fists, Blood Angels, and Mortal Defenders of Terra were now confined within the Imperial Palace. Time had become irrelevant, for no clock nor monitor could be relied upon, as warp storms surrounded the throne world and transformed the geometry of reality. Unable to counter the impossible deep strikes of traitor assaults, the Loyalists knew in their hearts that within as little as a day, their resistance shall end. Yet on the horizon, reinforcements loom, and in his madness, Horus knows that his heresy is mere hours from being undone. His benefactors unable to protect him from the Imperium's might, should he be pincered between the throne world and the fleet of Ultramar. With no more traitor Primarchs to command his armies, demons take their stead, such as Doombreed, Be'lakor, Nakari, Kulgarth, Skarbrand, Ulker, and other fell entities. Knowing the lowering of the Vengeful Spirit's shield to be a trap, the Loyalists nonetheless could not deny the desperation of the War Master, resolving to teleport to the Lupercal's court to capitalize on the double-edged sword which Horus wielded. Summoning the Primarchs Vulcan, Sanguinius, Dawn, and Captain General Constantin Valdor to the throne room, Malcador and his champions witnessed the Emperor rise from the Golden Throne. Replacing his master upon the Golden Throne, sacrificing his life to allow the assault of the War Master's flagship, Malcador the hero began his terminal vigil, overseen by the Lord of Drakes. Donning the immaculate golden armor of his warrior aspect, the Emperor rallied Valdor and Dawn to his side. Relenting to Sanguinius' pleas to fight at his side, despite the great angel knowing the fate which would befall him. Entrusting command of the Imperial Palace to Huskal Arcamus of the Imperial Fists in their absence, the assault party of the Emperor teleported to the Vengeful Spirit. Displaced by the interference of chaos, Rogel Dawn materialized within a desert filled with the dead forms of his sons, resisting the call of the Blood God as he endured what seemed like centuries searching for an escape. Upon arrival of the Custodian Guard to the Voidcraft, these pure warriors, despite their pedigree, fell to madness.
blood weeping from their eyes as they turned their spears against the Emperor. Cutting down his precious companions, as hatred for his once cherished son burgeoned in his heart, the gamble to harm the master of mankind doing little more than strengthening his resolve, with each custodian slain by his hand. Simultaneously, Corswain of the Dark Angels, now aided by the wolf in sheep's clothing under the guise of the Lord Cypher, Librarian Zahariel, aided his defense of the Astronomicon against the forces of Typhus the Traveler. Reports of Guilliman's fleet reached Loyalist command moments following the boarding party's departure. Their amassed strength 9 hours from arriving within orbit, likely blocked by Horus until evidence of their departure had been confirmed. Unable to locate Terra due to the lack of the Astronomicon, Vulcan refused advisements to sacrifice Psychers to empower Malkador's psychic strength in order to activate the Astronomicon to direct Guilliman's fleet. Constantine Valdor and his custodian retinue carved a path through the bowels of the vengeful spirit, his confrontation with Abaddon the Despoiler revealing portents of a future too terrible to comprehend before being cast into the void. Yet one glimmer of hope had managed to evade the manipulations of Chaos, the crimson-clad Seraphs and their great angel. Fighting their way to the throne room, the Blood Angels, by the side of their wounded yet resolute Primarch, carved through the Sons of Horus ranks and their Justeran elite, his blade in Carmine and Spear of Telesto felling hundreds as they inexorably charged for the Warmaster's throne room. Facing Horus in single combat, the great angel's blade nicked and carved at his face, cleaving through the Warmaster's midsection to the bone with a strike that might have slain him, were it not for his fell benefactors. No longer restraining his power, Horus retaliated, destroying the angel's advantage of flight by slamming him to the ground, breaking his wings. Bludgeoning the great angel to death with his war mace, Worldbreaker, the Warmaster delighted as he watched Sanguinius drown in the blood filling his lungs, before crucifying his body as a gaudy ornamentation within his court. The angel's sons who remained convulsed with the psychic shockwave of their genesire's death, knife legionaries upon the soil of Terra, tearing their enemies to shreds as despair for the loss of their Primarch drove them to madness. Rogel Dorn and Constantine Valdor reuniting far from the Lupercal's court, as desperate struggles waged between mankind's broken demigods, the final battle of truly deific proportions began. Confronting his fallen son, alongside the lunar wolf Garviel Loken, Astartes primogenitor, Litu, and custodian Hateron Proconsul, Kekaltus Dusk, the Emperor and his companions faced the Lupercal. Infusing their weapons with his holy light, sons and fathers battled. The sacrifice of Kekaltus Dusk, mortal wounds delivered by Litu, and presence of Loken's defiance, distracting the Warmaster. Gravely injured from the battle at the hands of the Lupercal, as his companions forestalled his attacks, the Emperor delivered the final strike, ending the reign of the Warmaster of Chaos. Retrieved by Constantine Valdor and Rogel Dorn as they rushed to their father's aid too late, the Loyalists returned to the palace with the corpse of the Angel, the skull of Ferrus Manus, and the broken body of their liege. Finding a card of the Emperor's Tarot beside his immobilized form, signifying the card Throne, Dorn and Valdor agreed to inter what remained of the Emperor upon the Golden Throne. Every demon of the warp banished from the material realm with the death of the Warmaster, the traitor armies retreated as the fleet of Niora Sukasen revealed their position within Saturn's rings and harried Voidcraft attempting to flee the Sol system. Arriving in system to find grief racking both sides of the conflict, the Loyalist armada of Rabute Guilliman and the Lion beheld the fallout of this devastating war, the first nail in the coffin of humanity's extinction. Hunting those that remained within the Sol system, driven by spite, vengeance, and loss, the Imperium of Man began the Great Scouring to cleanse the galaxy of their fallen kinsmen, driving the traitors into the Eye of Terror to remain forever within the embrace of their false gods. Though humanity had preserved the fulcrum of its birth and the rule of the God Emperor, many speculate that mutually assured destruction may have been preferable. The burning stops. The psychic beam abates. You sway, gasping. Your father has a knife, an old stone thing. What is it? It's so small in his hand, so ugly. That won't do it. That won't be enough. He seems to hesitate, reluctant. You clench, in sudden spasm and convulsion, and cry out. The power is returning. It is flowing back into you with great rapidity, as though the Old Four are suddenly desperate to restore their gifts. What do they know? What have they seen that makes them act in such haste? Your father looks at the knife.
I wait for you, and I forgive you.
He drives it into your heart. Loken is on his feet. He sees the blade glint. A simple stone knife won't break that plate. Something so small surely can't. The blade goes in. Heart thrust, the quick mercy stroke of a custodian's misericordia. Practical and unfussy. The two figures freeze together for a moment. The kneeling son, the standing father, joined by the knife. And through that blade, the Emperor channels the full force of his will. The sublime power, a psychic blast of profound magnitude, courses down the ancient blade, like lightning conducting through a metal rod. A fireball flash of its strike is brighter than all creation. Then, the light begins to die. A darkness falls quickly. It is not the glossy blackness of the court's infinite architecture. It is soft and mute, like the advent of night or the dimming of vision and sense. Horus smiles. His smile is no longer the terrible smile that greeted them when they entered the Lupercal court. The smile that shivered the world with mortal dread. It is now the smile Loken remembers from long ago. There is no blood. The aphame is sharp, sharp enough to cut space, sharp enough to slice reality. It has waited a long, long time for this. From the original killing that made it, and stained it with the shadow of all murder, to this, the 8th death that it was promised. Horus smiles. The smile vanishes. Then so does flesh, lips and mouth, revealing another smile, a rictus grin of teeth, a mask of bone. There is no redemption, for the time for that is long gone. There is only resignation. And in the end, it's just a man killing his son with a stone. The blade slides out and turns to dust. The body falls. And then the galaxy burns. This has been a tale of the Great Imperium of Man, read by the Remembrancer. Many a tale of gods, rulers and heroes are laced with tragedy. The downfall of dynasties wrought by conflicts between fathers, sons, and familial ties, as rivers ran red with blood. Such a connection is by no means coincidental, for the ties which bind families, comrades, and friends are the canvas to which history is painted. Cherish, support, and value your kin, whether by blood or by bond. For united in purpose, you shall transcend any glory you will make with but your own hands. Yet be wary, for your own bitterness, resentments, and paranoia can sunder all that is made galvanized by your brethren. For as with all history, no matter the strength, endurance, or resolve of an empire, its foundations always fracture should they be tended by those who refuse to maintain them.